Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to An Iron Plays, and welcome back to Atari Week 2025, where we celebrate not only my birthday, but my road as a gamer from my earliest memories to today, with the company, the games, the console that started me on this path to being the gamer that I am, the Atari 2600, and Atari through the ages. Today, everyone, we are going to be looking at Atari 50. It is a staple of Atari Week. It is something that we have been showing off since the very first Atari Week 2 years ago. And I'm looking forward to continuing this tradition going forward as well. We're going to be looking at Atari 50, the 50th anniversary celebration interactive documentary. Now, I have recommended to everyone to go back and watch the rest of the series, but I cannot force you to do it. You can take a horse to water, they say, but you cannot make him play Atari. But I do recommend that you do check out the rest of the Atari 50 series, especially if tonight you enjoy what you see. And even more than that, I recommend checking it out for yourself. I think gaming history is one of the most important things to our gaming culture. We need to know where we come from so that we can perceive where we could go in the future. A lot of what I like to call gaming DNA started on these consoles. Games that we played on Monday, for example, like Pac-Man, like, wait, what did we play? Berserk. Berserk is actually, I didn't talk about Berserk when I talked about gaming DNA. I'll bring that back up in a moment. But games like Haunted House and Adventure and River Raid and so many other games that first, and whole genres that first saw their realization on the Atari 2600. And there's so many games today that still share that original DNA. And we're going to be looking more into Atari DNA tomorrow because we're going to be playing Haunted House, Adventure, and Yars' Revenge, which I'm pretty excited to do. These are some of my favorite games on Atari and definitely worth taking a look at. So we are celebrating history, and let's face it, I've reached the age of 40. Not yet. In the next couple of days, I'm gonna be 40, which means I'm history too. But yeah, I hope you're looking forward to it. I know I am. But before we get into that, I want to say hello. How are you guys doing? What have you been up to? Are you looking forward to this as well, as much as I am? Because, ooh, what is that? Oh, what is that? Brother, I just found a sticky thing. I don't know what it is. It's just a sticky thing. Oh, I'm gonna have to clean that later. What is that? Brother, yeah, I want to clean it now, actually. I'm gonna get a little bit of alcohol on that. I've only been tidying up today. Get a bit of alcohol on that. Let's clean up that. Let's clean that up. I don't know what that is, but I don't want it there. It's on my keyboard. It's not what you think. Degenerates. Bloody hell. Get your minds out of the gutter. Ew. Sorry, in the middle of, I started streaming, and now I'm cleaning my keyboard. You're just gonna have to deal with it, I'm afraid, because that's disgusting. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was blue tack. It's very difficult to see. I don't have the lights on in my office. It might have been blue tack, but it's like, you know when you've had blue tack on something for a while? Let's just say a while. Let's not put a solid date on it. Let's just say a while. When you've had blue tack on something for a while, and it just goes really gooey and sticky and horrible and bleh. Yeah, I think that's what it might have been. Because it was really disgusting. Good lord. Alright. So I'm just putting my toys back. I've been fiddling around with my desk today. And all my toys are moved. Cool. I don't have many toys. I've only got a few toys. But I like having certain toys visible to me while I'm streaming. I've got a little Hello Kitty. She's a gamer Hello Kitty. She's got a headset on. She's got a game controller. She plays with me when I play video games. I've got a little Bulbasaur. I've got the pop figure of Godzilla. You know, pink Godzilla when he's sleeping in the Colosseum in Rome. Yeah, I've got the little sleepy Godzilla on my desk. I love him. He is rage, but he is adorable. And I will die to protect. I've got myself a little Koopa Troopa. I don't even know where this Koopa Troopa came from. But I got a little Koopa Troopa. And I've got two... I got a Koopa and I got a Dry Bones from the Micro Machines Mario Kart collection, which I'm very happy with. I like these two. They're very adorable. Can I... What is that? I think the storm is coming in again. Good lord. We haven't had any peace recently when it comes to the bloody storms, I swear. It's insane. You should do what I did on X a while back. Start a thread called Residents of My Desk and add a photo and a little introduction each week. Okay, that actually sounds like a good idea. That sounds like fun. I could do that. I do have a few other things. Like I say, these are the ones which are always visible to me because they are directly underneath my monitor. But I've got a few other things on my desk as well. I've got, you may remember this one. I don't know. I suppose there aren't many people that pay attention to toys that they don't buy. But just in case, there was a Spyro incense burner that came out about 5 years ago now. And I picked that up, and I've got Spyro incense burner on my desk. I've also got a 2B on the left-hand side. She's kind of between... at the moment, she's like right behind where my microphone is. But when I lift up my microphone, she's just kind of there between my main monitor and my TV. Because to the left of me, I've got a TV, which I play mini consoles on. The reason that we ended up screwing around with my desk today was because I was trying to add a third monitor. And I'm glad that I did, because it didn't go well. Right? Let me start off by saying it didn't go well, okay? I tried to put a third monitor on an arm that I had so that it could be kind of off to the right of my main screen, because I've got the game on my main screen and I've got OBS on my secondary monitor, which is directly above my main screen. And I wanted a third screen, especially for tonight. One, I want a third screen so I can more clearly read chat, because right now if I'm playing on my main screen and chat moves, I don't always see it. And I've been noticing that more and more recently. When I've been focused, when I'm playing a game like Silk Song, or when I was playing Mr. Run and Jump, because they're games that require a lot of attention and focus, I very rarely glance up to the chat, and I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. at the end of the day, chat is just as important to the stream as I am. And so I wanted to get a third monitor. I've had these monitors for a while, right? I've got these little tiny, what are they, like 15-inch monitors? They're small. Oh, where's my measuring tape? Yeah, they're about 15-inch monitor. They're about a 15-inch monitor. I've got two of them. Unfortunately, one of them is broken. I don't know when that happened. I don't know if that happened before we moved. I don't know if that happened after we moved. I don't know if it happened during the move. It might have. We haven't used these mini monitors in such a long time. And in fact, I was going to sell one to Ritterwolf. Ritterwolf wanted one. And he's not getting it now. I'm pretty sure he doesn't need it at this point. But yeah, he wanted to buy it a few years ago. Could you shut up, please? People outside are so rude. Good lord. I'm trying to tell a story. Trying to tell a story of how Ritterwolf didn't buy something off me. Good grief. Yeah. So Ritterwolf was saying that he liked the idea of having a little monitor like this to be able to... I think it was for when he was using VR. So he could just like lift up his goggles and glance down at a little monitor that was basically on his lap. I thought that was a great idea. And so he was interested in picking up one of these, but in the end he didn't. Probably for the best. Because now I've got a monitor. And I need it for tonight because I've got Wikipedia up, right? I've got Wikipedia up on this extra monitor so that I can do a little bit of history when we start talking about Namco and Atari's relationship. But in the future, I'm planning on having chat on this monitor. So it's more level with my main monitor, and I can have chat like really big on it. So if anything moves, I can very clearly see that something has moved. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to order another arm in the future. Possibly 2 arms, actually, because if I can get another one of these mini monitors, I might stick one either side. That's how I used to do it when I was back in 2021, when I was still streaming on Twitch. I used to have 3 monitors. I'd have my main monitor in the middle, which was an old Samsung 4K monitor, but it only had like it was like 4K 30 FPS. It wasn't a gaming screen, or no, it was 60 FPS, but it had a low response rate. So like there was a little bit of a delay. Not a huge delay, but enough. A noticeable delay. And, you know, I kind of just got used to it. The thing is, with delay, you kind of do. You kind of just get used to it. And it was maybe half a second to less than, maybe even a quarter of a second. It was still noticeable, but it was something that you kind of got used to, you know? And they're not the best monitors. They're alright. They're alright. I don't know if Kiko has noticed the delay, because she's currently using one of those. It was essentially a small TV. Like, it wasn't like a proper monitor, you know? Anyway, point being, I used to have one of those, and on either side of it, I had these AOC 15-inch monitors. And they were like years on the thing. They were just like vertical aligned 15-inch monitors, portrait. So I would have my main screen in the middle, and that was usually the game I was playing. On the left, I would have OBS, and I had OBS aligned kind of vertically. I had the stream window across the top, and then I had all of the other things I needed, you know, going vertically down the screen. And then on the right, I had chat. And it also meant that I could pull up like a website or something on the right-hand side. Yes, it would, you know, on the right-hand side, left-hand side, depends what I was doing. But I could pull up a website if I needed to look at something without covering chat. Or if chat wasn't moving particularly quickly, I could cover chat and still have OBS visible to me. Especially if, you know, if I'm setting up something to be able to view a website, like when we go to the article page on these overlays, I could have the website up on the left, on the right, on top of chat, and then I can edit it in OBS. So it was really cool. It was really useful to have 3 monitors. But since buying my new PC, I went with a dual monitor setup. I've got a pretty decent 4K monitor as my main monitor, but then I've got a smaller 21-inch monitor above that. And now I've pulled out my 15-inch monitor and I've got it on the side again. And I really like it. I forgot how useful it was. So I'm probably going to take a look, see if I can find some more 15-inch monitors and replace this one and get new arms so that I can put it on my rig. Have the perfect setup then. It would be amazing to have this setup, because it looks pretty good right now. I've got 3 monitors running. 3 monitors running. What the hell? Yeah, I think this is going to be cool. Oh, the other benefit is it's a USB monitor. So it doesn't, it's like low response, low refresh. I think it is 1920 by 1080. But you can see, like, if I move my mouse over to the monitor, you can kind of see the frame rate, right? You can see it. It's not designed for gaming on. It's purely for having like a website open or chat open or something like that. But that's all it really needs to be. So yeah, that's what I've been doing today, by the way. That's basically the reason I'm telling this story, is because this is what I've been doing today, and I'm looking forward to making chat more important again. I do need to move my microphone as well, because currently my microphone is connected in behind my monitor, and it kind of like stretches, the arm stretches across from behind my monitor, which is precariously between the monitor and my statue of 2B. She's the other thing that's on my desk. But I definitely feel like I need to move this over to the left so that it's more, you know, reaching across beside me rather than reaching between my monitor and other things. Because, you know, I've got a little Velcro strap on. I shouldn't have finished my sentence there. I've got a little strap, Velcro one, on my arm, and I put it in the right place so that if I move my arm too far, it doesn't, when it hits the monitor, it doesn't make a sound. But sometimes when I move my microphone, because I'm trying to position it better, sometimes it cracks against the side of the monitor. But yeah, with the Velcro on it, it dampens that. Otherwise, you'd be hearing tink, tink, as it hits the side of my monitor. Yeah. If there is a delay, I've noticed. I'd sooner notice that my game is lagging instead. Yeah. Yeah. I was intending on using it as a travel monitor for the mini Amiga 500. Oh yeah, like, by all means. Oh, you might not be able to. No, you won't be able to. You can't use this for mini consoles. At least I don't think so. Because it doesn't have a HDMI cable in. It uses USB. And the mini Amiga doesn't have USB out. So I don't think you could do that. There are cables. You can get cables which are HDMI to USB. But I don't know how good they are. What I would like to make sure that everyone is aware of before we jump into Atari 50 is that the new pack, it's weird, they've called it the Namco Legendary Pack, but in Atari 50 it's called Pac-Man and Beyond. So thanks Atari, appreciate it, mate. Now I'm gonna have to rename this stream. Stop that. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. I'm the one doing the talking. Right, okay. So it's not called Namco Legendary Pack, even though that's what it says on the thumbnail. It's called Pac-Man and Beyond. There we go. Okay, so I fixed the title. Hopefully that doesn't crash my hopefully that doesn't crash my my stream. No, it looks all right. It looks all right. Brilliant. All right. So yeah, it's called Pac-Man Beyond, and we're going to be looking at a few of the historical events surrounding early Atari, and we're talking very early. We're talking pre Atari 2600 at this point. We're talking all the way back in 1974, which is, yeah, predates the Atari 2600, or as it was called at the time, the Atari VCS. It predates it by about 4 years. 3 years if you're just going by calendar year, because the 2600 or the VCS, was it 77? No, that was 79, wasn't it? That was 79. Oh my goodness, I've lost my my place. No, it was 77. Sorry. Yeah, it was 77. Yeah, 77 was the VCS. My bad. Oh my goodness, I've lost my spot. Where the hell's my spot? There it is. I found it. Yeah, so we're going to be looking at the Atari VCS came out towards the end of 77. And this all happened at the beginning of 74. So, I mean, you could argue it was closer to 4 years than 3 years, but, yeah, we're looking at 1974, today. And, we're going all the way back to the age of Atari and Namco and Taito and Bally and all of these companies that had more of a focus in arcades than in the home console market. And just want to be 100% upfront about this. Pac-Man and Beyond is a much smaller DLC than the rest of the ones that we've looked at previously. So things like the first console war was pretty solid, you know. It had a lot going on, talking about the strategies and the rivalry between Atari and Intellivision. Wider World of Atari added a lot of new games and added a lot of new information, as well as things like posters and just a bunch of interesting facts about Atari and the cultural impact that it had in the late 70s and early 80s. But the 5 original chapters, Arcade Origins, Birth of the Console, Highs and Lows, Dawn of PCs, and the 1990s and beyond, those 5 were phenomenal. They were excellent. There was a lot of details, there was a lot of information, there was a lot of, like I said, advertisement, marketing materials, and you got to see posters, you got to see design specs, you got to see some really cool things in Atari 50. And in case you haven't seen it or you haven't played it already, I do have a playlist of all of Atari 50 that we've been doing over the course of the past 3 years. Every time we've done Atari Week, we've done Atari 50. So, 2 years ago in 2023, we did the first 5 chapters of Atari 50. Last year, we did the next 2 DLC chapters, and this year, there's only one more DLC chapter at the moment. We're going to be doing that today. But I've also got Wikipedia up as well, so I can fill in some of the gaps. Because, like I said, this one's a little bit... There's not as much content in this DLC as previous ones. I think that's fine, though. Like, not every chapter is going to be a winner. And they've got so much detail and information and concept art and all that stuff in this already. You're kind of wondering where else they can go with this. But apparently... And I'm going to say this as, I'm going to say allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly because this may not be the last DLC that we see for Atari 50. Someone was asking on X about whether or not, in fact, the question was, are there any plans to release another Atari 50 physical edition with all of the DLC, all of the current DLC? And the Atari representative responded with, there are currently no plans to release a physical edition of Atari 50 until all chapters are complete and released. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? That would suggest to me, then, that the Namco add-on isn't going to be the last add-on. It also suggests to me that not only is Namco not going to be the last chapter, but when they do finally complete Atari 50, there will be a complete edition. A complete physical edition that is going to be released at some point. So I am really excited for that. I've already bought this game twice. I've already bought this game twice, right? I bought it when it first released, and then I bought it last year again when the 2 DLCs released. So buying it a third time is not outside the realm of possibilities for me, okay? Because I genuinely love this. Atari 50 is... This was the first time I ever encountered the concept of an interactive documentary, and I think they did an amazing job. Genuinely. This isn't just me shilling for Atari right now, which, you know, that's just a happy extra, you know? But Atari 50 is genuinely something which I have enjoyed, something that I'm going to enjoy going back to in the future. There's a lot of interviews with actual developers. There's a lot of discussion with people like Nolan Bushnell. I think it is a valuable documentary, and it is being done so in a way that is fun to explore. Because there's hundreds of games on this as well. I mean, it's not just visuals and concept art and stuff like that. There are actual games on this as well. And it gives you context as to what each game is, what it means, why it was made, who made it. That's something important that we don't really see a lot of when it comes to early Atari, because back in those days they didn't give credits. It was a new industry. It was his own thing, you know. Not everyone knew how to make video games. So what they would do is they wouldn't credit the games creators so that they couldn't be poached. There was a big problem with scalping in the computer industry, because people would be like, oh yeah, we know that this person worked on this thing, we're gonna pay them more to come over to us. And then on one hand, yeah, that's a good thing. Competition is a good thing. I'm not a big fan of scalping in general. I think if you're gonna make someone an offer, then you should make them a proper offer, you know, rather than being sneaky about it. But yeah, I there was a problem with scalping in the tech industry back in those days, and so they wouldn't credit the developers, or developers when they were credited, like when you look at games like Nintendo and Sega, they were often given nicknames so that you wouldn't know who they were. So they'd be credited, but they'd be credited under a pseudonym. In fact, one of the first, you probably already know this story, but one of the first ever Easter eggs in video games was in the game Adventure on Atari 2600. And it was there's a little trick where you've got to find an invisible pixel. Yes, a single pixel. You've got to find this invisible pixel, and you've got to take it to the right room, and you can pass through this barrier that normally you wouldn't be able to get past. And when you go into the next room, it just says Warren Robinette, who was the creator of Adventure. So that was a thing, you know. That's how people got their names out there, by hiding their names in Easter eggs. There's the same thing in Yar's Revenge, another one which we're going to be playing tomorrow, actually. There's this thing called, if you do something specific, I can't remember the exact thing that you have to do. I think you have to use the Zolon cannon on the swirl and hit the swirl, and it explodes. The whole screen goes all flashy, and your high score number will change to HSWWSH, which is Howard Scott Warshaw Scott Howard, I guess. And that's how he got his name into it. But there are other examples of this as well. So we don't really have a lot of information on who made what, or we didn't, until a few interviews, and of course this new interactive documentary where we actually get to talk, see interviews from the developers that were in Atari, the developers that went to Activision, some of the developers that went to Intellivision. There was some really amazing stories to be told from people like Gary Kitchen, like people from Ed Freeze and Todd Fry and Nolan Bushnell. Nolan Bushnell wasn't like a developer or anything, but yeah, Howard Scott Warshaw did a few interviews on there. What was his name? The first guy that they had as Al Alcorn. Al Alcorn did a couple of interviews, I believe, some older interviews. It was really cool to see all these people having their say when Atari was draconic in the way that it kept its development staff names hidden for so long. It's good to be able to put names and faces. It's a common thing today, isn't it? When we think of Legend of Zelda, we think of Eiji Aonuma. When we think of like Mario Brothers and games like that, we think about Shigeru Miyamoto. When we think of the Wii U, we also think about Iwata-san. When we think about Smash Brothers, we think about my brain just went blank. Good grief. I'm tired. Masahiro Sakurai. When we think about Mega Man, we think of Eiji Inafune. When we think of Castlevania, we think about Iga-san. Sorry, Igarashi-san. Forgive my brain. There's a lot of people that we know now, and we can point out when a game is made by those developers, and it matters to us, you know, like it does with directors for movies. Like, people look at a movie and they're like, oh, that's a Scorsese, or they look at a movie and it's like, oh, what's a Bay? Ah, well. You know. And people know the directors, people know the movies, and we know, based on who the director is a lot of the time, or who the writer is, whether or not it's going to be a good movie. So when you see a new movie and it's like, oh my goodness, this is a Scorsese, that means something, doesn't it? When it's the Nolans, it's like, oh, that means something. It's going to be really well shot. You know, Nolans are really good when it comes to the cinematography. You can see that in like Batman and what's the one with the Inception. When I think of Mega Man, I don't think of Inafune, sadly. Actually, then think about Street Fighter and Ace Attorney. You don't think of Inafune for Mega Man? I mean, he was the creator. Admittedly, he wasn't the creator for he did the original Mega Man games, and he did some of the X series, and that's when he kind of dropped off and did his own thing. Unfortunately, I think Inafune's name is inextricably connected now to Mighty Number 9, and that's going to be kind of a curse that he's going to carry with him for the rest of his life. Thankfully, he did come back to Capcom. Well, I think so. I think he's working with Capcom. I think Inafune has got his own studio, but they work with Capcom now. I know he was the creator, just not how my brain works. Mighty Number 9 took over the association. Yeah, I think that's a curse that he's going to have to live with for the rest of his life, unfortunately. But that's kind of sad, but it's true. But, you know, there's a lot of developers, there's a lot of people who work behind the scenes, who helped, well, didn't just help, were the creators behind these amazing games that started this journey that is video games, that started this culture. And I feel like, while I think that every artist needs to be recognized, I do believe that. I strongly believe that. Every artist deserves to be recognized when they are creating, whether they're creating a video game or a painting or a movie or a TV show. It's a work of art, you know? Every artist deserves to be recognized. I think that there are some that, I don't want to say they deserve to be recognized more, but I think some are bigger names than others, you know? Like, George R.R. Martin is a fantastic writer. He writes one book a decade, but he's a fantastic writer. And I think that he obviously deserves the recognition for the work he did on A Song of Ice and Fire. But I feel like J.R.R. Tolkien, and I sometimes wonder if George R.R. Martin added the two R's in to be like J.R.R. Tolkien. Anyway, conspiracy theory aside, I think J.R.R. Tolkien is someone who deserves a little more credit. You know? Whether you think Song of Ice and Fire is better than Lord of the Rings, that is up to you. You are entitled to your wrong opinion. But Tolkien is responsible for the explosion of the fantasy genre. You know, a lot of fantasy genre ties back to his depiction of Middle Earth. Even things like D&D, as popular as it is today, things like D&D, Magic the Gathering, even George R.R. Martin will tie his books and his love of fantasy back to Tolkien, back to who did Narnia again? Because I know he and Tolkien were friends. Narnia. C.S. Lewis. There you go. They all tie their origins, these ideas, these fantasy stories back to people like Tolkien and C.S. Lewis and so many other groundbreaking writers of their time. And, you know, even people that hate the original, you take in consideration the Golden Compass. I remember this very distinctly because I thought it was a really tactless way of saying it. But I remember reading an interview where the creator of the Golden Compass said that they wanted to make a modern Chronicles of Narnia without the Jesus crap. And I was like, ooh, okay, you're entitled to that opinion, but yeah, you're not making any friends with comments like that. Or maybe he was, but whatever, you know. But even still, if he was there going, I want to make Chronicles of Narnia, but without the Jesus crap, his influence was still Chronicles of Narnia. You know? You can either love something so much that you want to pay homage to it and have it as an inspiration, or you can hate something so much that you pay homage to it and it's your inspiration. It's horseshoe theory. It always comes back. Whether you love something to death and you want to do your own version and emulate it because you're such a fan, or because you hate something so much you need to do your own version, it's still inspired. It still comes back to that original story. I found myself doing that. I used to write, I wouldn't say I used to write fan fiction because it wasn't something that I was like majorly invested in, but I used to like writing stories within a particular universe. I've got a script somewhere. I have no idea where it is. I've got a script somewhere for a Scrubs episode, for example, right? I can't even remember what it was called. It was called yeah, I can't remember what it was called. I got a script somewhere though for a full Scrubs episode. My own self-image. Thank you. See, how did you remember that? Wow, Kiko, well done. I honestly don't know where that script is, because I have it in your... You have it? I don't think you have the full version, because you might have the handwritten version. But I did type it out, and I did expand on it, so it was a full episode. But yeah, I used to do stuff like that. I used to do... This one's the one that's gonna blow your bloody mind, right? Back in 2010, I think it was 2010. Yeah, it was. In 2010, I wrote a fan fiction for Predator, right? but I didn't call it Predator, and I didn't tell anyone that it was a fan fiction. I just started writing it, and I wrote a few chapters of it, and people were like, oh, this is really interesting, and they were reading it, and they were enjoying it, and eventually I revealed that it was a Predator fan fiction. And I shit you not, it was in the Wild West era, right? There was, it started off as kind of a, a quote-unquote cowboys and Indians story. It started with a train robbery. There was a bunch of these cowboys. They ended up in conflict with members of the Sioux Nation, and there was then a couple of these cowboys and a couple of these Native Americans that had to work together against some other force that was trying to kill them. And the Native Americans said it was a spirit. They called it Wendigo and stuff like that. And the cowboys, they would say like, oh no, it's a demon, it's a devil, it's coming, and there was at one point there was a priest that they'd run into, like a wandering priest that would go from town to town back in the Wild West. And he was saying, oh, it's a demon, it's sent by Beelzebub himself. And then it finally comes up and reveals itself, and it's a predator. It was called Prey. And a few years ago, they actually made that movie. And I was stunned. Absolutely stunned. Now, admittedly, they didn't do... It wasn't necessarily Wild West era. It was just Native American tribe. But I was just like, man, that is insane. Like, how close some of it was. Like, how they called the Predator... they didn't call him... I don't think they called him a Wendigo in the movie. But they were referring to him as being an evil spirit, And... yeah. I was looking at this and like, oh my goodness. Someone read my script and turned it into a movie. I thought that was great. I'll take it. It's the closest I'm ever going to get to having a movie made, of me making my own movie. But yeah, it was, that was a good one. But I used to do these things, and whether it was because I loved it or whether it was because I hated it, I would sometimes write these stories. I've even got my own version of like Doctor Who, which I started writing. I haven't done anything with it, but I started writing it because I wasn't really happy where Doctor Who was going. I'm not too fussed on modern Doctor Who. And I thought that I started this way back when Matt Smith was still the Doctor. I wasn't a big fan of Matt Smith. I think that he was too much of a cartoon for my liking. And I like classic Doctor Who, because I'm old, I like doctors who are serious, or at very least, doctors who can be serious. And I thought that was the case with, like, David Tennant did a really good job of being a little bit cartoonish sometimes, but also then being deadly serious when he needs to be. And I think that Christopher Eccleston was probably... In my opinion, Christopher Eccleston is the best Doctor of modern Doctor Who, except for John Hurt, who is the War Doctor. I love John Hurt. I love Chris Eccleston. I love David Tennant. I didn't like Matt Smith. Just wasn't a fan. And I started writing my own ideas for where Doctor Who might go in a different direction after David Tennant. And I thought with Peter Capaldi coming back that he was going to be, more serious and more not deadpan, but, a more serious Doctor. Didn't jive well with Capaldi either, unfortunately. I don't know. I feel like they kind of wasted. Yeah, he was more stern. He was. But there was just something, I don't know, the writing was bad. In my opinion, my personal opinion, which of course is gospel, is that I liked Capaldi. I think Capaldi could have been the best Doctor ever. I think he had potential to be the best Doctor. End of story. He has got such amazing acting range. But the scripts were bad. They were boring. And I think that's the worst thing you can be. You can have movies and TV shows that are fun, exciting. Oh, excuse me. They're fun, exciting, exhilarating, thrilling, funny, hilarious even, you know? And you can even have things that are bad, like really bad, like The Room, you know? Or Hi Mark. You know, you can have something that's terrible and people will still love it because it's so bad it's good. And there's so many movies that fit into the category of it's so bad it's good, right? There's a lot of horror movies that fit into the category of it's so bad it's good. There's an entire generation of B movies which are, you know, everyone has their own tastes. I think they're incredible. I love them. I love the Hammer Horror collection. Great movies done on a shoestring budget. And I think they definitely do land in the, yeah, they're kind of bad category. But they're still fun. And they still show a passion for making something. Even if you don't know how to make something, you know, you can see when the passion is there. But when a movie or TV show is boring, when you tune out halfway through, that's not fun. No one's going to remember that. No one's going to remember something because they weren't paying attention after about 20 minutes, you know? That is the greatest sin entertainment can commit. Being boring. Being bad is okay. Being good is preferable. But being boring? Yeah, that's the worst you can be. And I felt that way about Peter Capaldi as the Doctor. I found his first... I tried watching him, and I think it was like the first few episodes, I was just like, man, this is awful. And I just kind of stopped watching. I stopped watching halfway through Matt Smith. I came back for the regeneration because I thought the movie was going to be pretty interesting. And it was, don't get me wrong, that was a great, great story. But then Peter Capaldi... Capaldi was wasted. Not like drunk. What I mean is his talents were wasted, you know? Sad. And so I went back to starting to write my own ideas for Doctor Who. And I thought to myself, why am I writing ideas for Doctor Who when they're never going to get made into Doctor Who episodes? Why am I doing this? What is the point of all of this? And I didn't have an answer. I liked the things that I wrote. I enjoyed them. I thought they were pretty cool. I knew they weren't ever going to be made into episodes. I'm not stupid. I'm not dumb. I know that I'm never going to get my scripts turned into actual TV shows. But it left me wondering, why am I writing them? What's the point? I could never publish this because it was Doctor Who. I had a bunch of different Star Wars ideas that I'd written down and started writing. And I thought to myself, I can't publish this. It's Star Wars. I don't have the rights. I don't have the license. I don't have anything like that. I can't just do it. It doesn't work that way. And Disney's not going to give a nobody like me the license to write a Star Wars novel. So I changed the name. I called the Doctor Who series The Traveller. I called the Star Wars series... Well, actually, I didn't call the Star Wars series anything. I didn't get around to doing that. It was just Star Wars work in progress title. Other Star Wars. Wars in space. Stuff like that. I also had an idea for some Star Trek episodes, which I was thinking I could, like, merge the Star Wars and Star Trek stuff together and have something that's a little bit more unique. Pigs in Space! Man, I love Pigs in Space. Pigs in Space is great. If you haven't seen that, it's a Muppets thing. Go look it up. Pigs in Space is awesome. Actually, Muppet Babies did a Pigs in Space as well, which I thought was great. They had an episode where they were all, you know, playing pretend, and they were in a spaceship, and it was Pigs in Space. But yeah, like, this is the thing, is that we all get inspired. See, look, I'm bringing it back now. How about that? We all get inspired by different things, whether we get inspired by the things we love or the things we hate. They are still an inspiration to us one way or another. And the developers and the creative minds behind the earliest games in Atari history, in gaming history, the earliest games in gaming history, you know? A lot of those names were lost for a long time. But today we have a chance to get them back. We have a chance to remember them. And they are deserving of memory. They are deserving of memory because without them making the first steps, we wouldn't be where we are today. Sure, and someone has made the argument in the past, if they hadn't done it, someone else would have. Sure, I agree. And those people would be deserving of being remembered too. But they didn't, and these guys did. So they are deserving of memory for being the first ones to do this. If at any point I don't stream, and you know, I just leave a note saying, sorry, can't stream tonight, I've been arrested, you're gonna know why. There might be a car accident outside my house, just saying. But yeah, these guys are definitely deserving of being remembered, along with people like Shigeru Miyamoto, along with people like Eiji Inafune, along like Eiji Aonuma, along with people like Masahiro Sakurai, along with people like you know, not even necessarily musicians, but not musicians. I've spoiled it now. Not even just the developers that made the games, but like musicians as well. People like Koji Kondo, people like who did the Uematsu. What was his name? Uematsu. Nobuo Uematsu, yeah, who did the Final Fantasy music. Yeah, Nobuo Uematsu. Sorry. But I think, you know, the musicians deserve to be recognized and remembered. Because they all contributed to something that we remember, that we care about. Whether it was developing the games or whether it was making the music that made those games so memorable. They were a part of that. They should be remembered. They should be remembered for the things that they have given to us. And with all of that said, we've been chatting for about an hour now. How about we jump on in to Atari 50, Pac-Man and Beyond. Now, wait, hang on a minute. I'm going to change the name on this, aren't I? No, I don't, because it just says the anniversary celebration. Awesome! I don't have to change it. Outstanding. Learn me some history. I'm going to learn you some history. I'm going to learn you all some history. I need to just make sure that I've got my other articles up and open so we can quickly see where we are at. So in the timeline, if we go back to the beginning, in the timeline, we are somewhere between Arcade Origins and Birth of a Console, right? So Birth of a Console is 1977. That was the release of the Atari 2600. Technically, Atari was a little bit earlier with the Pong game. I believe that one was in 70... When was Pong released? 74? Because there was the release of Pong. That was the arcade cabinets, was in 72. And 73. So they would... Yeah, I think it was 74. I don't actually have a... Oh, it must have been before 74, actually. Because that's what we're going to talk about today. But, yeah, anyway, Yeah, I think it was 73 that Pong was released into the... Do you know what? Let's have a look. How about that one then, shall we? There it is. 1972. Oh, that's Telegames Pong. There we go. That's the one. That's it right there. That's the original Pong machine. Two people would stand... You know, you'd have this like on your coffee table, and two people would be sitting on the couch. Each one had a finger on their knob. No, wait, hold on, wait, not what I meant. And they would control one paddle each. There it is. There's the Pong that came out in... Wait, what? Although the Magnavox Odyssey, designed by Ralph Baer, had already come out in 1972, the home video game craze truly kicked off with the wildly successful home Pong, first released by the retailer Sears as Telegames Pong in 75. Wow, okay, this was way later than I was remembering. See, I'm a big fan of history, and even I get things wrong, so there we go. Almost like we have a timeline available to us. No! So, like, we can just quickly go through the very beginnings of Atari. So you've got, in the beginning, in the beninging. In a world where pinball was king, two engineers dreamed of coin-operated games played on computers could become the next big thing. A company called Syzygy was where it all started, and Syzygy released the game Computer Space, and it was fabricated by Nutting Associates. So you got your fingers on your knobs to play Pong. and it was fabricated by Nutting Associates. Okay, sure. And they created Computer Space, and everything thought, whoa, everyone thought that's amazing, that is. There's the Syzygy logo. But they changed their name. There's Pong. There's an old Pong cabinet, or I believe a render of one. Oh, I can move it around. Hey, look at that. Yeah, there's the old Atari Corporation Syzygy engineered. So Atari was created so that they could produce the games themselves, rather than having to release their games through another system like, Bally or Midway, etc. And Pong was very, very successful. They made tons of money. In fact, this one's actually a really good story with Al Alcorn. The manager of Andy Caps, which was an old comic, a newspaper comic. So Andy Caps was an arcade in Sunnyvale. And it wasn't really an arcade. It was a bar. You can actually see it. It says right there was a bar in Sunnyvale. Bar. But they had like a little room where they had electronic games, and they put Pong into the room. And one day, the manager of Andy Caps calls up Atari and was like, this stupid machine of yours. This absolutely stupid machine of yours, it doesn't even work. And Al Alcorn is like, all right, no, you know what? We're testing it out. Maybe it is busted. Let's go and take a look what happened. Maybe some idiot spilled their beer on it or something. And they go there, they go to the machine, it turns on, everything's working just fine. But it's not accepting coins. It's not activating. You can't play a game. And he's like, okay, interesting. He opens up the coin catchment area, and it's like Scrooge McDuck's vault. All these quarters just come rushing out like a waterfall. It wasn't that Pong didn't work. It was that it had too much money in it. And it clogged up the system. Now, if you've got a problem, that's a bloody good problem to have. What an absolutely amazing story about the origins of Pong. And that's when Al calls up Nolan Bushnell and is like, so I found out what the problem was. Oh no, he doesn't call. He actually calls him up and he says, I've solved it. I'm on my way back. When he comes back to the office, he says, I figured out what the problem was. And he puts this big sack of quarters on Nolan Bushnell's desk. Hundreds of dollars in quarters. And that was just their cut. Because, of course, Andy Caps would also take a cut. And he just puts this big sack of quarters on his desk, and Nolan's like, right, video games it is. But yeah, 1975, so this would come later. So I'm guessing that Pong, home Pong, is something that actually kind of saved Atari, because it's not something that's really mentioned here. So this talks about the successes of Atari, you know? You've got Computer Space here, the first ever arcade cabinet. Computer Space by Atari, created by Ted Dabney and Nolan Bushnell. Based on Space War. Space War was a very interesting game. It took room-sized computers to actually run the damn thing, but this was it. This was the arcade machine for Space War. Computer Space. Sorry, Space War was the original. But between here and here, there was a major downturn in Atari's luck, unfortunately. The arcade industry was... It wasn't really going downhill, but there were a lot of decisions, a lot of business decisions that were made. There was a bit of a schism within Atari, and we'll talk about that, in 1974, and that led to a very serious economic downturn for Atari. And look, they don't mention it. You can see there, look, it skips from 1973 to 1975. We don't talk about 1974, but we are going to talk about that today. So let us jump ahead. Let's jump ahead to Pac-Man and Beyond. Please ignore the fact that it says 100% explored. That is not actually true. I don't know why it says 100%. I did take a look at it, but I definitely didn't click on anything. So, yeah. The first dot. Namco Limited, currently Bandai Namco Entertainment. The pioneering Japanese game developer that gave the world Pac-Man, Galaga, Tekken, and Ridge Racer, and many more, is a well-known name in games. But did you know that Namco's history as a video game maker started with one of Atari's first big mistakes? Rooftop horse rides. At 29 years old, Masaya Nakamura founded Nakamura Manufacturing Company in Tokyo, Japan, in 1955. So when you think about old companies, like obviously there's, we all know that Nintendo is like hundreds of years old, going all the way back to the 1800s or 1700s. Companies like Namco, Taito, a lot of these companies didn't start as video game makers or video game manufacturers. They started off as... Sorry. There we go. They didn't start off as video game manufacturers. Of course, why would they? There weren't video games in the 50s, you know? They would instead start off as amusements. And that's what sort of, not necessarily video games, but like electronic games. Things like, let's think what I can think of. You know, when you go to the mall and there's those robot cars and horse rides and stuff like that, you put your kids on and they ride, and it's like a machine that simulates being in a car or something like that. That's where where some of these places started. And that's kind of where Masaya Nakamura, the founder of Namco, started. He was creating these horse rides. He did them on the rooftop of a department store. And this was making him lots of money. So he tried to expand. He tried to grow his business. In fact, let me pull up the Namco Wikipedia article. Namco Limited, formerly known as Nakamura Seisakusho, Nakamura Manufacturing Company, and Nakamura Amusement Machine Company. That's the important one there. Nakamura Amusement Machine Company. Do you see it yet? Nakamura Amusement Machine Company. Namco. Okay. Nakamura Amusement Machine Company was a Japanese multinational... or Namco Limited right now, was a Japanese multinational video game entertainment company founded in 1955. It operated video arcades and amusement parks globally. Amusement parks. And produced video games, films, toys, and arcade cabinets. Namco was one of the most influential companies in the coin-op and arcade game industry, producing multi-million selling game franchises such as Pac-Man, Galaxian, Tekken, Soul Calibur, the Tales series, Ridge Racer, and Ace Combat. I love Ace Combat. Ace Combat's great. The name Namco comes from the Nakamura Manufacturing Company, derived from from Namco's founder, Masaya Nakamura. In the 1960s, Nakamura Manufacturing built electronic mechanical arcade games, such as the 1965 hit Periscope. It entered into the video games industry after acquiring a struggling Japanese company. I'm not going to tell you what that company is just yet. Let me scroll down to the amusement section. The son of a shotgun repair business owner, Nakamura proved unable to find work in his chosen profession of shipbuilding. And in the struggling post-World War II economy, Nakamura established his own company after his father's business saw success with producing pop cork guns. So you know those guns that you use at like an amusement fair to shoot, you shoot targets with little stoppers? That's where he started. That's where his father started. He was like, I don't want to deal with guns anymore. We're going to turn them into amusements. And so they did. They made pop cork guns for amusements. Nakamura spent the money on two hand-cranked rocking horses that he hand-cranked. Not even electrical at this point. Two hand-cranked rocking horses that he installed on the roof garden of Matsuya department store in Yokohama. Shipbuilding post-war would have been very hard to work in that industry unless you were building small fishing boats, and even that was closely monitored by the US. Absolutely. Oh, it wasn't just closely monitored by the US, it was closely monitored by the Japanese government as well. You gotta remember as well, the Japanese government, they felt like they had responsibility to certain major companies that had gone all in during World War II to be able to produce arms and munitions and ships and so on for the war effort, that when the war was over, they were giving the majority of the work back to those companies to try and keep those companies in business. So small-time companies like a lone shipbuilder wasn't gonna get anywhere. One guy, look at him. Fine upstanding gentleman there. Attractive young man. He had promise in the industry, but he wasn't they weren't going to give, funding to someone who was just starting up a shipbuilding business when there are so many other companies that are now left in the lurch because of the failures of the Japanese engagements in World War II. It was very difficult, like post World War II. Like we think about we think about Japan during World War II as being like the bad guys, and they were. Don't misunderstand. They absolutely were the bad guys, right? But the bad guys were the governments, and that's the thing that I think a lot of people need to realize. Is that the bad guys were the governments, they were the higher-ups in the militaries. The average person on the street in Japan probably hated the war as much as the average person on the street in the US. Probably hated the war as much as the average person on the street in the UK. Probably not as much as the people of China, because they were getting massively rolled by the Japanese. But, yeah, the average person in Japan probably hated the idea that they were at war. So, when we talk about the bad guys of World War II, we're talking about the governments, we're talking about the military leaders, we're talking about Hitler, we're talking about what was the emperor's name? Imahito? No. WW2 Japanese Emperor. Hirohito. Sorry, Hirohito. Not Imahito. Hirohito. Yeah, those are the bad guys, not the people. Well, yes and no. Indoctrination of the Japanese civilians went deep. That is true, and that's true of everywhere. Let's be real. That was true of everywhere. Like, even in the UK. See, this is the thing. Do you know what the difference is? This is going to get political. I'm sorry. Do you know what the difference is between propaganda and news reports? Whether you won. Because every government was telling its people that, oh, we are winning. The UK was always putting out newspaper articles, oh my goodness, we won so hard at this particular battle against those horrible Germans. And Italy was putting out, oh, we conceded some land, but we did so, we saved all of our soldiers, not a single died. How great is that? That's amazing. All of our soldiers are coming home after that battle. Yeah, we didn't win the battle, but we saved as many people as we could. You know, oh, if they did win, it was like, oh, a tremendous battle, hundreds of thousands of Brits and French and Spanish are now dead. Thanks to the efforts of our heroic soldiers in the field. And the Nazis were putting out the same thing. It's like, oh my goodness, we defeated the French so badly. And they kind of did, though. We defeated the French so badly that what was left of them run and hid in caves. Germany is winning. Britain is winning. Italy is winning. France, well, no, no, okay. France never had the opportunity to say that they were winning. Sorry. The US is winning. Japan is winning. You know, everyone was winning. And the difference between whether or not it was propaganda or whether it was a news report is if they did actually win. In the end, the Allies won. Britain and America and the Russians, we won. Right? And that means that the things that we told our people weren't propaganda, that it was true. But if the Germans had won, everything we had said would be propaganda. That's the difference. That is the difference. It is a retrospective on what was said during the war determines whether or not it's propaganda. Because if Britain was saying, oh yeah, we're winning everything, and then we lost, of course it's propaganda. If the Japanese were saying, oh yeah, we're winning everything, and then they lose, which they did, then it was propaganda. You know? That's the reality of wartime propaganda. It's all propaganda, or at very least, it's propaganda when you lose. It's why they say that history is written by the victors. Because it's only their history that gets to be told. Anyway, like I said, I still stand by it that average people on the street, they don't want war. They might believe that they're winning, they might believe they're doing it for the right cause, but they don't want to be at war. No one does. Leaders want to be at war. Bad leaders. Bad leaders that want to expand their territory, inflict their perspectives on everyone else around them, colonize, and basically attack people for being different. Those are the people that want war. Average men and women on the street, they don't want war. They don't. And that was just as true during World War II as it is today. Right, where was I? Oh yeah, here we go. Nakamura spent money on two... Okay, Nakamura spent his money. He had 300,000 yen, which was equivalent to 12,000 American dollars. Nakamura spent the money on two hand-cranked rocking horses that he installed on the roof of the Masaya department store in Yokohama. The horses were loved by children and turned a decent profit for Nakamura, who began expanding his business to cover other smaller locations. A 1959 business reorganization renamed the company Nakamura Seisakusho Company Limited. The Mitsukoshi department store chain noticed his success in 1963 and approached him with the idea of constructing a rooftop amusement space. This would be like one of the first times that they would ever do this. A rooftop amusement space for its store in Nihonbashi, Tokyo. It consisted of horse rides, a picture viewing machine, and a goldfish scooping pond, with the centerpiece being a moving train named Roadway Race. The space was a hit and led to Mitsukoshi requesting rooftop amusement parks for all of its stores. Along with Taito, Rosen Enterprises, and Nihon Goraku Busan, Nakamura Seisakusho became one of Japan's leading amusement companies. As the business grew in size, it used its clout. They actually used clout in a Wikipedia article. It used its clout to purchase amusement machines in bulk from other manufacturers at a discount and sell them to smaller outlets at full price. Typical money-making scheme there. Buy at a low price, sell at a high price. Perfect. While its machines sold well, Nakamura Seisakusho lacked the manufacturing lines and distribution networks of its competitors, which made the production of them longer and more expensive. The company was unable to place machines inside store locations because other manufacturers already had exclusive rights. In response, Nakamura Seisakusho opened a production plant in February of 1966, moving its corporate office to a 4-story building in Ota, Tokyo. The company secured a deal with Walt Disney Productions to produce children's rides in the likenesses of its characters, in addition to those using popular anime characters like Q-Taro, and this move allowed the business to further expand its operations and become the driving force in the Japanese coin-op market. How about that? The name Namco was introduced in 1971 as a brand for several of its machines. The company grew to having 10 employees, which included Nakamura himself. It saw continued success with arcade games, which had become commonplace in bowling alleys and grocery stores, which is basically where you find them today. The company also established a robotics division to produce robots for entertainment centers and festivals, such as those that distributed pamphlets, ribbon-making machines, and a robot named Putan that solved pre-built mazes. How cool is that? There you go. There's the real history of Namco. Notable and quotable. Here we go. I refurbished the machines myself. I would polish and clean them every day, and I was there to welcome the mothers of children as they arrived. Masaya Nakamura, from the ultimate history of video games. This kid does not look happy to be there. The mother looks fine. She's quite happy. This is a really cool novelty. You got these horses that do like a riding motion. This kid, however, is like, oh my goodness, why? He looks sleepy. You're right. He does. He does look pretty tired, doesn't he? He's like, okay, I've been sitting on this horse for like 20 minutes now. I'm sick of this shit. Can you just take a photograph already? This kid seems like he's pretty engaged, though. Those kids are like 2 and 3. Yeah, something like that. I would say so, yeah. Kids grow really quickly from being a baby to like 3 years of age. They just spring up. It's crazy. And here is a, the original logo for Nakamura's company was based on the original business of wooden horse rides. So that's it. That's the original Namco logo. How about that? It's a bit different than what it is today, isn't it? So this would be, I'm assuming this is Nakamura. I can't read Japanese, but I'm assuming this is let's have a look. What was the original name? So I'm assuming this is Nakamura, and this is like Seisakusho Company or something like that. One would assume. What else we got? Namco. Eventually, Nakamura Manufacturing Company started producing its own coin-operated amusement machines. It started using the Namco branding on some machines in 1971. Oh my goodness, I've got hiccups. Oh my goodness. I want to print that on vinyl. I want to put it on my car and see how many people get mad at me for supporting horse racing. Oh boy. Yeah, that's definitely going to that'll piss some people off, that's for sure. Interestingly, when I look at the Wikipedia article, hang on a minute, there it is. When I look at the Wikipedia article, it shows the Nakamura Seisakusho company logo as actually being in red. So the font, hang on a minute, my mouse was trapped. This is written in black, but the logo itself is in red. Maybe that's where Namco got the red from. Because later on, the Namco logo would actually be in red. So maybe that was the origins of the red. Okay, so this is the Namco, like the big first Namco poster, if you will. The one that how do I zoom in? Oh, go. Eventually, Nakamura Manufacturing Company started producing its own coin-operated amusement machines. It started using the Namco branding on some of its machines in 1971 and changed the company name to Namco in 1977. There it is. Can I zoom in? How do I zoom in? Oh, there we go. So that's it. There it is, as you would have seen it. Even recently, that is the same font from all the way back then that they are still using to this day. I guess not to this day necessarily. On Namco games. That is the traditional and continued use of Namco. Of course, now it's Namco Bandai or Bandai Namco. Depends on whatever they feel like at the time. I remember it being both. So, yeah. Namco, the name that brings you most profitable and reliable games. And there he is, like Nakamura himself, all dressed up like a feudal lord. The president, Masaya Nakamura. The creator and manufacturer of the F1 takes great pleasure in announcing its new name. Call us Namco. So this was actually the sign that they used to tell everyone that the company was officially changing its name to Namco. Namco, the name that you can depend on. Formerly Nakamura Seisakusho Co. Limited. Now Namco Limited. It's even got their address. Look at that. That's even got their address right there. 285 Tamigawa, Otaku, Tokyo, 146, Japan. Phone number, Tokyo 03759 2311. That's amazing. It's actually got their original... That's one of those places I'm going to have to visit. What happens... Hang on. What happens if I go to Google Maps right now? Google Maps. I might pull this up if it's worth it. I want to see what happens if I go to 285 Tamigawa. 285 Tamigawa. Otaku. Not otaku. Not otaku. Otaku. So it's a very different... It looks very different now than it would have back then. It is still a business district by the looks of it. But I suspect that this is not anything close to what it looked like back in the day. Oh, this is the wrong place. Oh, no, it is. Okay, it is the right place. Alright, nothing much to look at. I was just curious as to what was there now. It's just a business district. There wasn't a, it doesn't look like Namco is there anymore. You chuckle like a Minecraft witch there, and I jumped a mile. Oh, I'm sorry. See, I can't do that if I try, though. Atari Japan. In August of 1973, less than a year after the release of Pong, Atari opened Atari Japan to distribute its video games in the lucrative Japanese market. Unfortunately, Atari was not prepared for how difficult it was to break into Japan. This is going to be Nolan Bushnell, the founder of Atari, talking about how they tried to move into Japan. This might be quiet. Let me turn the volume up.
We had Atari Japan that we ended up selling to Namco.
Oh,
Atari Japan.
Nolan, you spoiled it. Okay, you kind of knew that was coming, but whatever.
Actually put Namco in the video game business.
Oh.
Before that, they...
Oh, subtitles. No, you're right. Hang on. Can I rewind? Show captions. There we go. Sorry about that. Let me try that again. Oh my God.
We had Atari Japan that we ended up selling to Namco. Atari Japan actually put Namco in the video game business.
Oh.
Before that, they the only thing they did were kiddie rides.
As we've seen,
Why did you end up selling
they
to
talked about
Namco?
amusements, not just not games machines.
Okay, we were young and dumb. And it turns out that in order to establish a business in Japan, you need all kinds of regulations, none of which we did.
Yeah, even today,
We actually started
it's
it
crazy
by
strict.
taking suitcases full of money, cash, and we rented a building. We hired people
In Tokyo? Or where
in Tokyo.
Oh.
That
and
okay,
it was
ladies and gents, that is what we call a black company. that is what the Japanese refer to as a black company. He literally just turned up with a bunch of cash and was like, "Oh, we're going to be renting this building. Here's some money." Thank you. I'll take the money. You can have the building. We're going to hire people with cash.
In Tokyo? Or where
in Tokyo.
Oh, man.
And it was a thing where all of a sudden they kind of started catching up to us, and we thought, okay, this is not good. Maybe we can sell it.
Did you make a profit on the thing?
We actually did.
Nice. Nice. All's well that ends well.
Yeah, but it was just, there's an interesting story there too. Pong for the home did not do well in Japan.
Too much space?
Kids wouldn't have their friends over.
Yes, of
There
course.
wasn't a place. Homes were too small, and so kids would meet in a coffee shop or
Yeah, and this is still very
karaoke
common
center or
today
something
as
like that,
well.
but not at home.
So this is actually something. This is connected to Japanese culture and something which I think it was Mrs. Eats. If you've never heard of Mrs. Eats, she's an amazing Japanese YouTuber. She talks about Japanese culture, specifically around like food and stuff like that. And one of the things that she was talking about is that like Japanese don't really do house parties. Like it's gonna be I've mentioned it a few times. It's gonna be my birthday this week, and on the weekend, it's gonna be my birthday. We're gonna celebrate my birthday this weekend, and on Saturday we're gonna have a bunch of people come over and hang out, as you do. Not so much in Japan. Not so much in Japan. These days, it's a bit more lax, but the way that it was explained is that the house is kind of like, this is your sacred space. So when you see friends, when you visit people, you don't go to other people's houses necessarily. You go out. You go somewhere. You do something. You go to the city, you go to an amusement park, you go to a cafe, like Nolan Bushnell mentioned there, is you go to a cafe, you go somewhere like that. And the thing is that you can see that in the video game market, right? Because when you look at really consoles and things that sell incredibly well in Japan, you're looking at handheld systems. So friends would gather in coffee shops, in cafes, restaurants, and things like that. Places where you would be allowed to take stuff like that. Maybe something equivalent to like a bar, but for kids, for youngsters. And they would have games machines. They would have their PSPs. They would have their Game Boys. They would have their DSs and 3DSs. And massively, the handheld market explodes in Japan. It does so well in Japan, to the extent that on PSP, I think it's like I'm pretty sure it's the third best selling game on PSP was a game that never left Japan. And that was Monster Hunter. I think it's the third best-selling game on PSP, was Monster Hunter, and it was a Japan-only exclusive. They go nuts for it. And I think it's amazing, because personally, I like that as well. I was a part of trying to push that here in Brisbane, in Australia. I was a part of a Monster Hunter group. I ended up being essentially the only administrator for the Monster Hunter group, because the other guy who was in charge, quote unquote, founder of the group, he didn't do anything. Honestly, he never did anything. I was the person in charge of the Brisbane Monster Hunter Guild, and one of the things that ended up doing is that became our Discord. So even though this is it's not the same Discord server that we have right now, the origins of our Discord server begins with the Brisbane Monster Hunters Guild. That's where it was. I was the administrator for it. I was the one that gathered people to join it. I would be attending the Street Pass meetup, which was something that would happen every month in Brisbane, where people would go to the library or to one of the convention halls, which were cheap enough to they were like small convention halls, not like a full like Comic-Con size convention hall, just a single room sort of thing. And we would organize that, and we would do Street Pass. I would talk about Monster Hunter. I would encourage people to join the Monster Hunter Guild for Brisbane. And unfortunately, the biggest hindrance we had was the founder, because on 3 occasions, he put out notifications that there would be a meetup in the city, and he never organized a room. The third time, so the first time that we went, the first time I didn't go. The second time I did go, and there was just like 4 of us turned up, and there wasn't a convention hall. And I thought, oh, that must have been a mistake. The 4 of us kind of hung out for a bit and then went home. And the third time I had got there was no one else there. It takes me about half an hour to get into the city. So I took a train ride into the city, got to the thing, and I was told that no one had booked a room. And I say, like, just want to be 100% certain now. I give them the founder's name. I gave them my name just in case it was under my name, just in case the founder had said that instead. And they said, no, there's no room. Nothing's been booked. So, after that, a lot of people just stopped trying to turn up to the in-person events, and that's when I established the Discord, and I got everyone who was on the Facebook profile to join our Discord, and it kind of expanded from there. There's still some folks in the Discord. I'm pretty sure there's still some folks in the Discord that were there from the original Monster Hunter days. I don't think there are many though, because we switched over. See, we went from Discord to Guilded and then back to Discord when Guilded required you to get a Roblox account. That was not going to happen. Like, pretty much everyone aside from 3 or 4 people in our Guilded said they were not going to do that. So we ended up going back to Discord. But yeah, that I tried. I was a part of trying to make that that thing happen here in Australia. I was a big part of that, and unfortunately, it just didn't go well. We had some serious cases of mismanagement, but we struggled through it, and I would love to try to make another Monster Hunter Brisbane Guild for people to show up and play Monster Hunter. But the problem is now, Monster Hunter Wilds is online, and we don't have to leave our houses anymore, which is kind of sad. You know, I even tried, you know, even when the Monster Hunter thing stopped, I started doing Nintendo, well, I called it the Nintendo Switch meetup at first, because our first meetup for Nintendo Switch was the weekend after the release of the Switch. And we even had a magazine reporter show up and interview me about doing these gaming meetups. And that was really fun to do. We did that for over a year. Unfortunately, then, well, we did that for like 3 years. And then the coof hit us. And we had to shut down. And the store that we were friendly with, the owners of the store, it was like a Magic the Gathering shop. We were friendly with the owners, and we were bringing people in so that they were giving us a really good price on the room that we could use to have our gaming meetup, and it was really successful. We did really well. The only problem was that the coof happened, the business went under, and I think a lot of people are comfortable with not leaving their house. You know, a lot of the reasons that we were going was because a lot of us played 3DS, and a lot of us played Wii U, and so we had Wii U's, and we had some folks would bring some of their retro consoles over, and you know, stuff like that. And we had a GameCube there a couple of times. We had an N64 there a couple of times. I would love, absolutely love, to be able to do a monthly gaming meetup here in Australia again. Try to encourage people to come along to it. Bring a bunch of classic consoles, because I've got all of mine. I've got my NES, I've got my SNES, I've got GameCubes and N64s. I wouldn't mind buying like a few more, and making sure that they're fully maintained and properly looked after, and be able to go and do this and do it like a retro gaming meetup, as well as a, you know, if you own a Switch, come along. And that is a dream of mine. But unfortunately, ever since the coof, it's just not been something that's been particularly viable. You need to be able to pay up front to get a room. You know, whether you're going to be doing it in the library, whether you're going to be doing it in a local setting, you've got to pay for the room. We were lucky that the people that we were working with, they were like, yeah, look, we'll charge you $5 a head. And we would get a huge room for that. Like, huge. And so there'd be like 20 of us there. They'd get $100, which would have been roughly, I mean, that'd be close to like how much they would be charging for the room per hour. And they were doing it for us for like $100 for like 3-4 hours. It was great. We had a good thing going, and it all went to shit. Sadly. But I would love to do that again. I would love to do more. I would, if I had the money, here we go, right? If I had the money, if I won $1 million, I would buy a place. I would buy a place. I would make it a cafe, and I would have retro gaming stuff all set up and ready to go. And I would have people come along with their Switches. I would have docks out so that people could dock their console and play it on a screen. I would have arcade machines. I'd have classic. I would love to do that. If I had $1 million, if I won the lottery, I would do that. The Virtual Fantastic would be a real place. I would love to do that. Gilded is shutting down at the end of this month? That's insane. Yeah, they ruined it. Gilded was phenomenal. I loved Gilded. I want to be absolutely clear with this. I loved Gilded. I thought Gilded was fantastic. An absolutely incredible piece of software. It did everything that Discord could do, but did it better and did it for free. They didn't hide features behind a paywall. There were things that you could pay for, but it wasn't like Gilded features. It wasn't features for your server. I loved Gilded. They completely, utterly ruined it by forcing people to get a Roblox account. So disappointing. So disappointing. Oh well. We got Discord now. And I'm hoping in the future we're going to get like a forum. I know that's old school, but so am I, you know. I'm still kind of planning on creating a web forum. It's been a long time. I haven't done it yet. I'm looking at the way that I've got my website set up, like the way I've been building my website, and I don't like it. So I'm going to be potentially scrapping everything that I've done so far and rebuilding. I've been working on like a website in the back. You know, no, I haven't been drawing any attention to it or anything, but I've been working on it very, very slowly in the background. And, yeah, I'm not happy with it right now. I think I'm going to scrap what I've got and build something new. And, yeah, I'm planning on having like a web forum. I do want to put a web forum in. So there's that. I would probably have to do a lot of work on it before it is what I want it to be. But it's something that I'm used to. We used to run a web forum back in the day, you know, on PHP BB. And I've got so many good memories, and things have happened this year that have kind of inspired me to give it another shot. A lot of nostalgia, a lot of friends, a lot of people that we lost along the way. Just makes me want to go back to that. Oh, this got heavy quick, didn't it? Anyway, let's just go back to talking about what did I just do? Oh, there we go. Let's go back to Nolan Bushnell talking about Atari.
Kids wouldn't have their friends over. There wasn't a place. Homes were too small, and so kids would meet in a coffee shop or a
karaoke bars, yeah, of course.
Not at home. So the game that took off in Japan was actually Breakout. That's what established the consumer game market in Japan.
Breakout's a great game, by the way. I was playing it recently. Yeah, I was playing Breakout recently on after we did the classics episode on Monday. I grabbed the paddles because I've got the twisty paddles to go with my 2600, and I popped in Breakout and I was playing Breakout after the stream. It's a great game. It's a classic. It's, you know, it's very old. It's very simple. But this is the thing about Atari games that came out in this era. The simplicity wasn't a... Without me, I'm sorry. You were already in bed. The simplicity wasn't a hindrance, you know. It wasn't a ball and chain that was holding them back. The simplicity of the Atari 2600 meant that there were so many amazing new ideas that they could come up with because every mechanic was its own game. You know? it wasn't a game with lots of different mechanics and, oh yeah, okay, so we've got this open world game with this kind of crafting mechanic and this kind of collecting mechanic and this kind of shooting mechanic. You know, it wasn't like that. It was, okay, we have this mechanic. Cool. That's the game. You know, you had Pong not shooting. You had Pong just knocking a ball back and forth with paddles. And then someone went, well, hang on a second. What if we could use the ball to knock it against a wall like in squash? And that was one of the features of the Pong home console. Right? Is that it had different game modes. And there was a one-player game mode where you would knock the ball against a wall. And it would be about trying to keep a volley going. And someone went, well, hang on a second. What if there was something on the other side? Instead of it just being a wall, what if the ball could break bricks? And Breakout was created. And then some smart ass at Taito was like, now, whoa, hold on. Bricks? That's not fun. What if the bricks were aliens? And now you got Space Invaders. You see how things evolved and changed. You can actually see the what I like to call the gaming DNA. You can see it manifest in these games. Notable and quotable. For various reasons, including poor maintenance and a selection of inappropriate locations, Atari Japan's business was not really doing well. Masaya Nakamura, The Ultimate History of Video Games. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to pull us back over to Wikipedia. And we are going to... I'm in the wrong spot. Here we go. So we already know that we heard it from Nolan Bushnell himself there, that they tried to sell these games in Japan, and it didn't go very well. They tried to sell Pong to the household, and it wasn't happening. And so, yeah, they had some issues. Let's go through this first before I switch over to the Wikipedia article. Pong comes to Japan. In November of 1973, Namco partnered with Atari to distribute Pong machines in Japan. This was Namco's first entry into the video game business. So, yes, Atari wanting to sell Pong in Japan spoke to Namco, and they started to distribute the Pong games. As you can see there, the Pong table. I love the Pong tables. Pong tables are so cool. So you've got the Pong table there, you've got the Pong upright machine, and you've got the Pong doubles upright machine, where you could have 4 players at the same time. See, these days in modern arcades, all like Pong and Pong doubles would be one machine. You know? It don't need it to be 2 different machines. It's the same game. But back in those days, they were their own separate machines. And it's kind of it's very rustic. It's very quaint to see different game modes having their own cabinet. Like that's wild. Can you imagine that today? Can you imagine that today, that you go out, you buy Mario Kart, and the only thing that's on the cartridge is single player, and then you have to go and buy Mario Kart multiplayer on a separate cartridge and play multiplayer like that? Different game modes had to have their own machines. How nuts is that? You'd never get away with that today. Space Race. Namco continued to distribute Atari's early arcade games in Japan, including Gotcha, Quadra-Pong, and Space Race. Quadra-Pong is another version of Pong entirely, which was like 4-directional Pong. It's not the same as doubles. And Space Race, the Japanese language flyer for which is pictured here. So this is it. This is the original Space Race. Oh, look at that. Look at that beautiful machine down there. Hello. That is definitely taking inspiration from Computer Space. That is gorgeous. You wouldn't get something like this today, see? That's too weird. That's way too weird. You know? Today, arcade cabinets all have to look the same because they have to fit side by side. They gotta fit perfectly so they can maximize space. It's an edgy Moai statue. It is a bit. But yeah, you gotta maximize the space so everything has gotta be flat and flush. That's just a waste of space, that is. That's gorgeous though. It's like the original Computer Space. The original Computer Space looked like something out of Star Trek. I loved it. That's another one. That's an absolutely gorgeous machine. And yeah. So this was it. This was the first Japanese flyer. Does it say Namco at the bottom? I don't know. I can't read Japanese. There's the Atari logo. Interestingly, the Atari logo is called the Fuji, after Mount Fuji. So that's what that is called. That is the Atari Fuji. Okay? And the reason it's called the reason they went with this logo and they went with the name Atari, like apparently it's difficult to say exactly the reason why, because Nolan Bushnell has given different reasons for this at different times. But he said that he originally said that he went with Atari because it sounded Japanese, and that it had a lot of back in the 70s and the 80s, Japan was known as a seller of good electronics, right? So he went with a name that sounded Japanese, and he used a logo that looked like it could easily be considered Japanese, and that would be the Fuji, and called the company Atari. But apparently Atari does actually mean something. I can't remember. I think it means something like let's play, or let's play a game, or something like that. I don't recall exactly what it does mean. But later on, Nolan Bushnell would say that that was the reason why he chose the name. But I've also definitely heard it said from Nolan Bushnell himself that Atari sounded Japanese, and that was good enough. Atari meaning. It means to hit a target. Atari. It's not... It means to hit a target, and Atari is a phrase used to mean success or to cheer, you know, Atari, you know, yay, Atari, you know, and it's used in the game Go. So when stones are being put into check, similar to chess, they say that the stones are in Atari. They are about to be hit. Atari indicates that a stone or a group of stones is threatened with capture in the next move. Those stones are Atari. They are targets. Yeah. In slang, in Japanese slang, it can be used to mean correct or bingo or, like Atari, yay, you did it, success. There you go. So yeah, it's been there's like two sides to the history of the name. Sometimes it's, oh well, it sounded Japanese and Japanese were doing really well. Other times it was, well, we wanted a Japanese name because Japanese electronics were doing really well in the 70s, and we went with the Fuji logo. We weren't trying to con anyone. We weren't trying to pretend we were Japanese, but we wanted a Japanese sounding name so that we would get that sense of that these electronics are good, worthwhile electronics. So that was the reason. That's where we got Atari from. The original Atari logo, we did see it temporarily at one point. I honestly, I don't like it. I don't. There's just something about the text I'd really don't. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on, where are we now? We're at Pong Comes to Japan, right? Let me go back to the beginning. See, there it is, there. Hang on. A Syzygy. There, look. There, that. Oh. I don't like that. That there. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. And the reason I don't like it is because the A's, look, they're arching in like they make a circle, but the T is below the A's, so it's like a broken circle. Like, if the T was taller and it continued the circle all the way around, I'd be like, okay, that's an interesting design that you got there. But it's not. The T is shorter than the A's. So the A's come up to the top of the T, not to where the arches are. I hate that. It's triggering me. I don't like it. That's awful. Make the T taller. It needs to look like an arch. I don't know what they were going for. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. that gets me riled up. Then of course you got the classic, the original, you know. Oh, I can't really. The chat's in the way of that one. There we go. There it is. That's the Atari. That's Atari. For me, for everyone that grew up in the 70s and the 80s, that's Atari. Not this other Atari. What the hell was that even about? There's I wonder if they got the design documents, because there was an interesting story about the creation of the name Atari. Maybe it wasn't in there. Maybe it was, maybe in Wider World. No, this is just more games. Alright, never mind. Never mind. We'll go back to the Pac-Man now. Okay, so that was Pong and Space Race. And here we go. We got the photograph here. Namco buys Atari Japan in October of 1974. Atari sold Atari Japan to Namco. Namco would continue to import Atari cabinets from the US and sell them in Japan. Hey, Video James, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? So let me switch back over to Wikipedia for a second. I'll leave this video up. In 1974, Atari began to see financial struggles, and Bushnell was forced to lay off half of the staff. Atari was actually this goes a little bit earlier than this one. There were some issues. There was a rift. Here we go. Starting in 1972. From late 1972 to early 1973, a rift in the business relationship between Nolan Bushnell and Ted Dabney began to develop. with Dabney believing he had been pushed to the side by Bushnell, who saw Dabney as a potential roadblock to his larger plans for Atari. By March of 1973, Dabney formally left Atari, selling his portion of the company for $250,000 US, while Dabney would continue to work for Bushnell on other ventures, including Pizza Time Theaters, which you may recognize. He had a falling out with Bushnell and ultimately left the video games industry. That was kind of the start of things getting rocky for Atari, because Atari were doing really well. They had their arcade games, they started doing Pizza Time stuff, and the business was kind of rocky. Nolan Bushnell wanted to go in different direction. He wanted to do different things with the company, and ultimately this did result in 1974, where Atari was now starting to lose money. That was a huge deal, and we'll get into that in a moment. Let's get this guy to 1K subs. Thank you very much, Video James. Really appreciate that, man. Really do. Thanks, man. How am I? I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. I love looking at Atari. I love gaming history. That is a big part of what we're doing here during Atari Week this week, is celebrating the history. You know, it's at the moment it's going to be my birthday very soon, and the way I see it is that to celebrate my life is to celebrate my life in gaming, and my life in gaming started with the Atari 2600. So every year, the last week of November is Atari Week, and we celebrate Atari, and kind of in a roundabout way celebrate me as well, you know. And yeah, I'm just having a good time just going through the history of Atari and learning more stuff that I didn't. There's a lot of stuff in this that I do know. I'm like I said, I'm a fan, but I'm also learning a few things as well as I'm going through, and this is really cool. This is where we learn about Namco becoming a big player in the games industry, no pun intended, because here we have it that Namco was previously only making electronic amusements like horse rides and stuff like that, and some like shooting gallery games and things like that. But they started importing games for Atari, and that's when they were like, hey, you know, this video game stuff, yeah, it sells pretty well. How about? Always love finding other retro gamers. Man, this is a great idea for a birthday celebration. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the happy birthdays. It's gonna be a good one. We've got some plans for when I'm not streaming, but this week it's all Atari. From Monday to, and actually if you do Video James, just letting you know, if you do enjoy what you see here today, there's an entire playlist. The Atari 50 stuff is stuff that we've been doing for the past 3 years. So there's an entire playlist of this on my channel where we look at and talk about the history of Atari. What's your first Atari game that I played? I always say that it was Centipede. Now, I'll be honest, I don't actually know. It's one of two games. It was either Centipede or Real Sports Tennis. But the reason I say Centipede is for an interesting reason. Because Real Sports Tennis is special to me for a different reason. I used to play Real Sports Tennis with my grandmother when I was a kid. And she's passed away now. Passed away a few years ago. And it's one of the things that I remember. Is that I have this memory of when I'm like 4 years old playing Real Sports Tennis with my grandmother on Atari. And my mother sent me a photograph a few years ago. I think it was after my grandmother had passed away. She sent me a photograph of my grandmother on a 3DS. and she was playing on a, she was looking at something on a 3DS. She was using the touch screen and stuff like that. And my mother said to me, only you and your nephew could ever get your grandmother to touch a video game. And that's when I kind of realized that that was a very special memory. And that, you know, she didn't play video games. She didn't like video games. But she would play them with me. She liked playing tennis with me. And that's meaningful. That means a lot. That's really special. So I keep real sports tennis as it's special because that's the game I played with my grandmother. And Centipede is special because that was probably the first game I played. You know? So, yeah, I know that I had 2 games at first. When I first got the Atari, I only had 2 games. I had Centipede and tennis. So Centipede was probably the first game I played. I don't know if it actually is, but real sports tennis is already special, so let's make Centipede special as well. You know? Let's share the love. I still love Centipede to this day as well, so yeah. And I just hope that through this channel, through doing Atari Week, I can kind of inspire people and spark that passion in them as well, because I genuinely believe that history is very important. Not just personal history, which of course, that's important to me, you know? And it can be meaningful to other people who can identify with that. But it also, I want to be able to use my passion for Atari and other retro games to inspire people to not just look at what's new, but also go back and play some of the older games, some of the classics, which definitely deserve attention. Like think about it today, and this is wild for me, like I'm turning 40 this week. So I realize that there are people today who are old enough to drink that were born after games like Final Fantasy VII released. You know, there were people that were born who are old enough to drink today that were born after the GameCube was released. Ben Affleck meme happening right now. I'm turning old as we speak, okay? It's weird, you're 37. It is, it's so strange. Yeah, so we're not that far apart. Trust me, it's all downhill from you. It's all downhill from you, man. It doesn't get better. So, yeah. I want to try to inspire people because one of the themes that I've been basically going with throughout this celebration this year is talking about gaming DNA. You know, looking at those games that released by Atari, by Taito, by Namco, by all of these original companies, Activision, looking at a lot of these older games when every new release wasn't just a new game, it was a whole new genre. And seeing the DNA strands, you know, how those games evolved from one into another. We start off with Pong. One of the games on Pong was it would change to a one-player Pong. And what you would do is you'd have control over one of the paddles and you'd have a wall on the other side and you'd bounce the ball off the wall. And that would be like squash, you know, the sport squash. If you really want to call that a sport. I don't know. Hey, look, you can if you want. But people call curling a sport, so, you know, whatever. You got it bouncing off a wall, and then someone went, whoa, but what if you could break the wall? And you got Breakout. And then some smart ass at Taito was like, whoa, walls? Why are we bouncing a ball off a wall? No. The wall is aliens. Okay, right? Now we've got Space Invaders. And you can see the evolution of those games. And the games I'm going to be playing tomorrow in Classics Collection. Is that tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. The games I'm going to be playing tomorrow in Classics Collection are Haunted House, Adventure, and Yar's Revenge. And, like, you can look at those games, and Adventure is just Legend of Zelda before Legend of Zelda. Haunted House is Resident Evil. Yar's Revenge, well, admittedly, Yar's Revenge is pretty unique. But Howard Scott Warshaw was pretty unique, you know? I didn't actually get to talk about this. I was going to mention this earlier, and I completely forgot about it. Berserk. If you look at Berserk, it's going from room to room, shooting robots, trying to get around, and every room is its own little maze and its own little puzzle for you to try and survive. Have you ever played the original Wolfenstein? Because everyone remembers Wolfenstein 3D, which is like the first version that would become Doom. You know, it was a first-person shooter. The original Wolfenstein was top-down shooter. You would go from room to room shooting Nazis, always a plus, and trying to escape. That was Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein was just Berserk. Have you ever played Metal Gear on the NES? The original Metal Gear. The game that we all know. Hideo Kojima. Metal Gear Solid. What an amazing game. The original Metal Gear for NES was a top-down, room-by-room stealth and puzzle shooter. It was Berserk. That's what they were. That's what we got. You can see that DNA. You can see what came before it and how it evolved into the games that we have today. And I think this to me is the reason why gaming history is so important. It's important because we get all of that. We learn where these games came from. Our favorite games, for me, it's Legend of Zelda. I love Legend of Zelda. I owe my life to Legend of Zelda. And it started with Adventure by Warren Robinett on Atari 2600. That's where it came from. And that's what we're going to be playing that tomorrow. And I'm going to be talking even more about Atari DNA tomorrow. Like, Joust is pretty much balloon fight. Exactly, yes. Joust. I've actually got Joust. We haven't played Joust. I should have tried that. Oh, I should have played some Joust. Ah, well. Kind of too late now. This entire week is already pre-planned. I can't slot it in, sadly. But, yeah, absolutely. There's so many games that we can see, you know, develop from one into another. And I feel like some of the things I was thinking about recently, when I went to bed after Monday's stream, I was thinking about, I may have mentioned it, I don't know if Kiko was awake or not. I was thinking about going back, you know, to the original sources, you know? This is what Atari is. It's the source of a lot of these mechanics, when every mechanic was its own game. And thinking about, if I go back to the source and then I grow off of the source, so instead of looking at Resident Evil and thinking to myself, oh man, I wish I could make my own version of Resident Evil, what if I went all the way back to Haunted House and looked at that and I thought to myself, can I make a game that's like a modern interpretation of Haunted House that isn't Resident Evil, that isn't Sweet Home, that isn't, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that, Silent Hill is very different, again, but like, could I look at that and then create a game, but draw from the source rather than from the games that were made after the source? Because I've always wanted to make myself like a Resident Evil style game. And a lot of the inspirations that I've had, obviously Resident Evil, but also things like Zombies Ate My Neighbors. That was another one that I was kind of looking at as a potential inspiration. But ultimately, when you look at stuff like Zombies Ate My Neighbors, that's Berserk. When you look at Resident Evil, that's Haunted House. And so I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, what if I go back to the games I love on Atari? And can I create a game that mixes and matches a bunch of those different mechanics, a bunch of those different games together, and come up with something unique? And I think I can. Because once you've got the original point, the original source, there's infinite degrees that you could turn and go. From Resident Evil, sure, you could go pretty much anywhere from Resident Evil, but you're being informed by someone else's ideas. If you take it all the way back to the source, the core mechanic, and say, where do I go from here? You can literally go anywhere. So I'm very curious about giving it a shot one day. I very much so would love to get into making video games, but it's specifically, I want to make retro games. You know? I want to make games that look like they come from the NES, or they come from, I was saying about making a Game Boy looking game. And one of the things which I've just recently bought, I backed the Kickstarter for it, was the Sinclair ZX Spectrum Next. So I'm getting a Sinclair ZX Spectrum, the new one, not an old one. I've still got my old one. So I'm getting this new one, and I'm looking at it from the perspective of, this is an enthusiast PC for people who care about retro gaming, specifically 8-bit micro retro gaming. I want to make a game for that. Maybe one day. I've been reading Next magazine, which is specifically a magazine for the ZX Spectrum Next. I want to be in that magazine one day, presenting my game. I want that. So, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens in the next year. Because I'll be getting my ZX Spectrum in probably January at this point. Which is probably when I'm going to be getting my new Atari stuff too. But, yeah. I got plans. I got plans, guys. I got plans. You don't even know. An Iron Plays 3.0, which is going to be happening in January, is just the beginning. Let me tell you. There's so much going on in the back end. Little projects that I've started here and there that I haven't really done anything with. It's going places, man. It is going places, I swear. Yeah. It'd be easier for one person to make, absolutely. I think the way I would probably do it, because this is the thing, is like, I would love to do, I would like to do like a modern version as well. I probably wouldn't do like a 3D game. I would still do it. Would still, I would still want it to be a 2D game, but I've got ideas for like a twin stick shooter, you know, potentially. Going back to that original idea of Haunted House and Berserk as a twin stick shooter, and that's what Atari did. Like there's Berserk Recharged, and Berserk Recharged is Berserk, but it's a twin stick shooter, which I think is great. That's perfect. What a perfect example. Pretty much every twin stick shooter, it was Berserk originally. That was it. It's just we only had one stick. Man, yeah, I love that. All right, we need to get back to this. We need to get back to Namco and Atari. So yeah, in October of 1974, Atari sold Atari Japan to Namco. Namco would continue to import Atari cabinets from the US and sell them in Japan. But there is more to that story. Like I said, I've lost my mouse. There it is. Like I said, there was already a schism kind of happening in Atari between 1972 and 1973, where Ted Dabney left Atari, and Bushnell kind of saw that as a means to be able to go his own direction. I don't think Bushnell ever saw Dabney as being kind of a roadblock. I don't think that was actually a thing. Dabney definitely believed that Nolan thought that, but I don't think Nolan has ever said that Bushnell was in the way and had to go. You know, and you know, if you know anything about Nolan Bushnell, he doesn't pull his punches. If he thinks you're in the way, he'll say it, right? But he, from what I understand, I know that unfortunately we lost Ted Dabney a few years ago. Quite a few years ago now, actually. But from what I've seen, Bushnell has only had good things to say about Dabney. So I don't think that there was any actual ill will there. But, you know, when two people have very differing opinions and they're in the same room, in the same office, like literally, when Atari was first established, Nolan Bushnell and Ted Dabney had one desk. And Bushnell was on one side of the desk, Dabney was on the other side of the desk, and that's how they would work. You know? That was Atari. Two people in an office. And, you know, when you're that close to someone, when you're friends with someone, when you've worked with someone, you've got business relations with someone, and you want to try something new, the other person might not agree. And that goes both ways. That goes for Bushnell and for Dabney. You know, it goes both ways. And you kind of become a roadblock for, you know, for creativity, because some people, maybe they're a little bit too cautious, or maybe they don't agree with the idea or the plan, and you kind of, there comes a point where you feel like you need to take a stand and say, look, we're doing this. And I feel like that's kind of what happened. And unfortunately for Bushnell, it didn't go well. After Ted Dabney left, Bushnell tried a bunch of different ideas. Like I said, Pizza Time Theater. Pizza Time Theater, which you would know today as Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah. Atari made Chuck E. Cheese. That's a thing. Atari acquired Cyan Engineering in mid-1973, a computer engineering firm founded by Steve Mayer and Larry Emmons, following a consulting contract with Atari. Bushnell established Atari's internal Grass Valley think tank at Cyan to promote research and development of new games and products. In September of 1973, Atari secretly spawned a quote-unquote competitor called Key Games, headed by Bushnell's next-door neighbor, John Keenan, to circumvent pinball distributors' insistence on exclusive distribution deals. Both Atari and Key could market virtually the same game to different distributors with each getting an quote-unquote exclusivity deal. You see what they did there? It's technically not cheating, because they were technically different companies. Key, further led by Atari employee Steve Bristow, a developer that worked under Al Alcorn on arcade games, Bill White, Gil Williams. While early Key games were near copies of Atari's own games, Key began developing their own titles, which drew distributor interest to the subsidiary and helped Bushnell realize the disruption of the exclusive distribution deals. So basically, he had this separate company. Bushnell created a separate company that he built up to be a competitor to Atari. And once the exclusivity distribution started to get a bit dicey, he could then swoop in and be like, no, this company doesn't, they're not in the way anymore. We don't have to deal with the exclusivity complaints because there's another company there. Which he also technically run. He shadow governed. What? What was the what? Oh, Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, Atari created Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, that's true. Atari is the reason we have Chuck E. Cheese. So then, all of this, Atari just bought Cyan Games. Atari's a co-founder, or at very least early founder, Ted Dabney had left. They'd been throwing money around to try to get this exclusivity nonsense sorted out. It's kind of funny the way that they went about doing it. But unfortunately, due to all of this, in 1974, Atari began to see financial struggles, and Bushnell was forced to lay off half of the staff. Atari was facing increasing competition from new arcade game producers, many of which made clones of Pong and other Atari games. There was no rules against this back in those days. If you made a game, someone else could just make a version of your game. There was nothing stopping them. And you can't really copyright a ball and two paddles, That doesn't... There's not enough there to copyright. If you turn around and say, a ball and two paddles, well, that's ping pong. You can't copyright Pong. It's actually a game in real life. You can't copyright that. So a lot of these games, people who now knew how the Atari games worked were retro engineering it. They were taking it apart, seeing how it worked, putting it all back together again, and figuring out how to build their own version of these machines and do it for cheaper. So they were scalping the market, essentially. These companies would buy Pong games and sell cheaper ones, sometimes with the Atari logo on them, but they weren't actually Atari. I actually own one. It doesn't have Atari logo on it, but I own a Hanimax TV game, which is essentially a Pong clone. An accounting mistake caused the company to lose money on the release of Grand Track 10. Atari also tried to open Atari Japan, a division to sell their games in Japan, but the venture had several roadblocks. So that's what we've just seen. That's what we've seen here in Atari 50, is that they didn't know how to do it. They thought it was going to be the same as America. You walk in to the country with a briefcase full of dollar bills and say, we're opening a business. It doesn't work like that in Japan. There's so much paperwork. There's a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Regulation. That's the word I'm looking for. There's so much regulation in Japan that you can't... Yeah, thank you, Kiko. You can't just walk into a store, into a business office and say, I've got money, I'm opening Atari Japan. You can't do that. That is what you would call a black company. A black company refers to a company that, you know, an organization, a business that is running off the books. So that's not strictly legal, but it happens. It happens a lot in Japan. And, I mean, it happens a lot everywhere, but in places like America, it's cheap enough to just make a business. You don't need to screw around like that. Mafia style, exactly. Well, that's the thing, is SEGA. The funny thing about SEGA is that SEGA was founded by the Yakuza. Why do you think SEGA make the Yakuza games? They're trying to clean their own image. Yeah, so in Japan, arcade machines were being bought out by bars and smoking clubs and places like this, which were all run by the Yakuza. Judgment was... I've got Judgment. I haven't played... Actually, I haven't played any of them. We'll be playing them next year, don't worry. But basically, SEGA grew out of the people that were creating arcades. And so the first kind of arcade in Japan was being run by the Yakuza. And it was considered a seedy place. It was considered a bad place to go. Kids were definitely not welcome in an arcade. You think about arcades in the 70s and the 80s in America, and it's like bright lights, beep boops, and pinball machines with that really cool carpet with the neon squiggly lines on it and stuff like that. You think of a positive place, like a church to gaming, you know? There's so many positive, nostalgic vibes about the idea of the arcade, you know? The all-American arcade where you lose all of your quarters, you know? In Japan, it was the other way around. In Japan, it was like, that was an adult place. That's where people went to do crime, right? Be a man, do a crime. And so out of the arcades came SEGA. And SEGA then started making games to go into their arcades. They were Yakuza backed and funded. And if you actually listen, if you read some interviews, or even listen to some documentaries about early SEGA, they run it like the Yakuza too. You know? Wow. Like, there was the story of this one guy who was a developer who was thinking about leaving the company. And so they locked him in a room for a week. They locked him in a room for a week until he decided not to leave SEGA. That's what I call some aggressive negotiating. Holy shit. At least they know how to have a good time. I mean, sure, if you like being locked in a room, I guess escape rooms are... Well, that's where we get escape rooms from. I think maybe we can all thank Yakuza, I mean SEGA, for escape rooms becoming popular in the 2020s. Let's be real. Thank you SEGA for your escape rooms. Okay. Can you hear that? Can you hear that guy outside with the hole in his exhaust? He thinks he's cool, but the truth is he has a very tiny penis. Anyway, where was I? In a 2018 interview, Al Alcorn described the situation as an utter disaster beyond recognition. Wow, I said that Nolan Bushnell doesn't pull punches. Al Alcorn just out here saying an utter disaster beyond recognition when referring to Japan, Atari Japan. Insane. Bushnell said, "We didn't realize that Japan was a closed market, so we were in violation of all kinds of rules and regulations of the Japanese, and they were starting to give us a real bad time." Ron Gordon, who had established his own international distribution company, Multinational Corporation, learned of Atari's problems in international markets, and in 1973 introduced himself to Bushnell to help. Gordon worked on commission through his company, helping Atari sell to Europe, as well as reducing their costs by shipping only the circuit boards for their arcade games and letting local manufacturers supply the chassis and display. John Wakefield, Atari's first president, believed that the company should own its own international distribution channels, establishing Atari Japan and Atari Pacific and Computer Games Limited for Hawaii and South Korea. But these failed to gain interest and contributed to Atari's 1974 financial issues. So what started all the way back in 1972 was snowballing, and when finally they went, "We're gonna go global," everything crashed. It was, as Al Alcorn put it, an utter disaster beyond recognition. Hey, Shiny, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Wait, Namco the Tekken guys? Yes, absolutely. Namco made Tekken. That's what they're very famous for. They also made Soul Calibur. They also made Pac-Man, Dig Dug, Xevious, Galaga. Namco were huge, man. Massive. Having a day off work, so using best possible way, brilliant. To learn about Atari, that is a great way to use your time off. Perfect. Welcome, Shiny. How you doing? Good to have you here, man. And many anime-based games. Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Learn about Atari and play with waifus. Got it. Perfect. Perfect. Disaster. Where was I? Here we go. So that all of that contributed to Atari's 1974 financial issues. Gordon urged Bushnell to fire Wakefield due to the 1974 financials, and following that, Gordon was temporarily named president of Atari, and as to let go of relative... That is not a correct sentence. As president, he let go of the newer management staff and began to sell off international sales subsidiaries. After Atari Japan was sold to Namco for $500,000, Namco would become the exclusive distributor for Atari's games in Japan. Bushnell has claimed that the deals arranged by Gordon saved Atari. This was going... It went so bad in international markets that Atari in the US was in trouble. We talk about the crash. We talk about the 1982 crash, games crash. The games were almost never a thing, because you gotta remember, the Atari 2600, the Atari VCS, the original Atari home computer system, didn't release until 1977. This was 3 years before home consoles. And Atari nearly lost everything. Can you imagine how far back the games industry would have been pushed without Atari? We might still be on the Switch 1. Appa to I don't know what that is. Welcome, Xander. How are you doing today? Hey, Nikki, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Oh, we're doing Atari stuff today. We're doing all Atari. We're doing Atari week. You might know it, just top right of the screen. Yeah, so we nearly lost Atari. It's AP. I don't even know what APT is. That thing being Hong Kong? Hong Kong? You going to Hong Kong? It's a song called APT? Okay. I don't know. Good. Learning some things here. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I don't know if I mean, I don't know, modern, what is APT? Hang on. Let's give Xander a bit of attention. Oh, Hollow Knight. Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna go to Hong Kong. Okay, never mind then. Don't go to Hong Kong. See if I care. All right. Was it APT song? Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars is still around? I didn't know Bruno Mars was still making music. When was his last album? Pretty sure his last album was like, what? 7-8 years ago? Yeah, he's currently doing... He's currently doing collaborations and he's working on his 5th studio album. Huh. I had no idea he was still around. There you go. I'm learning things too. Where's his discography? There it is. Yeah, so the last solo studio album he did was in 2016. So that's like nearly 10 years ago. Wow. Okay. So he's mostly been doing stuff on the, on the music circuit. He's been doing like live events and stuff like that, but he hasn't actually been releasing an album. He's currently working on his 5th studio album. Okay, interesting. Apparently he did work on another album in 2021 with Silk Sonic, called An Evening with Silk Sonic. It was Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak and Silk Sonic. So I guess he did do another album, but it was like a collaboration album. It wasn't like a solo album. Okay, interesting. Who and who? I don't know either. Anderson .Paak and Bruno Mars were apparently temporarily in a group together called Silk Sonic. I didn't know Bruno Mars was still around. I thought he kind of dropped off the scene, but good for him, I guess. Bloody hell, he is 40 years old as well. He was born a month before me. Huh. I mean, let's be real. If you can make like 3 studio albums and become a multi-millionaire, do you really need to do anything else after that? I mean, you can just not. Which seems to be working for him. So, yeah. It's not a song up your alley. My alley is very wide. That came out wrong. That No, Ian, don't clip that. Don't clip that. What I mean to say is, I will listen to a lot of different kinds of music. That doesn't mean I've heard everything. Okay? Nikki, no. Nikki, no. Stop. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't post about my white alley. Anyway. No, I tend to listen to a lot of, I listen to pretty much anything, really, these days. I've even recently been getting into kind of EDM sort of music. I listen to a lot of synthwave, you may have guessed, from the fact that my just chatting screen is purely synthwave. I listen to a lot of synth, I listen to a lot of rock, a lot of old school metal, or like proper rock and roll, like Meatloaf, you know, Chuck Berry, like real rock and roll. And yeah, I recently started listening to EDM thanks to Moonrunner, because Moonrunner's music kind of drifts between synthwave, country, and EDM. And his recent album, Datsun Sunrise, it's more of an EP, it's not like a full album. It's got 5 songs on it. Datsun Sunrise is an incredible EP. It's got some very, very moving songs on it. And it definitely leans more into sounding more like EDM than synthwave, but you can still hear the synth in there. I just, like, it's his fault. I'm blaming him. You hear that, Moonrunner? I'm blaming you, mate. I love you to death, man. I do. But you've made me start listening to doof doof music. Okay? That's how I used to call it when I was 16, doof doof music. Because all the chocolate boys used to have it in the car going doof 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 doof. That was it. That was the dance music. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is awful. I hate this. But no, thanks to Moonrunner, I've kind of started to become I don't mind it anymore. You might like ATP then? I'll give it a look. I like The Weeknd. I didn't think I would like The Weeknd. I heard one of his songs and I was like, it's not very good. I'm not really interested in that. But then I heard Blinded by the Light. Holy shit, that song's amazing. I had a subwoofer installed in my car when I was a whippersnapper. I wanted one, except my plan. See, when you put a big trunk-sized subwoofer into a car, generally speaking, you have it pointed out the back. I had the plans to do it the other way around, so that the speaker was pointing into the car and was essentially the back seat. Because I wanted to listen to heavy metal at ridiculous volumes so that I could drown out all the doof doof cars. That was my plan. I was gonna go and they would have their music pumping as loud as possible and I would turn mine all the way up to 11. And then there was nothing they could do about it. All of theirs went up to 10. Mine was gonna go up to 11. That was the plan. I was gonna piss them all off and get beaten up. I very much shifted to rock and metal music with some metal hybrids like electrical. Yeah, I like a lot of that stuff as well. I listen to, there's actually a really good artist on YouTube called Skar, S-K-A-R. He is Norwegian? Question mark? He looks like a bloody Viking, right? And he plays heavy metal versions of a lot of pop music as well as like game music and stuff like that. I would definitely recommend checking out Scar. He's got some of my favorite versions of a lot of really good songs. Blinded by the Light by Manfred Mann. Not that Blinded by the Light. Not that one. Hang on, is it called Blinded by the Light? It might not be. Hang on a minute. The Weeknd. Blinded. Wait, it's not Weekend? Really? It's Weekend. Oh no, that's just how I spelled it. No, it is Weekend. It's Weekend. It's not Weekend, it's Weekend. He doesn't have another E in it. I had never noticed he spells it like that. Weekend. How dare. The song is called Blinding Lights. Not Blinded by the Lights, Blinding Lights. So freaking good. And Scar actually does a cover of Blinding Lights as well. And his version is just amazing. Like, if you like heavy metal, listen to Scar's version. If you like synth, listen to Weeknd's version. Speaking of covers, listen to Never Gonna Give You Up by Seraphim. Ooh, I will. I'll put that one on a list now. I'll put that on a playlist. I'll write it in a notepad. Hang on. Well, I would have, but my notepad has appeared behind my my Switch screen, so I can't see it. Tell you what, post it in the Discord. Post it in the Discord in Now Listening, and I'll catch it later. For anyone who isn't in the Discord, links in the description. Yeah, Blinding Lights. Blinding Lights is an amazing song. Do you know what? I'm gonna post it into the Discord. I'm gonna post it right now. So in Now Listening, I'm posting Blinding Lights, original version synthy. That one sounds pretty synthy. There we go. Original version by The Weeknd. And I'll find Scar's version. Blinding Lights, Scar. Copy. Cover metal version. There you go. Post them both. Go listen to those and tell me which one you think is the better one. I like them both. I'm a fan of both of them. I really enjoy the original. And then the Blinding Lights epic metal cover is just phenomenal. Shiny, thank you for that post. Really appreciate that, mate. I will listen to that later. I would listen to it on Scream. On Scream. I would listen to it on Scream, but I will get copyright claimed. Blinded by Light by Bruce Springsteen. I did see that you made the mistake earlier of saying Bruce Dickinson, and you got my hopes up, and then you changed it to Bruce Springsteen, and now I feel less inclined. If there was a Bruce Dickinson version of Blinded by the Light, I would have been on that in a heartbeat. That's amazing. That would have been great. I love Bruce Dickinson. If you want to rickroll people, make it in style. Exactly! I agree. Hey, you've got me going off topic again. I'm here to talk about Atari today. I had a brain fart because I'm fighting with my PC and losing. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Okay, so the last thing we heard was Nolan Bushnell said that he believes that Ron Gordon saved Atari by selling off all of the subsidiaries. Let's look at that from Namco's perspective, because we do have Namco's take on this as well. In August of 1973, American games company Atari began establishing a series of divisions in Asia, one of which was Atari Japan. Its president, Kenichi Takumi, approached Nakamura in early 1974 to have his business become the distributor of Atari games across Japan. Nakamura, already planning global expansion following his company's success, agreed to the deal. In part due to employee theft, Atari Japan was a financial disaster and nearly collapsed in its first few years of operation. When Takumi showed up to work, the company was handed to Hideyuki Nakajima, a former employee of the Japan Art Paper Company. Atari co-founder Nolan Bushnell, whose company was already struggling in America, chose to sell the Japanese division. So this was the thing. So, we were talking about how Atari Japan was a black company, where they didn't have books, they weren't officially recognized by the government, they were just paying people in cash. Yeah, it got to the point where the person who was in charge just walked out. That's something that they didn't talk about. The guy who was in charge just left and handed over basically the key to the building to the guy that was left over. Atari co-founder Nolan Bushnell, whose company was already struggling in America, chose to sell the Japanese division. His fixer, Ron Gordon, was given the task of finding the buyer for Atari Japan, after being turned down by SEGA and Taito. So two of the other major hitters in the industry, SEGA and Taito, who were already at this point releasing games in arcades, and SEGA, who owned a number of arcades, were like, yeah, we don't want to deal with that. We don't want Atari, thank you very much. Gordon's offer was accepted by Nakamura, who is the founder of Namco, for 296 million yen, 1.18 million US dollars. Though Nakamura informed Bushnell his company was unable to pay the money by the deadline. With no other takers for Atari Japan, Bushnell ultimately allowed Nakamura to pay only $550,000 and then $250,000 per year for the next 3 years. Ultimately, you got a little bit of interest on top of that, but Nakamura would have been able to absorb a lot of that by being able to pay it over a longer period of time. Rather than the upfront cost of $1.18 million, it was just like, okay, half of that, and then a quarter of that for 3 years, which would have been a lot more manageable back then. The acquisition allowed Nakamura Seisakusho to distribute Atari games across Japan. So even though it was owned by Namco, they were still distributing games as Atari, and would make it one of the country's largest arcade companies. The Atari Japan purchase was not an immediate success, in part due to the medal game fad of 1970s. So the medal game fad, it was that you didn't use coins for them. While Nakamura Seisakusho saw some success with imports, such as Key Games' Tank, and Japanese video game industry's decrease in popularity did not make them as profitable as hoped. The market became more viable once restrictions on medal games were imposed by the Japanese government in 1976. So the 1976 Japanese government involvement in medal games was it was a law against gambling. So basically, you've got pachinko now. Pachinko is done in a very interesting way. So what you do is pachinko is gambling, Like, you can't argue with that. It is gambling. But what you do is you go into one shop, right? You go into one shop and you hand over your money. And they give you a jar of little marbles. And then you come out of the shop after buying your marbles, completely innocently, of course, because you're just buying marbles. And then you go into the pachinko parlor and you gamble with your marbles. But it's only marbles, so it's perfectly innocent. And then at the end of the evening, when you finish playing pachinko, maybe you've won some extra marbles. You got a few extra marbles. That's great, isn't it? So then you take your marbles, you go next door, and you sell your marbles back to the people you bought them from, and you get your money back. Perfectly legal and a reasonable way, and absolutely zero gambling was involved. No gambling was made. There was no gambling. You know, no money was exchanged. It's not gambling, technically. I always knew I'd have gambling tendencies, knowing that I love Peglin. Tell me about it. I'm terrified of going past a pachinko parlor in Japan. I genuinely, because that's the shit that'll get me. I'm not bad when it comes to like blackjack. I'm actually pretty good at blackjack. I don't count cards or anything like that. I'm just very good at reading people. So I'm actually pretty good at blackjack. Unfortunately, I do like a little bit of Peggle. I do. Peglin is a really fun I hate Peglin. I hate Peglin with a fiery passion, but I can't stop playing it. Yeah. I'm terrified of pachinko parlors. And that's why the Japanese VTubers lose their minds playing video games with gambling in them, just like Rust. Yeah, absolutely. Gambling is kind of rare in Japan. I mean, pachinko. I think they've laxed. I think the rules on gambling have changed in Japan recently, but that was the 1976 ruling, was essentially that gambling was illegal. And they started cracking down on some forms of gambling to make it so that you couldn't gamble using these additional medal games. Kind of like chips, I guess you could say. But instead, they moved over to pachinko, and it was gambling with marbles instead. Which is kind of funny when you think about it, but still. And why gacha games are so popular? Oh, absolutely. Gacha, not even just gacha games, but like gacha on the street, there's just loads of it. Legitimately loads of it. I've watched a few Japanese I like to watch Japanese YouTubers, and I've seen so many that have gone out and just like done like a walk around of their local area, and it's not even necessarily in the middle of Tokyo or something. They're just kind of walking around, recording themselves as they're explaining the locality and everything. And even in small towns, it's like, count the pachinko machine. For the love of God, please, guys, do not drink along with the pachinko machines. Don't. We lost the last person who tried. Right? Pachinko machines? No, gacha machines, sorry. Don't drink along with the gacha machines. Don't watch a Japanese YouTuber in Tokyo and take a drink every time they walk past a gacha machine. You will die. That's not a threat. It's a guarantee. So you're telling me if someone's unlucky in pachinko, they're technically and literally losing their marbles? Yes. That is exactly right. I read that part, didn't I? 76. Oh, yeah. As Nakamura Sakusho began returning higher profits, its import of Atari's Breakout was so successful that it led to rampant piracy in the industry. By the end of the year, Nakamura Sakusho was one of Japan's leading video game companies. Alright, and we're going to leave it there for the Wikipedia article because we've got more to look at in Atari 50. This is it. Here we are. Breakout Japan. Namco had its first big arcade hit with Atari's Breakout, which was so popular in Japan that Namco eventually ended up manufacturing Breakout machines itself to fill the demand. And like I said, Breakout is a great game. I like a little bit of Breakout here and there. Used to have it when I was a kid, but some acne cream sorted that out. But today, I like to plug in my paddles and play a little bit of Breakout on my Atari 2600 every now and again. It's a beautiful game. It's a beautiful game. I suck at it, but it's a beautiful game. Look at this. The explanation. This is the card that tells you in Japanese how to play the game. These artworks and everything, these little prints, I love these. This is one of the things I really love the most about Atari 50 is these prints. You can see the artwork, and look, this one's actually labeled as Namco. So this doesn't actually name Atari at all, does it? I don't think this actually names Atari. Oh, I got this one. Breakout. Le Mans Fly. Oh, Le Mans. Okay, so this was another, let me just pull that over here a second. So Le Mans was a racing game. And so this was the arcade racing game. It would come with a wheel, a shift stick, and it's got brakes and accelerators. You would play this one sitting on a bar stool, because they didn't have full, you know, like you go into an arcade machine now and you see something like Daytona. I say you go into an arcade now and you see Daytona. When was the last time they had a Daytona game in an arcade? Maybe like 2018. Maybe you wouldn't see Daytona, but you see them. They've got like a full rig, a full setup for you to sit in the car, or you see some of the motorbike ones where you're sitting on a motorbike. This is the best we had back then. I say we. I wasn't alive at this point, but whatever. We, as in the collective we of gamers, comrade. So you'd have a bar stool. You'd be sitting on a bar stool so your feet could hit the pedals. You'd have the shift stick and the wheel there. And you can't really see it, but the screen is not particularly high fidelity. Look at this. Look at this. This is it, right? This is the screen. You control this car. I don't even know why there's a gear shifter. I don't know what the point of that is. But you've got accelerate and brake, which is obviously go and stop. And then you've got the wheel, where you turn the wheel right to go that way, and turn the wheel left to turn back the other way. So it's kind of like tank controls, I guess. And there's Breakout again. Oh, look, this is great. You can actually see all the different tracks for Le Mans. There they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and secret tracks as well. There were secret tracks that you could actually play on. I think you had to score high enough. I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was a way to get secret tracks. Look at that. See how they get more complicated? It's the same premise. Obviously, it's a race. You go around in a circle, but it's the same sort of shape. And then we'll add a little bit of a wiggle there. Oh, we'll add a bit more of a wiggle there. You know, and it's the same shape, but it's like reorganized a little bit to get progressively more complicated. This is classic gaming, guys. This is amazing. I love seeing stuff like this. I just realized as well, there's a lot of things like the size and the weight of the machine. It's a AC 100 volt, 50 hertz to 60 hertz. I love seeing all these little specs and things. I find them very interesting. That's just me, though. I remember the arcade games that had bike-like seats back when I was a kid. Yeah, absolutely. I remember... Okay, do you remember what I think personally is one of my favorite arcade cabinets of all time was the Star Wars Episode 1 Racer arcade cabinet, which actually had the controls from a pod racer. And so you'd press forward on one gear for the left engine to go, you press forward on the right gear for the right engine to go, and you would regulate how fast you were going by pushing both of them forwards, pulling both of them backwards, and you would turn by increasing the speed of one of the engines and reducing the speed of the other engine to turn. It was really cool. They are really rare to find now and difficult and expensive. But if I could make my own arcade, if I could have an arcade of my own one day, that is a dream game to have in my own personal arcade. I would love to have a copy of Episode 1 Racer. Pod racing was probably one of the best things about that movie, let's be real. Video Golfer! Namco... Actually, let's open this up. Namco and Atari maintained a close relationship in early 1978. Masaya Nakamura traveled to Pebble Beach in California to attend a meeting of worldwide Atari distributors and took first place in the company golf tournament. Wow. Good for you, Nakamura-san. Beat everyone. So that's a photograph from the time. The international golfers at Pebble Beach: Hans Rosenwig, Sergei Laveau, Mrs. Laveau, Jean-Francois Guillard, and Nakamura. The two Nakamuras. Was that his son? I think that might be his son. Hang on a minute. Do I have a link to Nakamura-san's... He doesn't have his own Wikipedia page, so I don't know if that was his son. Oh, that says Nakajima. Sorry, that doesn't say Nakamura. It says Nakajima. That's my own... that's my dyslexia kicking in. So who is Nakajima? '78. Yeah, I don't think we've encountered Nakajima so far. Oh wait, yes we did. Actually, correction, yes we did. Nakajima was one of he was the guy that was left over in Atari Japan. Yes, we did. Okay. When Takumi stopped showing up for work, that being Kenichi Takumi, who was the president of Atari Japan, when he stopped showing up to work, the company was handed to Hideyuki Nakajima. So that's him there. That's H. Nakajima. Hideyuki Nakajima. He was the one diligent worker that actually came back to work at Atari, even though everyone had left and no one was and even the president of Japan of Atari Japan didn't bother showing up for work. Hideyuki Nakajima actually still showed up. And because he showed up, he became the de facto president of the company. That's how you go up in the world, right? They say diligence doesn't serve you in business. It absolutely does if everyone else in the company leaves. Because that means you are now the president, okay? Always knew golf is a real deal, but that much? Oh, hell yeah. Golf is huge. That's where a lot of people talk business on the golf course. Yeah. Maybe Yakuza got the other guy. They locked him in a room for 7 days. Starship 1. Hang on, I can do this. The Japanese flyer for Namco's release of Atari's Starship 1 arcade game. A black and white space shooter played with a first-person perspective. Oh, look at that. It's a Romulan warbird. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Paramount, don't look at it. Oh, there it is, look. Look at that. So... yeah, these are straight out of Star Trek. Oh my goodness, that's yes. Outstanding. This looks really fun. I haven't played Starship 1, but it looks really, really cool. Man, look at that. Big stroke on the beard. Yeah. Anyways, I will be going. Have fun teaching based kind of history. Thank you very much. I will. I do love this kind of history, and I hope that maybe catch up with the rest of it. Like I said, there's a big, long playlist for this series. So come back, come and have a look, watch through it, and learn a little bit of gaming history. It's something I think is very important. Thanks for dropping by, Shiny. You have a good one. Oh, don't forget to hit the like button before you leave, you know? Just in case. Just in case you didn't already. Which I would assume you did. Same goes for everyone. I'm pretty sure everyone has hit the like button today. So this is Starship 1. So you'd see it from first-person perspective. You'd have the ships flying by on the screen, and you would control the crosshairs and then fire using the buttons on the top there to shoot at the ships going by. That looks kind of fun. I haven't seen one of these ones. I'm gonna have to give it a shot. I'm gonna see if I can find some of these older arcades cabinets and or maybe find like a, I don't know, maybe if I can find an emulator for some of these older machines. I don't know. Oh, I love these. Oh my goodness, I love these. With Breakout having been a massive hit in Japan, it's no surprise that Namco jumped on the opportunity to distribute Super Breakout. So Super Breakout was an advanced version of Breakout, and I love these. These are so cool. I love these. These are some of my favorite kind of cabinets, the cocktail cabinets. I love them. I wish I could have one of these. I have looked at so many in my time. Like, there's a few places around where I live where they actually sell these. And sometimes, like, when you're nearing Christmas and stuff like that, they'll open up a stall at one of our local malls, and they'll try to sell, like, some of these cocktail arcade cabinets. Not exactly like this. Obviously, they're a bit more modern. They have, like, hardened glass tops rather than wood. And I really, really want one. I can't even begin to tell you how much I really, really want one. But they are they're a bit expensive. They can be a bit expensive. And let's be real, how often would I use it? That's ultimately what it comes down to, is like, yeah, but how often will I actually use it? But I want one. Oh, I think they're wonderful. I really like these. And there you go, Super Breakout. I'll stop using the left stick, I promise. Super Breakout, there it is. That's the cabinet. This is a nice looking cabinet too. I like how it's a bit more pot-bellied, you know? Rather than it being like a hook shape. You know, it's just kind of sticks out like a jolly fat man. That's wonderful. Back when we were still holding meetups, one of those tables would have been attractive. Yeah, definitely. So, Super Breakout. What was the difference between Breakout and Super Breakout? Well, Super Breakout had multiple lines of bricks. That's pretty much it. Yeah. They were okay, that wasn't just it. There was also like regular Breakout, so this is more like a classic mode. And then there's this. This is a really weird mode with two paddles and two balls. Galaxian. Here we go. This is where we get into Namco starting to release their own games. So up until now we had some Atari games, we had some Pong, we had Breakout, we had Starship 1, we had some of the other games that were listed, Computer Space? No, it wasn't Computer Space, was it? It was the other one. It was the other Starfighter one. Grand Track 10 as well. So there was a bunch of arcade games that were created by Atari that were being released by Namco, but by 1979, Namco was working on making their own games. Oh, sorry, 1978, correction. Namco began releasing its own original games in 1978. In 1979, it released its first big original hit, Galaxian, which evolved the outer space shooter gameplay of Space Invaders with colors and dramatic action. Enemies would swoop down from their flight formation, dive bombing the player. Something Japanese dive bombers. Yes, correction. Sorry. What was that? I didn't say anything. Can't prove a thing. Pac-Man, finally, we're getting you. We've hit 1980 and the big day, the big release of Pac-Man. So let me just quickly. I'm catching up on the Namco article on Wikipedia, just so that we've got some more stuff to talk about. Okay, so as the video game industry prospered in Japan during the 1970s with the release of Taito's Space Invaders, Namco turned its attention towards making its own video games. While its licensed Atari games were still profitable, sales were decreasing, and the quality of hardware used began deteriorating. So obviously, they were still using a lot of the same hardware. You know, if you're not releasing a new game, if you don't need to release if you don't need to make new cabinets, you just refurbish old ones, you know? But over time, these were going to start wearing thin, and a lot of those people that ordered or bought, I should meant to click on this one, sorry. A lot of those companies that bought arcade cabinets to have in their laundromat, in their dry cleaners, in their bar, or what have you, they still had a lot of those original ones. So if you imagine like a copy of Breakout from 1975, you know, and it's been sitting in a bar for 5 years now, you know. Maybe someone's spilled a bunch of beer on it. Maybe they've spilled other drinks. You know, the wood is soaked up horribleness from the carpet and stuff like that. The cabinets are starting to deteriorate. They're starting to fall apart. They need to be replaced with something. But they didn't just want to replace them with more Breakout or Super Breakout. They wanted something new. People are always looking for something new. People have played Breakout. Oh yeah, we've had this Breakout cabinet for the past 4 or 5 years. No one really plays it anymore. We need to get something new, something shiny, something stands out. And when you look at the old Breakout cabinet as well, like, don't get me wrong, it is a beautiful old-fashioned cabinet, right? That is exactly what you would expect to see. It's very nice. It's very dark. It fits. We need smaller paddles. Stop it with the That 70s Show references. Otherwise, you're going to get me distracted again. This was the original one. And it's dark. It's black. It's brown. It's got the yellow and the red. It fits in a bar, And eventually something like this would become a part of the furniture. It'd just be something that you would expect to see in there. So when something like this comes along, bright white, green, teal, blue, bright colors, purple. Oh, now you've got something eye-catching. I genuinely believe, so you may have heard of the Astro City. Okay, the Astro City arcade cabinets are what are referred to in Japan as candy cabs. And the reason they're called candy cabs is because they're made of a hard, glossy acrylic. It looks like they look like they're candy, They look like they're sugar-coated. It's beautiful. They're a beautiful thing. I've got a couple of mini Astro Cities on my shelf with all my other SEGA consoles. And they're beautiful. They're beautiful systems. And I genuinely think that Namco's Galaxian and Taito's... if you look at Taito's Space Invaders cabinet, it was also very dark, but it was using a lot of bright colors. It was... It had the dark blue, it had the Space Invader, it had the landscape of what looked like an alien world, It was colorful, but it was still quite dark. It was still fit into a bar quite nicely, where you don't necessarily want bright and colorful things everywhere, You want something that fits in with the decor. But you look at Galaxian, and I think this is the origin of the candy cabs. Rather than going with the traditional black background with colored stickers on top of it, this is bright white and teal with bright colorful stickers on the side and colorful Galaxian written in the on the marquee. I genuinely think that Galaxian is the origin of the candy cab. I think this is it, right here. This is the first one. Now, it's not, I wouldn't say it was, maybe it's not the first candy cab as such, because this is still a traditional wooden cabinet. But you can see the origin, you can see the influence of this becoming a candy cab in the future. Where was I? Per the recommendation of company engineer Shigekazu Ishimura, the company, that being Namco, retrofitted its Ota manufacturing facility into a small game division and purchased old stock of computers from NEC for employees to study. This was the start of getting the employees of Namco to learn how to make their own games. Namco released GB, its first original game, in October of 1978. Designed by a new hire. You might recognize this name. Toru Iwatani. It is a video pinball game that incorporates elements from Breakout and other similar block breaker clones. Though GB fell short of the company's sales expectations and was unable to compete with games such as Space Invaders, it did allow Namco to gain a stronger foothold in the gaming market. In 1979, here we are, Namco published its first major hit, Galaxian, one of the first video games to incorporate RGB color graphics. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Oh, okay. So you might think about Space Invaders, right? And you probably think, oh, hang on a minute, Space Invaders has got colors. It actually didn't have colors. Space Invaders was using a black and white cathode ray tube television, and it had colored film over the screen. So it looked like it was in color, but it wasn't actually in color. It was in black and white. Space Invaders was actually in black and white. Like, a lot of people, even today, people think they've been Mandela affected by this, because they're like, no, Space Invaders, they're blue, pink, yellow. The shields were green. There was colors in Space Invaders. No, there wasn't. That's why aliens changed color when they went down a row. Exactly. It was because the screen, an old cathode ray tube, a black and white cathode ray tube, incredibly cheap at the time. You know, colored televisions were now out. Colored televisions were really expensive, but old CRT black and white televisions were very, very cheap. It was very cheap to get your hands on the black and white CRT, specifically the cathode ray tube itself, because that was the expensive part. But the black and white ones were really cheap to get now. You could buy them in bulk, and people would. And that's how video games were made. And so they would make them with colored film across the actual screen to make it look like the games were colored. But they weren't. They were all in black and white. And quite a lot of games as well incorporated, because of the way the games were, it was very primitive, the way games were being made back in the 70s, you know? Everything was made by structured lines. And because of that, when you were creating a video game, you know exactly what sprites, well, they weren't really, technically they weren't sprites at this time, but you would know what features of the game would be present on what part of the screen. So you could color code the screen with screen overlays, and that would then, you know, it would look like it was a color game, but it wasn't. It was all in black and white. Interestingly, in the home game market, that would be utilized and popularized by two companies in particular. You had actually three, now that I think about it. You had the Magnavox. So the Magnavox Odyssey, it's a very primitive gaming system, and the only way that it worked was by putting a static attracted film over your screen, because old cathode ray tubes, they were so statically charged, you could just stick things to the TV. You know, you didn't need to sellotape them or glue them or anything. The static attraction from the television was enough to, you could just stick things to it. And that was a result of the fact that it was a cathode ray tube, that there was like a laser beam essentially being shot at the screen, and the phosphorescence was causing this static effect. So you could stick things on it. The Magnavox Odyssey used it, the Fairchild Channel F used it, and those were for like regular televisions that you would have in the house, so that if you were playing like the hockey version of Pong on the Magnavox Odyssey, you would put the hockey screen up, and then it would look like a hockey table or a hockey ice rink. The other company that used it to great effect was one of my favorites when it comes to systems that just shot above their weight. The Vectrex. Now, you may not know what that is. You may have never heard of a Vectrex before. But if you have, you'll know. The Vectrex was a really interesting machine. It used a specialized cathode ray tube to draw vectors instead of scan lines. So what it would do is, usually with a cathode ray tube, you've got a very simple projector. It shoots the beam, the electron beam, and it scans across the screen. And those are what you call scan lines, you know? Every line, it draws at different intensities, and it uses a little mirror to bounce the beam back and forth to make sure that when whatever goes on the screen in the correct place. It's a fascinating technology, cathode ray tubes. Look into it. They're really interesting. Now, this specialized cathode ray tube that was used with the Vectrex, it didn't do scan lines. It did point-to-point drawing, which means it had a better refresh rate than most televisions at the time because it didn't have to scan the entire screen. It only scanned from point to point. So what you'd end up with, you wouldn't get something that was pixelated, so you wouldn't get anything like sprites. You'd get drawn lines, vector lines. And this home console, quote unquote, called the Vectrex, utilize games with vector lines. And the way that you would change the appearance of the game, whether you'd be playing something like Asteroids or whether you'd be playing something that was similar to Star Raiders from the Atari 2600, is that you would put different overlays. You put different brightly colored overlays over the screen. So these bright white lines, to begin with, the bright white lines of the Vectrex were very bright. Okay? They were already very bright. So you put these colored layers over the top, one to add color to the game, but also to kind of dull down the brightness a little bit. You can adjust the brightness, but, you know, you would turn the brightness up and you put the film over it and you get a really nice looking, very modern looking screen for the time, because like everyone knew about Atari and stuff like that, and in television, Magnavox, and there were always these blocky, pixelated characters and worlds and things that you were in, and so the Vectrex had these very smooth, straight lines because of that specialized cathode ray tube, and everyone was just amazed by this at the time. It looked like Star Trek, you know? Look up the Vectrex, spelt V-E... let me type it. Vectrex, like that. In fact, I'll let you guys in on something, because this is something else that I've spent money on. There's currently a Kickstarter for a Vectrex Mini. I think there's only like 5 days left. So, if that's something that you might be interested in, check it out on... Do you know what? I'm going to shout them out. I'm backing them already, so, you know, I'm already shilling for shekels. Kickstarter... Vectrex. There we go. 6 days left to go. Okay, here's the link. There's the link. There we go. There's the link to the Kickstarter for the Vectrex Mini. If that's something, if classic video games, if retro video games, if learning about the origins of video games is something that is interesting to you, if you'd like to have for yourself a little piece of gaming history, or, you know, an imitation of it, I suppose, check out the Vectrex Mini. There might be something that you would be interested in. Yes, anyway, back to Atari 2600. In 1979, Namco published its first major hit, Galaxian, one of the first video games to incorporate RGB colored graphics, score bonuses, and tile map hardware model. So tile mapping is like, you can see where the sprites are layered, you know? Like, it actually used sprites rather than scanline interruptions. Galaxian is considered historically to be important for these innovations, and its mechanics building off of those in Space Invaders. It was released in North America by Midway Manufacturing, the video game division of Bally, where it became one of the best-selling games and formed a relationship between Midway and Namco. So this is really interesting here. So Atari makes a Japanese subsidiary. It doesn't go well. They talk to Namco. Namco buys Atari Japan and starts distributing Atari games in Japan. Then they start making their own games, but when they come to distribute their games in America, they don't go through Atari. Instead, they go through Bally Midway, which is... I imagine that some people would be a little bit miffed at that one. I'll be honest. The space shooter genre became ubiquitous by the end of the decade, with some games such as Galaxian and Space Invaders becoming commonplace in Japanese amusement centers. As video games often depicted killing of enemies and shooting of targets, the industry possessed a predominantly male player base. Why do I get the feeling this article was written by a feminist? Oh, right, okay. It's shooting and killing, so it's obviously male. Got it, okay. Toru Iwatani began work on a maze video game. Oh, there's that name again. Toru Iwatani began work on a maze video game that was targeted primarily towards women, with a simplistic gameplay and recognizable characters. Alongside a small team, he created a game called Pac-Man. Yes, it was called Pac-Man originally, because he was small and round and looked like a puck. Where players controlled a character that had to eat dots in an enclosed maze while avoiding 4 ghosts that pursued them. Iwatani based the gameplay off of eating and designed its characters with soft colors and simplistic facial features. Pac-Man was test marketed in Japan on May 22nd, 1980, and was given a wide-scale release in July. It was only a modest success. Players were more accustomed to shooting gameplay of Galaxian, as opposed to Pac-Man's visual, distinctive characters and gameplay style. In North America, it was released as Pac-Man, because people were concerned that people would be defacing that name. Pac-Man. What could they possibly do? Like maybe drawing a line here. Yeah, that's a genuine concern. I absolutely would have done that. I absolutely would have done that. Yeah. As a kid, yeah. If I had seen this in an arcade and I had a Sharpie on me, this would be not Pac-Man anymore. It's so obvious when you look at it. Why is he called man? Because he's a man and he likes to... Pac-Man's simplicity and abstract characters made it a fixture in popular culture, spawning a multi-million selling media franchise. This was the beginning. Luckman would have been funny. Oh yeah, Luckman. Yeah, that's yeah, Luckman. Hey, JC, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, man? But this was it. 1980, the release of the game that changed everything. And once again, look at it. Look at the design for this cabinet as well. A beautiful bright white with bold yellow characters. This was the early arcade the arcade cabinets, which would go on to inspire the Japanese candy cabs, the bright white cabinets. In the West, we had a lot of dark colors. We had a lot of, like, even the Pac-Man one was actually blue. It wasn't bright white like this, you know? They very rarely went with a bright white cabinet in the West. Because you're going to spill Coke all over it. You're going to get, like pizza sauce all over it. Bloody Americans. Drop your burgers on it. So they wouldn't dare make it white. In Japan, however. Yeah, bright white. Look at that. Look at it. It's gorgeous. Hang on a second. I just noticed something. This game's a Gundam. It's got a red V on the top of it. This is a Gundam. It's white, it's yellow, it's got a red V on its head, it's got some blue. This is a Gundam. This is a Gundam. There's no question about it. That cabinet is a Gundam. I'd never noticed that before. Huh. That's pretty epic. What we got? Oh, hello. What we got? We got Iwatani and Nakamura. Pac-Man's original creator, Toru Iwatani, on the left. And Masaya Nakamura, the founder of Namco. Pose with the Pac-Man machine. Look at that. That is a photograph out of time. That's wonderful. Hey, Paul, welcome to the stream. You're using the wrong account again. Switch accounts first, mate. Yeah, anyway, as I was saying, this is a picture out of time. It's a snapshot of the beginning of the games industry, you know? Games that really exploded into the mainstream in a big way, like Pac-Man. This was it. Interesting, the puck. Okay, so this is another one of those situations where you got different stories being told from different people, and they tell it in different ways every time. Like, I was always told that the reason that Pac-Man was called Pac-Man, P-A-C, Pac-Man, was because it was named after the sound, the Japanese onomatopoeia for eating, paku paku. But then you find out that it was not actually called Pac-Man in Japan. It was called Puck-Man, and it was called Puck-Man because he was the shape of a puck. Because he was a round circle. As opposed to those square circles you get these days. But yeah, it's another example of, like, there's no, I wouldn't say there's no consensus. I think there's a lot of people that know, there is some consensus on which is the true story, and I would imagine it's Puck-Man because he's a puck, as opposed to Pac-Man because of Paku Paku. Yeah, It's another example like Atari. Like, there's two different stories of why Atari is called Atari. Pac-Man in 1982. His kids wanted to name it man, but he wouldn't allow it, and they were like, well, puck you too, man. And he was like, wait, what did you say? I have an idea. Are you alright with using the account that you're on, mate? Because you said you didn't want to before. You said that you was gonna stick with the other one. You don't care? Alright, cool. Alright, 1982, nearly... That was the wrong button. I beans that. That was not what I was trying to do. Hang on. Nearly 2 years after its original... oh, I can press A to zoom. Oh, that's how I do it. There we go. Look at that 3D rendering of the original Pac-Man box. That's nice. I like that. That's cool. I think you can flip it off all the way up. You can see the code there. CX2646. That was the identity code for this particular game. Everything had an identity code. So like the controllers, the control sticks are CX40. So I've got one of the control sticks in my hand right now. The controllers were CX40, and every game would get a CX number. The home version of your favorite arcade games, 1 player and 2 players, 8 video games. So there was 8 different options to play on this cartridge. But I've got news for all of you. It sucked ass. Nearly 2 years after its original arcade release, a home version of Pac-Man finally appeared on the VCS. Highly anticipated by the world, still in the grips of Pac-Man fever, it would sell over 8 million copies, making it the highest-selling VCS game of all time. And it sucked ass. It was awful. Love at First Bite, a gallery of magazine and newspaper advertisements for the long-awaited home version of Pac-Man. There it is. Get rid of that. So this would have been in the Atari introduces Pac-Man, the March-April game of the month. It's the game everyone is waiting for. Get ready for the biggest Atari promotions ever with the arrival of our Pac-Man game program cartridge this spring. So, whereas Namco went with Bally Midway to release their arcade cabinets, they still went to Atari to release the console versions of their game. The partnership was still there. Oh, they already made... That kind of looks like Miss Pac-Man, doesn't it? She just doesn't have a little bow on her head. Love at First Bite. Great. Pac-Man, only from Atari. Atari makes more home video games than anyone. Have you played Atari today? That's a classic one right there. Have you played Atari today? I love that. That's a great catchphrase for a company. And it also says here, you might not be able to read that very well. Didn't mean to do that. Hang on. Zoom in. Down the bottom. There we go. The star indicates that it's actually a trademark of Midway. Yes, this Atari game. Pac-Man, only from Atari, actually from Midway. Because Midway was the American distributor. Oh, look at this. This is the French one. Don't worry. It's alright. We won't hold it against them. Le fantôme existant la I don't know that one. Prouvé. Pac-Man les mange. Eat the ghosts is the short version. You could kind of see the screenshot right there. If you're looking at that screenshot and you're thinking, man, this Pac-Man ain't much, is it? No, you just wait. Just bloody wait. Just wait until we actually play the damn thing. Okay. How to stay ahead in a .eat world. Or another great phrase right there to represent Pac-Man. Love at first bite and how to stay ahead in a .eat world. What does it say? The way Atari stays ahead is simple. We give America a steady diet of the most exciting, challenging home video games that we can come up with. Like Pac-Man. It is now the most popular arcade game in the world. Let me tell you, Pac-Mania was insane. Pac-Man fever, they used to call it. There was a word for it. They were using it on the news. It was like, before this, video games were very rarely mentioned in like mainstream news and stuff like that. But when Pac-Man hit the scene, it was everywhere. Everywhere. The news were talking about it. There were non-gaming related programming that was specifically talking about Pac-Man. We'd never seen anything like it. After all, how many other games let you steer a hungry, dot-like character around a maze where it eats up other smaller dots and an occasional power pill? How many other games let you chase little blue ghosts around until they change color and start pursuing you? The most important question is, how many other companies will offer a home video game program of Pac-Man? Again, the answer is obvious. Because only Atari consistently brings the world's most popular arcade games into the home. We did it with Space Invaders, and they did. Once again, that isn't within the confines or the purview of this stream. We're talking about Namco. But once again, Taito created a runaway hit with Space Invaders in the arcades. And it was Atari that brought it into the home. We did it with Asteroids. And that was actually an Atari creation. And this spring, we'll be doing it again with Pac-Man. We'll also have many other new games coming in 1982, including Defender. One of the first actually, probably the first side-scrolling shooter. And one where you would go back and forth. So if you've ever played games like Fantasy Zone, where you go back and forth shooting things, it's not just like one unidirectional. You don't start on the left and go to the right. You can actually change direction. Defender is like that. Defender, you go back and forth. You're shooting at aliens and you're saving abductees. That's pretty cool. Defender is a really good game. And Berserk, there it is. Berserk, the killer game. The game that has a kill count. Confirmed kill count. And we'll be supporting them with the biggest advertising and promotional program in our entire history. All of which is sure to be appreciated by our consumers everywhere. In fact, we're certain they'll eat it up. I tell you what, Atari, you say what you like about Atari, they knew how to sell a game. Wow. Look at all these are amazing. These are all from like different countries. Or a promotional piece. It's great, isn't it? I love the artwork as well. Like, this artwork was kind of cute. Kind of makes him look like Ms. Pac-Man. This one's pretty cool. I like this one. Very French. Like, that looks very European comic book, doesn't it? And then you've got this one. This one's really cool. I love that. I really like that. I would have that on my wall. I really like that one. That one's great. Like, it's also really interesting, because if you look at this, right? If you look at this one, the inside of Pac-Man's mouth is all black. If you look at this one, it's all black. If you look at this one, they've actually made an effort to include, like, an internal glow. So Pac-Man doesn't look like he is just an insatiable void nomming up the power pills. They've actually made him look kind of glowy on the inside. As opposed to this one and this one, where he's just a void. So, if Pac-Man for the VCS was the most anticipated game of all time, how did it play? No es bueno. This is what we were paying for, folks. No music. Just some really horrible sound effects. It takes 3 business days for him to go off the bottom of the screen and come back on the top. It's really, really, really slow. Oh. What is that? That is not even, like, the music to start off. That is horrible. Oh, I got all 4 of them. Look at me, I'm awesome. I can play the Pac-Mans. That sounds so bad. Hey, I won. It's a little bit faster. Yeah. Not the greatest of video games, is it? It's pretty bland. Like, we've played a few Atari classics already now on the channel, and this is quite uninspired, you know? Oh heck. They all, look at the way that all of the ghosts just kind of rush at you as one big blob of ghosts. That's not right. Alright. So that was the original Pac-Man for the VCS. And do you know what? Maybe at the time it was somewhat forgivable. You know? It was one of those games, it was, no one had ever seen anything like it on the home console before. But even Todd Fry, who made it, no, I want out, said that he didn't like this game. He was not impressed. Let's see if we actually, oh, that's just the gallery. Let's see what this has to say. The origins of VCS Pac-Man, creating a version of Pac-Man that would run on the Atari VCS posed several tricky design challenges. In this video, Atari programmer Todd Fry, there he is, there's the man, explains how he set about tackling them.
We had a coin-op lab with the current leading coin-op games in it. They're in the VCS division. So we had a Pac-Man coin-op around, and honestly, it didn't really grab me the way Defenders did. Defenders was
Defender.
the game that really
love
sung
Defender.
to me. Bob Pilar remembers this differently than I remember it, but the boss at that time, Dennis Coble, said, okay, there's 2 projects to be done, Pac-Man and Defenders. And Bob said to me, I don't see how to do Pac-Man, so I'll do Defender. The thing that made the dots was what's called Playfield. So Playfield was for, in the 1975 arcade games, was the chunky stuff you were driving around that was...
Hang on a second. Mom, can we go play the arcade? Can we go to the arcade to play Pac-Man? We have Pac-Man at home. The Pac-Man at home. Bonk, 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 bonk. So, I love Defender. Defender is such a good game. This is, I believe this is the 2600 version that you're seeing right now. This is the arcade version. So, you play as this amazing, look how detailed that is. All right, you play as this ship, you shoot the aliens, but the aliens are trying to abduct humans, right? So when you shoot the aliens, they drop the human, and you've got to swing down and pick them up. That's what's happening. That's what you're seeing here, right?
Defenders was...
So this one, look, this one's got a human. So he's shooting at the aliens now, and he's going to go pick up the human.
Game that really sung to me.
There you
Bob
go.
Pilar remembers this differently than I remember it.
It's such a good
the
game.
boss at that time, Dennis Coble, said, okay, there's 2 projects to be done, Pac-Man and Defenders. And Bob said to me, I don't see how to do Pac-Man, so I'll do Defender. The thing that made the dots was what's called Playfield. So Playfield was for, in the 1975 arcade games, was the chunky stuff you were driving around that was static, that was just fixed, that you couldn't change. But you could actually get in on the 2600 and change the playfield on the fly. Now, the maze is basically what playfield was for. Using the playfield for the dots was not what playfield was for, but we did. It wasn't easy, but basically, in the same way you could chop the screen up into vertical slices, you could say, in this slice, when I get to this part of this slice, I'm going to go through and change the background as we go across the screen. But if you actually want to change them during the gameplay, if you want the second half of the screen to be different from the first half of the screen, you actually have to go and rewrite the playfield registers while the electron beam is moving across the screen. And
so that is called line interruption. And that is used, you've got the scanline interruption, which can affect the horizontal writing of code, but you could also use scanline interrupt on the vertical line, so you could go from one line to the next line below it and change something in between. It is a pain in the ass to do, but it was used to great effect with the NES era. So they learned to use things like parallax scrolling. And the way that they did that was you would have like a section of the skybox moving across in a very, very, very quickly. Be moving at maybe if you're moving at a rate of like 10 pixels per frame. So it was moving quite quickly across the screen, right? And then you'd get to the next, where you'd want it to, because you're doing parallaxing, where you get to the next one, you would put a line interrupt, change the scrolling speed in the code, and then on the next line, you would start to produce a background graphic that was maybe moving at 5 pixels per frame. And so that is how you got parallax scrolling on the NES. What he's talking about right now is very, very similar to that, except it was to create a map using interruptions throughout the horizontal beam as well as the background beam. And then the game had to know when Pac-Man himself was on top of the dots that the interrupt had to change again and remove the dot. So this was all very specific. It was all very the calculations would have been so tight. If you cocked this up, it wasn't even gonna work like this. Now it doesn't. I think we can all agree this doesn't look like a particularly good version of Pac-Man. But this was the first time that they'd encountered something like this.
But if you actually want to change them during the gameplay,
thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
If you want the second half of the screen to be different from the first half of the screen, you actually have to go and rewrite the playfield registers while the electron beam is moving across the screen. And that is doable, and that is how I did the dots. And then after that, we had discovered Flicker.
Flicker.
Now,
yeah.
Flicker and Pac-Man is a big deal. One of the things you can do.
Oh wait, did you see
is
that?
Just say,
sorry,
that is how I did
sorry,
the dots.
Todd.
And then after that,
I just noticed something.
We had discovered Flicker.
Up here, there's a dot here that appears and disappears. Watch now.
Now, Flicker and Pac-Man is a big deal. One of the things you can do.
What?
Is just
was
say.
I imagining? I could have sworn I saw a dot appear and disappear. What?
Flicker.
What?
Now, Flicker and Pac-Man is a big deal. Pac-Man.
Okay.
Now,
Right.
I discovered that.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, never mind. Sorry, Todd. Carry on. I was clearly imagining things. It's my own fault.
If you want the second
Right,
half
sorry.
of the screen to be different
Continue,
from the
Todd.
first half of the screen, you actually have to go and rewrite the playfield registers while the electron beam is moving across the screen. And that is doable, and that is how I did the dots. And then after that, we had discovered Flicker. Now, Flicker and Pac-Man is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things you can do is just say, I've got two things that you can draw. 1975, two of those was great. Now we had 5 of them on the screen that mattered. Pac-Man has 4 ghosts and a Pac-Man and a fruit, which is actually 6 things.
Yeah, 6
that
things.
You would call players in some of our parlance, or sprites in normal video game parlance.
They wouldn't have actually been necessarily
and they
sprites
are
at
little
this time.
cartoon characters. And they change across the screen like the dots you're picking up. They're just little pucks, little ones. And there's only 2 of those. So Flicker happened, right? Flicker happens by saying, I'm going to always play the Pac-Man,
Yep.
and I have 4 ghosts, and I'm going to draw one of them every 4th frame. And that's it. And then the ghosts are sitting there. They're on for a frame and off for 3, and then on for a frame and off for 3, and it looks horrible. And people know that.
Yeah.
And I say, look, they're ghosts. I mean, you can
Yeah.
see them.
I was going to say,
They were good enough.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think the Flicker is necessarily that bad. Because they are ghosts. They can't, that's what they're supposed to be. And that's why, if I pull this back up again, I'm gonna...
Because I don't see a fix that you couldn't, but we did the
So
screen.
you can only
but
have...
if you actually easy, but during things that you and across the screen like they're
Sorry, I'm looking for a
saying,
specific thing.
Right, Flicker happens.
I went,
so there's
went
only
too
2
far.
pucks. You're picking up like a change little cartoon character and has 4 ghosts.
Right,
Just things
okay.
you can do. One of the things you deal is Pac-Man. Now,
Right, okay. So, what I was going to say was, so Pac-Man, this is what he's saying, is that there are certain, the terms that are being used is you've got playfield, which refers to the background, and that is something that is static. And the dots are being rendered via the playfield by using line interruption. Okay? The little bonus item that appears in the middle is I think they also rendered that one as a line interruption because it stays quite static until you go over it. But you've only got room in the Atari 2600 rendering processor for 2, what they would call at the time, players. and players are moving characters. They don't necessarily have to be player control characters. They just have to be characters, essentially. And now you always want Pac-Man on screen. So he always takes up one slot of the 2 slots. So what you've got then is you've got 4 ghosts, and each of these is rendered in 1 frame, and then the next one is rendered the next frame, then the next one is rendered the next frame, and the next one is rendered the next frame. So it's a cycle of 4 frames where this where the ghosts, swap between which one is actually being rendered at any given time. So it's once per frame. This is the reason why when all of them are on top of each other, they look like a solid ghost. Because they are each occupying 1 frame. So when they're all on top of each other, it's cycling between them, but they're all on top of each other. So it just looks solid.
Flicker and Pac-Man.
Except that it changes color once per frame.
Is a big deal. One of the things you can do is just say,
you see?
I've got 2 things that you can draw.
Yeah, you got 2 things you can draw.
1975, 2 of those was great. Now we had 5 of them on the screen that mattered. Pac-Man has 4 ghosts. And
but it's a really cool look into the way these older games were being rendered.
Call players in some of our parlance, or sprites in normal video game.
And that's what I was going to say as well. Like, they're not actually... They're technically not sprites in the Atari. It's done in a completely different way to sprites. What a sprite is a collection of tiles that are in a sprite database or a sprite grid or a tile grid. And you render in, or you have them stored in the graphical data storage, and you pull them to the basically the renderer, the thing that's going to show them on the screen, right? This was done differently because of the way that the Atari was made. It didn't have the same sort of sprite database. They didn't have the sprite grid, the tile grid to draw from. It was done more on a case-by-case basis. So while you could argue that Pac-Man was indeed a sprite, that these ghosts were indeed
and they
sprites,
they're little cartoon characters.
They weren't made the same way.
Like the dots you're picking up, they're just little pucks, little ones. And there's only 2 of those. So Flicker happened, right? Flicker happens by saying, I'm going to always play the Pac-Man, and I have 4 ghosts, and I'm going to draw 1 of them every 4th frame. And that's it. And then the ghosts are sitting there. They're on for a frame and off for 3, and then on for a frame and off for 3, and it looks horrible. And people know that.
Yeah.
And I do so, and I say, look, they're ghosts. I mean, you could see them. They were good enough.
Yeah, I actually do agree with him. He like I said, even Todd Fry himself says that this is not a particularly good version of this game. It's not a good version of Pac-Man, and I would have to agree. It's not. It's very basic. It's very bland. I do play a fair bit of Pac-Man, especially the original one, and it's got this one's got issues, to say the least. It's got issues. Oh, there's more down here as well. So yeah, I think the flicker does work for the ghosts, though. You know, it's not as good as the arcade version where you've got all 4 of the ghosts always rendered in, always brightly colored, and they really stand out. You know, that's the way that that Toru Iwatani intended. But they're ghosts, they flicker. It kind of makes sense. I think the one thing that Todd Fry could have done, which would have improved this game, would be to make the background black. I think that would have made a big difference over the blue. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. You know, Pac-Man still stands out from the background. The ghosts still kind of stand out. I think they kind of blend in a little bit too much when you get the power pellet and they turn blue as well. I think if Todd Fry had made the maze blue and the background black, which means you're not adding a color to it at all, you're just letting it play flat black, I think it would have looked a lot better. I do. I think Todd went for, you know, he put his own artistic vision into it. He looked at it, how is this going to work? This is what he concluded. To give, you know, add more color rather than just leave something black, and maybe to him that didn't look as premium as having like a colored background. But I think it would have been better if he'd kept it black. A two-player game. Todd Fry felt that one aspect of Pac-Man that had to be preserved was a two-player mode, but this added even more technical hurdles. Digital Eclipse studio head Mike Mika joins Todd to discuss the impact of this feature.
I made this decision in Pac-Man to support the two-player game. So for me, what I consider to be really important about the coin-op game, and a lot of coin-op games do this, they're two-player games. You come up, you put in 2 quarters, player one's up, player one gets through however far and then loses, dies. And then player 2 comes up and plays their screen, and when they die, player 1 comes back and their screen is saved where they left off, right? So this is, you're both progressing, you know, basically to see who can get the furthest, right? So you have to pick up where you left off for that.
Yeah, that would have been
what your
really
score
difficult
was,
on
which
the
is not
Atari.
that bad, but where all of the dots were and what level you were on in terms of difficulty used, I'm going to say, a lot of ROM. And I laugh when I say a lot of ROM because a lot of ROM was like 22 bytes.
Yeah.
Right? But 22 bytes is a good chunk out of 128.
Yeah.
There's 128 bytes of RAM. What's the problem? What are you whining about, Todd? But in that case, that was a decision I made. I really looked forward to people in living rooms having the coin-op experience, having a more social experience than watching another person play the game straight through and then taking turns that way.
I can recount.
Yeah,
knowing that Pac-Man was coming, we did a pre-order. And
I want to stop before Mike gets in, but yeah, I completely agree with him. I think that's absolutely true. I think one of the things that we've lost as development of video games has moved forward, and we have we've dedicated more time and more resources to developing online games. We've lost that sense of community. That's something which I talked about earlier when I was talking about, Japanese preferring handheld consoles because they wouldn't necessarily have friends come over and hang out in their house. They would instead go out and they would go to coffee shops and stuff like that. I think that's something that we've lost, is that sense of community, because we do a lot of the stuff that we would normally do in a room with our friends. You know, you'd have some friends over on a Saturday night. You'd have like 4 or 5 of you, perhaps, if you had a lot of friends. Just came, hang out, played some N64 was the first console to really have 4-player inputs, and you sat down with N64, you had a bunch of friends around, someone was reading a magazine or doing something while the rest of you were playing, and you were rotating a game in, and, you'd hang out, have a good time, play games together, create that sense of community, especially that sense of gaming community, which is something which is very important to me, something which maybe I'm being nostalgia blind, maybe I'm focusing too heavily on something that I can't, You know, a lot of people will say, you know, chill, old man. You know, it's not that bad. We enjoy playing online. It's convenient. Yeah, it's convenient, but you don't have the same level of community. It's one of the reasons why I would love to start doing a monthly gaming night again, you know, and get people coming in once a month to hang out and play games together, bring their Switches with them, hang out, play some classic games. I want to encourage that. I want to encourage the old style of community. And I don't feel like, I don't think of it like, I've seen a lot of people talking about gatekeeping, that they're talking, when people talk about their retro gaming experiences, saying that, look, this is just an experience that you can't get anymore. And it's not that we're gatekeeping, it's not that we're saying that we are better than you because of it, but you can't play a game like Pac-Man today and be amazed at the graphics. You can't. You can't have that experience. That experience is gone. That's not gatekeeping, that's reality, you know? And I think a lot of people hold that as well, because a lot of people still think we live in a coof-ridden world. You know, this is a post-coof society, you know? And the idea of getting together and hanging out in a bedroom or in a group and just hanging around with other people who might be breathing on you, you know, and playing video games together, it's just not worth it, you know, for a lot of people. And you know, there's a lot more, you know, due to the I've seen a lot of doctors talking about this. I think you know, Dr. Mike from he's a YouTuber. He's an actual doctor, but he's also a YouTuber. He was talking about the negative side effects of lockdown. And there have been. Like, more and more people have been dealing with anxiety disorders since lockdown. Because they had been convinced by propaganda that it was dangerous to leave their house. And now they're still living with that same anxiety. And that's not going to go away. People are going to be stuck like that. People are going to... It's like a trauma. It's an induced trauma. People are terrified to go outside. There are still people who are terrified to go outside. There are still people I see walking around in public with masks on. Because they're terrified. Because of propaganda. I'm not saying that the coof was, you know, it wasn't a thing. Obviously it was. But the severity of it was heavily propagandized. And there are people that are still suffering from that. Which I think is horrible. And unfair. So, in this post-coof world, there's so many people that would prefer to play online. But the truth is, even though I talk about this all the time, that we here in this community have the ability to turn single-player games into MMOs by the way that we play them together. I play on stream, you guys play along with me. We help each other, we chat about what we found. That's cool. I love doing that. I want to do more of that. But it's not the same as being in another room with someone. You know? It's not the same at all. There's a closeness and a camaraderie that only exists by sitting next to each other. I do still wear a mask when I ride the train, but that's because other people are gross. Yeah, look, there's good reason to wear masks sometimes, right? I think there is, but there's also, you know... But you didn't do that before. you know? Now you're overly aware of it. You didn't wear a mask before. We didn't walk around rubbing alcohol on our hands all the time before. But thanks to the coof, we are overly aware of other people. We are overly aware that other people are not necessarily as clean as we wish they were. And so we wear masks. Some people even wear rubber gloves going out. We're always washing our hands with disinfectants. We want to, even when we are in a close environment, we are trying to put up the barriers that have been created in our minds because we were told to stay at home. And we were told not to leave our houses, and we were told that everyone was a potential spreader, and everyone is infected, and everyone who gets a vaccine is going to be okay, and anyone who doesn't get a vaccine is some kind of evil sinner and needs to be fired and needs to be kicked out of school and college. It became a witch hunt. There was a core of truth to a lot of what was going on during the coup, you know? There was danger. There was. And I'm not here to say there wasn't. But the way that we turned it into a witch hunt was crazy. And that's still affecting people years later, when we shouldn't be worried about those things. When we don't need to be worried about those things. It's sad. It's disappointing. It hurts. Because I love the idea of building communities. And here we are, not building a community.
I can recount knowing that Pac-Man was coming. We did a pre-order and we went to Sears. I got the Sears Telegames version of it, the black box version. Our whole family hopped in the station wagon. We went to go and we waited in line. We would play 2-player and hand off to the next, because it was my mom, my dad, my brother. And we played this game 2-player quite often, and we had our own kind of tournament kind of going on in the family and everything like that. But I was when we think about it as a multiplayer game,
It never occurred to me that it didn't have to be a 2-player game.
Oh wow!
I love that it was a 2-player game.
But I imagine people
That's a little bit different from that initial comment that he made, saying that it had to be 2-player. That's different, you know. Saying it has to be 2-player is different from saying I didn't even imagine it as not being 2-player. That's really interesting.
A 2-player game.
But I imagine people sitting on their couch in their living room with their buddy after school playing a game and then going to the other game.
So I had it timed to precision because when I was in school, we had a half-hour lunch. And I lived about 5 minutes away from the school. So my friend and I would run home. And the importance of having a 2-player mode was it kept it fair. Because if one of us just started playing, the other person didn't get a turn.
Right.
Anything like that after they just play through all
Until
their
the
lives.
whole games, right?
Yeah. And so that really sucked. So 2-player mode was essential when you had very time critical.
Yeah,
That's
not
just
actually a
that.
really
I
good point
imagine
too.
that the whole emotional dynamic of, okay, my turn. I'll see how I do with this life.
Yeah.
And then, okay, now it's my life. And then yours, it's like, and like I get what you just said, the alteration is at a finer grain.
Yeah.
So you both get more kind of, you get maybe the same amount of playtime total.
Unless you really suck and you
But
just run straight into the ghosts.
Went from a very competitive, when it was just one game at a time, to us actually kind of like cooperatively wanting each person to do really well. I don't know what the psychological reason for that was.
See, that's a really interesting point. That's actually the end right there. That's actually a really interesting point about wanting each other to do well, because that's what Nintendo did with Super Mario Bros., you know? With Super Mario Bros., it wasn't really... there was a competitive element, because in Super Mario Bros., you would have a score for getting through the game. but you still wanted each other to do well so you could move on to the next stage, you know? It was competitive, trying to get the best score, but it was also cooperative in that you worked together to get to the next stage and to continue on through the game. Why Fry? After Pac-Man's release, Atari began to pay royalty payments to designers of hit games. Todd Fry ended up earning over $1 million in bonus payments, which turned out to be a double-edged sword. Oh, this is interesting.
The Friday before the Monday that I started,
Friday, of course,
the
named after
Activision
Todd Fry.
crew left.
Oh,
Just
yes.
up and left to form Activision. They wanted their name on the titles and they wanted royalties.
Okay, so this is something you probably, if you haven't watched the rest of this series, you probably don't know about this. When Todd Fry joined Atari, that was the week after half of the Atari team basically got up and walked out. Half of the team were like, we want royalties, we want our names in the credits, we want our names in the books, we want recognition for the hard work that we do. And Nolan Bushnell at the time, and I can kind of see it from his perspective as well, because there were only so many people that could actually make video games at the time. You wanted to keep your artists in your pocket, you know? But Nolan Bushnell said no. Because he was afraid people were going to scalp them. He was afraid people were going to come in and take his designers away. And he didn't know what better offers other people could give, because Atari was the first game company, you know? There was no other company that was doing it, and if someone else came up with a new idea, or we could do this for our employees, then they may be able to offer something that Atari couldn't and steal their employees away. So, the idea was simply just to keep the names secret. It was created by Atari, and you made it, and you should be proud that you made it, but that's as far as it goes. For half of the team, they were not happy with that. And they got up, and they left, and they founded Activision. And 40 years later, the person in charge of Activision, a man named Bobby Kotick, would start firing people just so he could buy himself a new house. Bobby Kotick. Bobby Big Fucking Dick. I said the F word. Oh no. Bobby Kotick was, asshole. So they left out of a desire for artistic freedom and to be recognized for the work that they had done. And then in modern day Activision, you've got a person who is firing people just to make sure that he can keep his pay higher than everyone else. He's firing people. Hang on a minute. I don't have enough to get myself a new luxury yacht this year. We need to fire people so I can give myself a raise. That's Bobby Kotick. No, I'm not going to say allegedly. Sue me.
So after royalties. So after a year or so, after a couple of years, a bunch of my friends left to form a company, did another Activision. They left to form a company called Imagic. And then one of the Atari engineers got hooked up with a major Hollywood outfit and started talking about doing another Activision-y, another Activision Imagic, not a deal where we actually got compensated at like a fraction of the profits of the products we did.
It's amazing that it
like
had to happen
Atari
twice.
was paying engineers $35,000 a year to make 2 games that sold $500,000 each with a $20 or $15 margin. So they were making bank and paying reasonable salaries
Wow,
for
hang on a
something
second.
that actually some of us were the
hang on a second. $35,000 a year. That's a pretty good wage in 1980s money, right? $35,000 a year. And they were being paid $35,000 a year on the promise that they would produce 2 games. 2 games. 2. They were doing quite well. One guy being told you need to produce 2 games a year. Can you imagine that today? If CD Projekt Red saw this interview, they would have a conniption. What's that? A game every 6 months? Oh. We can barely do a game in 10 years.
For something that actually some of us were the only people who could do at that point at a reasonable rate. And one day I went into my boss's office and I said to him,
oh, it was George.
I really like working here, but it's starting to cost me money. So they created a royalty program. The next week, it was 10 cents a cart, which is a pittance, actually. We were not businessmen. We were software engineers.
We were
pocket protector.
I don't know about 10 cents a cart being pittance. Yes, it was a very small amount, like they're charging $20 a cart or something like that. 10 cents isn't much, but like when you think about it, when you think about all of the games that are being sold, when you think about the millions of games that are being sold, like Pac-Man, it adds up. And if you are making 2 games per year, that's like thousands of games. It adds up. You know? Atari was the only game in town, literally. And everyone who owned an Atari was buying your games for your console. So yeah, I think it actually, that does make a lot of sense. Hey, random YouTube dude, welcome to the stream. How you doing, man? It's been a while. It has. It's been a while. How you doing?
We were pocket protector, thick glass nerds. We were nerds and burnout hippie nerds, and we were not Steve Jobs.
No.
We were not going, no, 10 cents isn't enough. We went, oh, that's great. And that was like in very early March.
To be fair, they probably could have said, give us like $1. But for $1 for every cart sold. They probably could have gotten away with that. Can you imagine the amount of money they would have had for that? Good Lord. You doing good?
And then
That's
Pac-Man
great.
sold 3 million
Good to hear,
copies
man.
in 2 weeks. And in early April, I got a check for $300,000. And that was
Holy
awesome.
crap.
So my last name is Fry, F-R-Y-E. And there's a boot company. Someone in CoinOp, someone had gotten a big poster for Fry boots and
Why
written
Fry?
in large letters at the top.
Why Fry? Why?
Fry? And it's, there's a thing in Logic
$300,000.
layout where if you put a line across the top of something, it's a knot. So I took a big black pen and put a black line across the top of the Y, because why not Fry?
Why not
I am
Fry?
the oldest I have ever been. Got the whole rest of my life ahead of me. It's the longest since those times. And I actually am kind of having some kind of pensive retrospection. It's like I wasn't really attuned to the impact that giving me $1 million had on people who were actually, I'm going to say, this is going to gag coming out of my throat, even more technically capable than I was, who could have done a better job of Pac-Man if that had been their role.
Look, I don't think so. I actually don't think so. He admits that Pac-Man on the Atari 2600 was terrible. It was. It was an awful game. There were much better versions of Pac-Man that came out in the later years. We got Ms. Pac-Man, we got Junior Pac-Man. Much better versions of Pac-Man. The problem is that I don't think anyone could have done it better because no one else had the hands-on capability to actually make a game like that. That's the thing. That's the thing that I think Todd is selling himself short on. Is yes, they would later be people that were more technologically capable than he was, better at making games for the Atari 2600. They were called Activision, right? But Todd himself, he needs to cut himself some slack. No one ever attempted that before. It was a terrible game, but it was as good as it could have been in that moment. And he shouldn't let himself down on that. Yeah.
Who could have done a better job
I
of
don't think
Pac-Man
anyone could have done a
if that
better
had
job
been
than
their
him in
role.
that moment.
And I just, why me? It's just right. The not wrong person at just the right place at just the right time.
Oh, I like that. Oh my goodness, I love that. Not the right person at the right time, the not wrong person at the right time. Oh, that's a good line. That's a great line. The not wrong person at the right time. He needs to stop selling himself short, though. Todd Fry, you're an absolute freaking legend, man. You really are. You did the best that you had the capabilities of doing at the time. Everyone can look back in hindsight and go, man, you know what? We could have done better. But you know what? Do you know what I don't see? I don't see people like Shigeru Miyamoto looking back and going, man, if we had done the original Legend of Zelda on the Switch, it would have been way better. You didn't have the technology, you didn't have the know-how, you didn't have the team. Zelda was a product of its time. Pac-Man was a product of its time. You can't look back on it and go, we could have done it better. No, you couldn't have. The not wrong person at the right time is a bloody brilliant. I want to put that on a shirt. I do. I want to put that on a shirt. National Pac-Man Day, April 3rd. Declaring April 3rd, 1982 to be National Pac-Man Day. Atari sent costumed Pac-Man and Blinky characters to 27 US cities to hand out Pac-Man merch and drum up enthusiasm for what was then the most anticipated launch of any home video game. Oh, there they come, look! Oh, in retrospect, we could have done the costumes a bit better. Pac-Man could have been a ball, and he could have been inflated. We could have put, like, some sort of a pump on him so that he would remain inflated, like those new dinosaur costumes, which are inflated dinosaurs. No! It was fine! It was wonderful! It was beautiful. Look at it. It's so simple. And everyone loved it. It didn't need to be anything more than that. It was a product of his time. These are the things. They're quirky. They're quaint. They're beautiful in their own right. Wow, that storm is getting closer, isn't it? Look at him! Look at Pac-Man! Yeah, look, he's so happy. Look at that cheek. Look at that cheek sticking up. Oh, look at him. He's adorable. He actually looks really freaking adorable there, doesn't he? He's like, wow. And the kids are happy. There's Pac-Man. Pac-Man and Blinky. Look at that. Look at that. Hello. Discover how far you can go with Atari. I love it. This is great. This is brilliant. This is wonderful. I like these, like, plush, furry Pac-Man. I don't know who decided the Pac-Man should be fluffy, but I'm gonna go with it. Let's have a look what we got here. Atari Age Interviews. Pac here is more accurate to though. This is before back stuff. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely, you're right. But, like, a lot of the artwork was still showing Pac-Man as being a sphere, like this. This was definitely, like you say, more accurate. And it looks like this was... Look at this. Hang on a minute. That is clearly designed to open and close. So from, like, the inside, they can do the waka 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 thing. That's really cool. All right, what we got? Atari Age Interviews, Pac-Man. In this exclusive interview today, oh my goodness, can I speak? It's getting late. In this exclusive interview, today's hottest video star reveals how sudden fame has changed his life. An interview with Pac-Man. I'm sure lots of our younger readers would like to grow up and be a video star like yourself. Notice it's not video game. Notice not video game, video stars. Okay, like yourself. Did you have any special training to prepare for the work you do? I had what you'd call a well-rounded education. Yep. I was involved in high school dramatics. I played the lead in Central High's production of Man of La Mancha. I did more acting in college. Most theater in round theater in the round productions. I didn't neglect my studies though. In fact, I graduated Sphera cum laude. And how did you get into show business? Frankly, it was rough for a while there. I worked as a ball in those Follow the Bouncing Ball musical films. Oh, you know, the ones that pop, the musical films that have like karaoke across the bottom and the ball bounces across the words. Yeah, I remember those. The sing-alongs, that was it. The sing-along movies. Oh, man, that really does show my age. Let me center that a bit better. There we go. Then, when those went out of style, I got a job as a host of a new television show called Celebrity Grapefruit. You may have missed it. We were cancelled early in the season. After that, I had nothing to fall back on but my residuals from some stunt work I did in an enzyme detergent commercial. That is, until this game thing came along. Pac-Man. We don't want to pry into your personal life, but we understand you have a new girlfriend? Isn't it amazing how these rumors start? Let's set the record straight once and for all. There is a new arcade game with a lady Pac-Man, and they tell me she's real cute. Long eyelashes, a bow in her hair, and curves in all the right places. She was a circle as well. I've been so busy lately, you know, personal appearances on National Pac-Man Day, working on my nightclub act. What kind of act is it? Ballroom dancing? Ballroom dancing. I didn't get that until I said it out loud. I got that as soon as I said it out loud. It was like ballroom dance. Okay. No, actually, I'm getting a chance to sing. I do a song and dance number to the rock and roll classic, Leader of the Pack. Of course it was. And the audience love our version of the old country and western song, Ghost Biters in the Sky. Sounds great. Any other projects in the work? I'm just putting the finishing touches on my autobiography. It's called Dot's Life. Like Dat's life. Okay. And I'm very excited about special appearances my agent is working on at the World Series. You know how every year they have a different celebrity throw the first ball of the series? Well, if everything goes right, I'll be the first celebrity to ever be the first ball of the series. To ever be the first ball of the series. Oh! It would be a heck of an honor. Sounds like you're a real baseball fan. Tell me, Pac-Man, who's your favorite player? Well, I was very impressed watching the new pitcher, Fernando Bolazula. But my all-time favorite would have to be Willie Mays. Okay. Pac-Man, it's been a real pleasure speaking with you today. Before you go, do you have any special messages for our game-playing readers out there? I'd like to thank them for supporting my game. You know, a lot of people didn't think I had a ghost of a chance in the video game business. After all, I don't explode or shoot or crash or anything like that. But you folks have made this mellow yellow fellow a chomping champion of the world, and I appreciate that. Chomping Champion. Chomp Champions was a game that came out recently. Oh my goodness, this is great. I miss stuff like this. I'm pretty sure, I think there was a Nintendo Power magazine that did an interview with Mario at one point. I think it was an issue of Nintendo Power. I know there was a British magazine as well. Which one was it? I can't remember which. There was a British magazine that did an interview with Lara Croft as well. I think it was it was actually like an adults magazine, not like a Playboy or something, but it was actually an adult magazine where they had some saucy pictures of Lara Croft. She wasn't like actually like naked or anything in the magazine, but it was done as like an interview with her as well. Kind of like the Penthouse interviews, but without the nudity. Not that I would know what Penthouse... Moving on. Newspaper advertisements. A series of daily newspaper ads counted down the days until National Pac-Man Day in hopes that no one would miss out on the festivities. Oh my goodness. They didn't. Guess who's coming to dinner? The home video game version of Pac-Man. It's coming April 3rd. Start setting your table. Oh, look, they're eating the dots. Only 5 more days until Atari National Pac-Man Day. On April 3rd, 1982, Atari will officially introduce the only home video game version of Pac-Man, and a nation will celebrate. You can join the celebration simply by showing up at your local, at the location listed below. There'll be prizes, contests, and events of all descriptions. You'll even get to meet Pac-Man himself. It'll be be great fun, but don't let the merriment distract you from 2 important facts. Only Atari makes Pac-Man home video game, and it can only be played on Atari video computer system, the Atari VCS. So join us on April 3rd. It'll be a great day, especially if you're a Pac-Man fan. That was 5 days to go. 4 days to go. Only 4 more days until Atari National Pac-Man Day. Only 3 days to go. 2 days. Look, I love that. This is great. This is marketing right here. The countdown as Pac-Man is eating the dots. I love this. Word of mouth travels fast. Today is Atari National Pac-Man Day. Look at that. The full page spread. Is this actually getting bigger? Okay, so this is like a half-page spread. Oh, is that a 2-page spread? Looks like the bottom of a single page. Then you've got a little one. You've got these little ones. And then, boom, full page. That's cool. That's marketing, ladies and gents. That's marketing, okay? Outstanding. The countdown continues. Anticipation for the VCS version of Pac-Man was off the charts. As seen in this update from Video Takeout, a video game store based in Los Angeles, California. The store expected to get copies on March 10th. So they weren't even going to get it on time. Ooh, look at that. Haunted House, $23.25 in short supply. Ooh, so Haunted House clearly sold well too. This is brand new and in stock. Haunted House short supply. Wow. Oh, that's cool. I like Haunted House. We're gonna play that tomorrow. So we got Math Grand Prix. Nah, no one wanted that one. Berserk, great game. Yars Revenge, Adventure. Notice it's called Adventure 1. Oh, there's Adventure 2. There we go. In November. I don't know if did Adventure 2 ever release? I don't think it did. Like, there was a plan to make 2 games, but I think they only ended up doing 1. Star Raiders, that was great. It had a pack in. Look at that, $29. And you know what? Star Raiders came with an additional controller. And it was only it was only $5 more than a regular game. We got Hot Rocks. I don't know that one. Defender, a good one. Look at that, in brackets, a good one. Oh, actually, Yars Revenge. This one is super. Yeah. That makes sense. Yars Revenge is amazing. And just announced for December release, Raiders of the Lost Ark. That was not a great game. You can still pre-order Pac-Man. We expect to get a bunch, although whatever we get is never enough. Wow. They must have gotten so many orders. Video Takeout. I love that. I love that, the logo and everything. That's really cool. Well, there's a bit of gaming history. Video Takeout. What's this one? While Video Takeout got a small number of copies of Pac-Man on March 9th, the store's April 1982 newsletter shares the news that while the east coast of the US was drowning in copies, the game was nearly non-existent west of the Mississippi River. What? Really? Oh my goodness. That's insane. First, an editorial from the folks at Video Takeout. As many of you know, we are intent on being the first with a new cartridge, so you can be the first in your neighborhood with a new game. Those of you who have taken advantage of our pre-orders have found we do a darn good job at getting you the goods fast. Like Brainstorming, Grand Prix, Demon Attack, Haunted House, Super Breakout, Star Voyager, to name a few. Well, a funny thing happened to Pac-Man on its way to Video Takeout. Atari, after sending us a tiny allotment early, March 9th, making us among the first in the country with Pac-Man, some of you early bird pre-orders were very lucky and got yours out of that first allotment. Chose to send the next several orders to the East Coast, where we understand they felt they could make more money faster with more dealers in smaller geographical area. East of the Mississippi. The folks have been wading through thousands and thousands of Pac-Mans, now discounted to extreme ends by panicked retailers. Meanwhile, west of the Mississippi, except in a few isolated cases, Pac-Man is nearly non-existent. In our frustration with Atari, we went elsewhere to get that critical second shipment. It has meant, in some cases, selling them for less than we purchased them for. Bad business, you say? not bad business, because you come first, and we understand that you don't understand that we don't have Pac-Man. That's a... we understand that you don't understand. Yes, I agree. We hope that Atari has learned from this marketing nightmare. I would say that's insane, because Atari is in Sunnyvale, in California, in Silicon Valley. They are right there. How do they not have them in Atari's hometown? That's wild. That's like going into a store in Tokyo and there not being a Nintendo Switch game. You can get it everywhere else, but they don't sell it in Tokyo. That would be wild. Or incredible awareness of the retail relationship. Absolutely. Yeah, these guys clearly knew they were onto something. We understand that Pac-Man was unusual in that Pac-Mania occurred, or it did. Pac-Man fever, absolutely. And in virtually all other new games, we have had what we needed when we needed it from Atari. If the stock from the East Coast was shipped west, there would likely be no Pac-Man shortage anywhere. Meanwhile, with so much emphasis on Pac-Man, we ask this question: can they possibly be on time with their May Yars' Revenge release? Watch out, Atari. Imagic and Activision are hot on your tail with fabulous product, and they deliver what we need for our customers on time. Whoa. This is 1980. That is a huge call out. That is a huge call out. You didn't get this in... Wow. Amazing. Good on them, though. Good on Video Takeout for actually, calling them out in a very public way and letting everyone know that, no, this was kind of Atari's fault. They stuffed up. They sent all of the games to the East Coast, but they didn't leave any in the West. And it's crazy that they sent so many to the East Coast that there was too many, that they had to sell them on at a lower price just to get rid of them. And then people in the West Coast are having trouble getting them at all. It kind of reminds me of going back a few years, because Australia has always been terrible at getting certain games. Thankfully, during the Wii U era, Australia was kind of used as as one of the testing grounds for some of the Western releases on Wii U. But there were so many games, like in the UK, where we just wouldn't get the games. Like we'd read about the games in Nintendo Magazine, but they would never arrive in the country, There are so many games that I write about in Nintendo Magazine that I never saw in the store, which was incredibly disappointing. You got a 6-year-old, 5-year-old kid reading Nintendo Magazine, hoping that the game that they're reading about comes out, and then it never happens. That's a killer. That is. I don't want to encourage kids to be expectant, but when your parents say, "Oh, what video game do you want for Christmas?" and you say, "Oh, I saw this game called Breath of Fire that I wanted to play on Super Nintendo," and they're like, "No, okay, cool, Breath of Fire, we'll write that one down." And then you get up on Christmas Day, you open up your presents, you're like, oh, this one's the same size. This is a Super Nintendo box. And you open it up and it's like, I don't know, Lethal Weapon. Thank you. I didn't even watch the movie. Because I'm 6. Or you get Bubsy. You get Bubsy the Bobcat. It's like, oh yeah, this is gonna be the game I asked for. This is gonna be Breath of Fire. What the hell's a Bubsy? Mother, you had one job. Let's have a look at the as seen on TV Pac-Man television commercial for the Atari VCS.
First the Pac-Man eats through a maze of dots. Then the Pac-Man heads for the corner spots. Then he eats his fill of a power pill. And then all those ghosts turn blue. Boo! And Pac-Man eats them all too.
Only Atari makes the Pac-Man home video
The
game.
Pac-Man.
And you can only play it on an Atari video
The
game
Pac-Man.
system.
And he played Atari today.
The Pac-Man. Not Pac-Man. The Pac-Man. Back, take drugs, kids. Pac-Man 8-bit. The VCS version of Pac-Man may have gotten all of the attention, but it wasn't the only version of Pac-Man that Atari released. This version for the home computers was much more similar to the look and feel of the arcade game. So let's take a little look at this one. Oh yeah, that already that is a bit better, isn't it? How do I start? There we go. Oh wow, look at this. Oh yeah, no, I could see myself playing this one. Oh yeah, no, I would play this one. Oh, this is so smooth. This is bloody wonderful. Oh, I like this one. This is great. Yep. Oh, this is great. I like this one. Yeah. I like this one. This one's a good one. This is a great one. This is a great version. I would have loved this. I would have played the hell out of this version. Nice. So they're currently in corner mode. Not gonna get to that one. Oh, this is great. Oh, I love this one. And they're really cute. The sprites are really adorable. Look at the ghosty sprites. They're amazing. This is a brilliant version of Pac-Man. This is on 2600? No, this was on the Atari 400. So this was on the 8-bit PC. Oh, no, I was looking at the wrong thing. Oh, I lost the... Damn it. Oh, no. Sorry, I got distracted. I was trying to get to the strawberry and I missed it. Oh, no! Oh. Bloody hell, I wasn't ready to do that. I didn't want to do that yet because all the ghosts aren't out. Woo. Yeah, come on, chase me. Chase me! Oh, this is a great Pac-Man. I love this Pac-Man. This is a great Pac-Man. I like it. I like it a lot. It's a lot more familiar. It's not exactly perfect. It's not the same as the other Pac-Man maze, but it's pretty damn close. It's close enough. Oh no, I missed the up! Okay. Yeah, I would, if I had this version, if I had the Atari 400 version of Pac-Man, I would have played the hell out of this. For a very, very long time. I want to get to that peach. Oh, I missed it now. Come on, come and get me. I'm not gonna reach, not gonna reach. It went straight back into chase mode and chased me down. Like the greedy little Pac-Man I am. Come and get me. Come on. Almost got it. Okay, I just kind of have to, like, wait now. Gotta wait. There we go. Oh, no! I didn't mean to collect the last dot. Oh, well. Yeah, I like this version. This is great. This is a great version of Pac-Man. Definitely. Definitely one of the versions of Pac-Man I would recommend. Oh, crap. I wasn't looking what I was doing. Yeah, I would recommend this one. This is a really good version of Pac-Man. For the Atari 400 8-bit micro. This is great. This is a good Pac-Man. Oh my goodness, it's so smooth. Oh, brilliant. There we go. There's a good... No, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Let me out. Thank you. Yeah, that was a good one. That's excellent. Compared to the Atari 2600 version, this is like, it's night and day. This is an amazing version of the game. Illustrating Pac-Man. Atari assigned staff artist Hiro Kimura the task of coming up with new artwork for Pac-Man, for game boxes and manuals. Today, Pac-Man has a consistent visual identity, but in 1982, there was many different takes on the yellow dot eater. So this is probably my favorite artwork of Pac-Man, though, to be fair. So he's this little chrome dude, and yes, I will show you the full color version in a moment. He's this little chrome dude eating these pellets, and these are the ghosts. These giant hulking monstrosities are the ghosts. I almost feel like it should be the other way around, you know? This is more like Pac-Man, and this is more like the ghosts, kind of minding their own business. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Look at that. Look at that. I love this artwork. This is so good. It's so 80s it hurts. Do you know what, though? I don't know why there's a frog here. I get the ghosts, you know, they're big monsters. The red guy, the blue guy, the green guy. But why the frog? What's the frog? I don't know what the frog is, but I love it. I love that he's a chrome little guy. Look at his chubby cheeks. Where he's eating all of the pellets, and he's got the classic Pac-Man on his shirt. I love this artwork. This is one of my favorite Pac-Man artworks ever. It's so good. Which one is Tim? Tim doesn't appear to be on this picture. Unless Tim is the green one, but I don't think so. Yeah. Love that one. I really do. That's such a good one. Box art take 2. This was good. Kimura's original unused concept for the VCS version of Pac-Man cast the main character as a metallic wafer-chomping robot chased by massive grotesque monsters. They should have gone with that. They should have leaned into it. That should have been the box cover. Yeah. That's it. That's the one they ended up going with. The next pass at the box art was much closer to Namco's original Pac-Man illustrations, while still emphasizing the pink ghosts and rectangular wafers on the 2600 game. This version was used on some released game boxes. Final box art. No, I don't like it. That Pac-Man is so much nicer than this Pac-Man. The last version of Pac-Man box art was unmistakably Pac-Man, an abstract version of the iconic wedge-mouthed sprite art. No, but like, I get it, but no. But no, I like the chrome Pac-Man. Oh, this one's cute too. Kimura's concept of a human proportioned Pac-Man did make it into some retail boxes for the Atari 8-bit computer version, although this pack was yellow, not metallic. Why has he got buck teeth? I didn't notice that before. Did he have buck teeth? Oh, he did. He does have buck teeth. Not sure why he has buck teeth. It kind of works, though. That's kind of cute. That's a bit terrifying. His head is way too big. This one is definitely more Pac-Man, though. You know? He's clearly in a maze. He's reaching for the pellets. He's eating the pellets. There's 4 ghosts this time. Actually, the correct number of ghosts. Complete lack of a frog. That's Pac-Man. That's more Pac-Man. Oh, good lord. What the hell is this? Pac-Man Strategy Meeting. An illustration by Hiro Kimura used in the inner manual for the computer version of Pac-Man. I have never seen this before. This is wild. And does it also... Hang on a minute. There's a female one with a pink hat on. It predicted Ms. Pac-Man. What fresh hell is this? I know! This is wild. This is so weird. And once again, Inky is the wrong color. So that's Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and Clyde. Maybe Kinky. Not sure. Could be Tim. We never know. We'll never know. See, that one's cute. That one's just cute. Atari 5200 box art. The original art for the Atari 5200 version of Pac-Man. An unused variant version. Artist unknown. Okay, so I've seen a similar artwork to this. Clearly, it's not the same one as the one I thought I'd seen. So, let's have a look, see. Oh, hang on. Oh, this is the unknown. Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, I don't like the eyes. Look at their eyes. See, that looks fine. That's the cover. That's the actual cover. Why? Why do they have eyes like that? No. No, I don't like that. I actually don't like this Pac-Man either. There's something... No. Oh, there's something I don't like about... I don't know what it is. I just don't like it. I think I'd be okay with the smile if it was the cheek that was covering the eye. But the eye... I don't know. No, I don't know. There's something about that. Why does Pac-Man look like a creeper? Yeah. He's eating pills and seeing ghosts and possibly chasing Japanese schoolgirls. Yeah, I like this one. I like this Pac-Man. This Pac-Man is innocent. He is just a little boy. He is just a little Pac-Boy. Pac-Man's legacy. Digital Eclipse studio head Mike Mika joins Todd Fry for discussion of the impact, controversy, and the enduring legacy of the VCS edition of Pac-Man. We've been going on for quite long. It's nearly 1
When
a.m.
I play this version of Pac-Man, I actually have some really fond memories of it because I played this game with my dad, and we thought this was the greatest thing ever when it came out. We're big Pac-Man fans. The difference between this and, say, the arcade game, there were obvious differences, of course.
Yes, there were.
Could you maybe elaborate a little bit on why, like, what the approach was and why some of these decisions are, say, for instance, like even the play field and the colors versus like the arcade game? What was behind some of that?
There was a rule at Atari that you couldn't use a black background
Oh, there we go.
unless you were a space game.
Yeah.
And you know, the reason for that is because these televisions, these CRTs, have phosphor screens back then, and you could get burn in.
I was gonna say that still happens today, even with OLEDs. I noticed because I've played the Atari on an OLED, and I've played this game called Mousetrap, and it has pure black.
Well, we had a rule, and and again, I've said this, I don't think there's anyone who says, wow, the game is way better with that blue background.
Yeah.
But there are a
Yeah.
lot of people who say, why isn't the arcade colors?
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Oh, okay.
And I think it would have been probably better if it had the arcade colors.
Yeah, I agree.
What I'm fascinated by looking back is that no one in the signal path between me and out there went, oh, maybe we should give this game a, a pass on that rule. Well, the thing about these video games is that back then it was so new that I don't know, that you could walk up to a game and say what the most important features were. Now, I walked up to this game and said, well,
Ghosts,
Pac-Man,
Pac-Man, Dots.
dots, power pills, maze, right? I think there are some things that make Pac-Man Pac-Man.
Yeah.
But we didn't know back then how much which less essential features were salient. My father had a pizza shop on Ocean Avenue in San Francisco in like the early 60s. And I used to go there when I was like 7 and 8. And there's this little pharmacy, and they had these comic books.
Oh, Little
which were
Pharmacy.
great-
Little Pharmacy, did they sell NESs? No, sorry, that was just the UK. My bad.
comic books, which were great literature abridged versions. Right?
Oh, okay.
Of like, I don't know if you've ever seen these, but
I
it's
have.
like,
I think I know what you're talking about.
it's like, here's Treasure Island.
Exactly.
Here's pick another book whose name I forget.
20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. War and Peace,
Yep.
which, was 12 pages.
Extremely abridged.
Extremely abridged. And so I thought of this as being that, because we were not going to be able to get past, like, for instance,
Okay, I understand that. I see where he's coming from. Yeah, absolutely. The Atari VCS version, the Atari VCS was not arcade hardware. It was not, it just wasn't. Like, the first time that we got arcade parity was with the Neo Geo. Like, think about how good the Super Nintendo was, the Mega Drive and stuff like that. Was not arcade parity. The first time we got arcade parity was the Neo Geo, and that thing cost $1,000. And the cartridges that you plugged into the Neo Geo were huge because they were a scaled down version of the arcade board. It was literally a scaled down arcade board in the cartridge. That's what the Neo Geo was. And that was the first time we actually got parity in the home console as we did in the arcade. And you got to take in consideration, like I said, the Neo Geo was like $1,000 and every game was like $100 to $200. Because they were so expensive to make. So the idea of Pac-Man being a quote-unquote abridged version, That makes a lot of sense to me now. And I mentioned the idea that the background should have been black, you know? We talked about that earlier. I didn't know there was actually a rule about space games. That's really interesting.
Like, for instance, Pac-Man has a very distinct process. After I was done with this, I went with Jim Andreasen to Tokyo, to Namco, for them to explain how Pac-Man worked for the 400-800 version.
After they made it. After they made the 2600 version, that's when they went to Tokyo. And that was significant. You know how I said that, like, okay, this is Pac-Man, it's the best it was going to be at the time, but the 400 version feels so smooth and so right. One of the things I was going to mention was the difference between the 2600 version and the Atari 400 version was the ghost modes. In the 2600 version, they just clump up and chase after you. But in the original arcade version, they've got modes. They've got pursuit mode, where the ghosts will chase after Pac-Man, and every single ghost will have their own personality. Blinky goes straight for you. Inky tries to cut you off at the pass. Pinky kind of tries to lure you to go one way, and Clyde is an idiot, right? Clyde will run straight at you and then turn off at the last second. So if you get killed by Clyde, you're a bigger idiot than Clyde is, essentially, is what they're getting at. So that was in chase mode. But then you had, what's it called? It's not called, or pursuit mode. You've then got patrol mode. That's right. It's called patrol mode. And what will happen is, if the ghosts are just chasing Pac-Man, you can keep them running around in circles. They'll never catch you. Right? That's where patrol mode becomes an amazing, just a stroke of genius. Because during patrol mode, the ghosts will stop chasing Pac-Man unless he's, like, directly in front of them. And they will go to their representative corners. And once they get to their corners, they'll stop for a second, and chase mode or pursuit mode will re-engage. And once they get to their corners and pursuit mode re-engages, they come chasing you. But now they're at different places in the maze, so they come at you from different angles. They can catch you off guard. They can get ahead of you. They can get around you. You might want to get to a bunch of dots, but you can't, because that's the direction that Pinky is coming from. These are like the only dots that are left, but they're up in Pinky's corner, and she's basically guarding the way to get there. So you need to find a new way of getting there. That was the genius of patrol mode, where they would switch between patrol mode and pursuit mode, and would come at Pac-Man from different angles. That isn't in the 2600 version, but it was in the 400 version, the Atari 400 8-bit micro. And that was one of the things that made it feel like Pac-Man, was that I was going around and then suddenly they would scatter and come back, and scatter and come back. That made it feel like Pac-Man. And if you don't know about these things, if you haven't played Pac-Man much, you would have played a decent amount of Pac-Man, but you gotta remember, this is a time where there was no Pac-Man home console version. People didn't have the means to just sit down and play it and study it and right, that's how this works. Todd Fry was the guy who was doing that. He was the guy that made the game that other people would study, So, yeah, that is something that I noticed between the two versions. And it's something that I think even today, there are probably people who play Pac-Man that don't realize that there are two different modes that the ghosts are in, that they have a pursuit and a patrol mode. And then, of course, you've got the scared mode when you get a power pill and they turn scared. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. After he made the first game, after he made the 2600 game, only then did he go out to Japan, to Namco, and have them tell him how to make the game.
Explain how Pac-Man worked for the 400-800 version.
Yeah.
And
That's
each
insane.
ghost has a separate algorithm for how it moves. When
Yes.
it comes to a decision point, I could never have done that with the amount of RAM and ROM I have. Yeah. Instead of having that algorithm for each player, I'm actually very proud of this. When they come out, I put it all together, and when they came out, all 4 ghosts were totally stuck together the first time I ran it. Because they all went the exact same. And it's like, whoa, I'm only getting, yeah.
There they go.
And so what I actually did, when ghost comes to an intersection, it has a choice of moving in your direction or moving randomly. And there's some odds, right? How smart they are. In later levels, actually, the odds that they will move towards you are higher.
Yeah.
And then I take the ghost numbers, 0, 1, 2, and 3, that's 2 bits. And I take the low order bit and I tweak the odds by which they will move towards you by adding that 1 bit into the percentage of tracking you. That makes them smart and smarter.
And unique personality.
And that's a unique personality. And then I take the second bit and add that to the speed it moves. So each ghost has a repeatable personality. Each ghost has a unique personality. This has slightly smarter and slower, slightly smarter and faster, slightly less smart and slower, and it's not this, So they're all,
And the
they
dumbass.
separate.
Yeah,
They
and
each
Clyde.
have
Just
a
say it
perfectly
the way it is. It's
predictable
Clyde.
behavior. My ghosts, their decisions are all made by either a generated signal or your position at that time.
Oh, wow.
So,
yeah, so it's
if it comes to an intersection and it's
classic
supposed to choose whether to
RNG,
go
it's
towards
never
you
actually random.
or away from you, it will be the same choice every time if you have done the same thing up till then. As long as you repeat your pattern, the ghosts will repeat their pattern, just like in real Pac-Man. And I am really proud of that.
Yeah, it's awesome. Do you remember how many they built to put into distribution?
I've been told that, so I know I was paid royalties on 3 million for March.
Okay.
So I know that
Bloody hell, 3 million games in 1 month back in
either shipped 3
1980.
million worth of boxes to retailers, or retailers may have actually sold at the cash register 3 million. I don't know which. I was
that's
paid
crazy.
royalty for like 11 million Pac-Mans.
11 million Pac-Man.
You're watching television, there's TV shows on it, could be Friends, it could be like so many TV series, and somebody's playing a video game, they have an Xbox controller, it doesn't matter what they have, but what do you hear when you're watching it? You hear Pac-Man.
Pac-Man.
It's
Yeah.
either Pac-Man or Donkey Kong.
Yep.
You hear this Pac-Man.
You hear this Pac-Man and that gonk gonk
Yeah,
gonk
yeah,
sound.
that's actually a good
These
point.
sounds, you created all these sounds in this
I
game.
created all.
That's actually a really good point. I've heard these sound effects for a video game in so many TV shows, and they are not playing this version of Pac-Man. That is absolutely, Mike is 100% accurate there. It is this version of the Pac-Man sounds, because this is the version that a lot of people who were growing up in the 80s would have recognized. Not necessarily the arcade version. Now, the arcade version is popular enough now, but back then, not so much.
These sounds, you created all these sounds in this
I
game.
created all of these sounds.
How do you feel when you hear this?
It's actually really interesting, because really thinking about it, what that means is that for our generation, the 11 to 15 million copies that went out, actually, people who are making those soundtracks think people will relate to
Yeah,
this sound.
there you
This
go.
is like,
Yeah,
It's become the
exactly
video
right.
game sound.
it's become the video game sound, but it was the video game sound.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really the breakthrough video game that went from games selling 100,000, maybe 1 in 10 games or 1 in 20 games might sell 1 million,
Yeah.
to it sold 10 million.
It's
It's
crazy.
the explosion.
Amazing. That's so good. Yeah. I'm really impressed by this so far. honestly, I said that this wouldn't have as much content, so I was going to supplement the content by reading Wikipedia, and I think that was necessary. I think a lot of the details around Atari and the Namco buyout and all of that stuff, I think that's something which is very important to the legacy of Atari and Namco, and it's something that wasn't really in this package. It's something I think that I would have loved to have had more information. Maybe some of the clips from the Ultimate Video Games book, or maybe some extra interviews that they did talking about the merger and the buyout and all that sort of stuff. I think that would have been more interesting. I would have liked to have seen Nolan Bushnell talking about it specifically. Definitely getting Todd Fry in here to actually talk about making Pac-Man was a big deal, definitely. But I think there was more that that could have been done talking about the Pac-Man Atari, the Namco Atari relationship. But now that we're actually getting into the games, this is all stuff that I'm really interested in. Dig Dug, 1982. Atari published Namco's next cartoon action game, Dig Dug, in arcades in the US. Like Pac-Man, Dig Dug featured colorful, appealing characters, unique gameplay, and was a huge hit in arcades in 1982. There's another example of those bright cabinets, but this looks like a Western one. So the way I can tell is because it's got a big black front. That is to be expected of a Western arcade cabinet. It's a black front with stickers and decals and things in the marquee and behind the screen. It's black fronted, and it's got the black edging, unlike the Japanese cabinets, which would have been more white, which would then, like I said, lead into the development of the candy cabs, which would come later on for games like Tekken and SEGA games like Virtua Fighter, and they'd be sold to pretty much everyone. Look at that. Look at those little graphics. Puka, Dig Dug, and Figar. Figar? That is a hell of a name, sir. Figar. Dig Dug is an exciting new type of maze game. Now players create their own mazes by controlling Dig Dug, a dauntless miner who feverishly digs tunnels to dodge or destroy the ferocious Puka or the ferocious Figar, and to collect veggie treasures. They almost look like cross-stitch. They do, don't they? They almost look a little bit like vector graphics, actually. Changing screens, multiple difficulties, 21 unique sound effects, and a Calliope accompaniment? Calliope accompaniment? Enhanced gameplay. I don't know what that means. What's Calliope mean in this sense? Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Hang on a minute. Cabinet models. So that's what it says here. Dig Dug is available in the dramatic upright mini cab. Cabaret. Okay. With an optional side panel. Sorry. Let me try that again. Dig Dug is available in the dramatic upright mini cabaret with optional side panel decals and sophisticated cocktail cabinet models for maximum location versatility. And here you have them again. Look at this. This is what I was saying about the more Western ones, the black and the brown, the dark versions. You know? This is exactly what I was talking about. The Western versions went for these more darker, chic, wood-paneled look that suited places like bars. A new European cabinet Dig Dug is offered exclusively to the European market in a totally new compact cabinet design for virtually any type of location. Okay. I don't know what the European cabinet looks like. I don't know if it's this, but maybe it was. I'm not sure. Look at the sentence. It's Calliope. 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 An accompaniment to enhance. So I'm assuming it is referring to the music. Not sure. I'm assuming it's referring to the music. And what we got here? And here we have... Oh, yeah. Look at that. Dig Dug. Totally awesome. Dig a maze down deep in the ground. When a flower sprouts, you play another round. Use your pump like your bazooka. Use it to puff up the bad puka. Why is this rhyming? I'm not going to read it if it's going to rhyme. Pump up a fire, put out its flame, eat all the veggies, and win the game. Alright, if you say so. Play new Atari's Dig Dug. Oh, look, a free play coupon. Oh, I should print that out and take it to my local arcade. Dig your way to incredible new excitement. Create your own underground mazes by controlling Dig Dug, a dauntless miner who feverishly digs tunnels to go for giant veggies worth big points. The word means beautifully voiced. Yes, that is what the original Greek Calliope means, yes. And so in this sense, I think they're just saying the game has good sound. Yeah, I think they're referring to... yeah, probably it's got some music features in it as well as the sound effects. What we got here? Oh, is this the Japanese? Oh, look at that. That is... like, the artwork is the same, but it just feels so different here. Namco's Japanese flyer for Dig Dug called out the individual on-screen enemies and obstacles and highlighted the different gameplay mechanics with humorous illustrations. Oh, look, there you go. I'm sorry, look at the design for the Faiga, right? This is, oh, big scary dragon. And then look at him, look at the picture. He looks more like, why must I live? I live in total pain. There is no life, there is only pain. I like chips. I like chocolate milk. I love it. It's so good though. It's wonderful. Dig Dug goes to the movies. Stop. No fighting in the war room.
Ladies and gentlemen, for attending the 3rd International Conference on Science and Technology. This afternoon,
what the heck is that?
Well, I don't know, but that's another one.
Good gracious, there goes another one.
They're multiplying.
Uh-oh. That's gonna be a problem. On Lover's Lane.
U.S. special bulletin. Mysterious underground creatures are moving your way.
We have a problem here.
Come on, everybody. Take a chance. We're going underground to do the Dig Dug dance. First you tunnel through a wall of dirt. Burrow under rocks without being hurt.
This is
Now turn around, what you do?
unique.
Here, look at here.
Face down deep in the ground. When a flower sprouts up, you're playing around. But you gotta have it.
Where are your women now? Where are your women now?
Scientists are going zonkers.
All right, let's get cracking. Oh, you always gonna come on.
Say something.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Lucas, Fire, and Dig Dug.
What are they doing? What happened?
Eat all that cheese and
All they want is for us to play them so we can all have a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Dig Dug's the greatest fighter of them all.
From the folks who brought you asteroids. Atari presents Dig Dug. Now look! Whoa, 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 whoa! Look at this! Oh wait, no, they're still the black fronted ones. Never mind. Carry on. Move forward. That was unique. I've not seen anything quite like that. Atari's promotional campaign for Dig Dug included this amazing trailer that ran in movie theaters, accompanied by an original Dig Dug song. Wow. Alright. Pac-Man 5200 review. Computer Entertainer newsletter celebrate the 5200 version's fidelity to the arcade original, but noted that the 5200's non-centering analog controller was poorly suited for playing Pac-Man. The review also noted the usefulness of what was then a cool new feature, a pause button. So yeah, the 5200 had a terrible control stick. I'm sure that they had the good intentions, but the control stick of the 5200 was non-centering. So it would stay at wherever you pushed it, which obviously kind of sucks for Pac-Man. Let's have a quick go with the 5200 version. Already you get the super colorful Atari logo. Alright, what do we get? It kind of, the screen kind of reminds me of the 8-bit micro version, the Atari 400 version. Oh yeah, this is the Atari 400 version. Oh yeah, absolutely. So this is the 7800 version, but it is basically the same as the... It's the same as the previous one that we looked at. Get eaten, Pinky. Oh no, Pinky's coming for me. Oh no, Pinky's coming for me! Ah! Oh! I missed! Gotcha. Oh! Blinky got there before me! That's alright. That's okay. Ah! See, that was Blinky going... That was Blinky going into patrol mode. So they first go to their corners, and then... As soon as they reach their corners, they become oh, damn it. Help! Oh no! See, and that was Inky's tactic, you know, not chasing me, going alongside me. That is Inky's tactic. Okay, so this is pretty much the same as the 400 version. This is another version that I think you should play. This is a good version. This is a really good version of Pac-Man. Absolutely. Okay, Galaxian 5200 version. But Pac-Man wasn't the only Namco game playable on the 5200. The new game machine also launched with a 5200 version of Namco's 1979 arcade game Galaxian. While there had been several unauthorized versions, this was the first official home version of Galaxian. So let's play a quick round of Galaxian. Galaxian, copyright 1982. There we go. Look at this. Look at this. Look at those sprites. Gorgeous. Oh, no. I'm not very good at Galaxian, by the way. Just so you're aware. I'm better with Space Invaders. They don't attack me straight away. Oh, why'd you have to be so direct about it? I don't recall if you actually get points for shooting them when they're on the way down. I was trying to shoot at you. Do you mind? Oh, he was just hovering above me though. Not that one. Not that one. Come here. Oh, we shot each other. Space Invaders usually has bunkers as well. Yeah, that's true. I just flew straight into that bullet. We'll do another round. We'll do another round because I felt like I wasn't really playing my best at that point. There we go. There we go. That's more like it. Straight through the middle of them. That's how you shoot them, right? That's the trick, is that you don't actually aim for them. You actually just shoot up straight through in between them, and it scares them away. Alternatively, if you fly directly into their bullets, they're like, oh my goodness, he's scary. Why would he do that? Get past, come on. Come here. Got him! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the bullet. Oh, well, there we go. Galaxian, ladies and gents. And this one was the Atari 5200 version. Like, look at the colors on this. When you look at the games that we played so far for the Atari 2600, it's got a lot of nostalgia for me. But when you look at these games are still beautiful. When we go a little bit further forward, when we get to the 5200, you've got all of these colors, all of these graphics. We're now moving into sprite-based game design. I think that when a lot of people think of Atari, they probably think of this. They probably don't think of the the two-tone backgrounds of the Atari 2600, because I think a lot of the way that our brains work is we have a memory that is called neurological plasticity, right? It's that we have a memory of something, but we kind of make it a little bit better. We remember it the vision that we have for it in our heads is the way we remember it as we enjoyed it, rather than how it actually looked. And that's the reason why a lot of people go back to older consoles like N64 and PlayStation, and sometimes they're a little bit disappointed. They're like, oh, I don't remember it looking like this. It's because in your head, you remember it looking better because of the amount of enjoyment you got from it at the time. It elevates the experience, you know? I think one of the examples that I like to use is like when you play the 3DS versions of like Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask. I remember no, it wasn't even Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time because those definitely looked better. It was Star Fox which did it for me. I played Star Fox on the 3DS and I was like, this isn't really an upgrade. This is just what it was like on the N64. This is just a port. It's not a new game. And then I went back and played it on the N64. Yeah. Yeah, there were far fewer polygons in the N64 version. But I genuinely thought when I first played the 3DS version that was just a port of the N64 one. But it wasn't. The N64 one didn't look as good. The 3DS version looked incredible in comparison, but that's the way I remember it looking. And there are a lot of games that actually capitalize on that. They realize that when they re-release games, they don't necessarily re-release them in the state that they were in when they first released. They re-release them with a new coat of paint. It kind of semi-upgrades it a little bit. So it ends up looking the way you think you remember it. And that's actually a really good way of doing it because you still get that jolt of nostalgia, but you can still enjoy the visuals more on a moment-to-moment basis. Alrighty. That was Galaxian for the 5200. Very nice. What have we got? Got another advert for this.
Today we're going up against the most feared commander, and everyone counts. Even you, Quid.
Man your ships. Man your ships. Man your ships. We're going in. Assume attack formation. All wings ready, sir. Okay, I'm peeling off. Cover me. Cover me.
Roger on that, blue leader.
Heavy fire. 17 degrees. Affirmative.
This guy's good.
Watch your back.
We lost blue leader.
I'm hit. Who's left?
Quid.
No.
Who's left? Quid.
Galaxian, the arcade hit, now for the Atari 2600 system.
Okay, I find this very interesting as well. I wanna talk about this, right? Because I noticed it on the cover up here, but so So Galaxian is aliens attacking from space, but the artwork was Hawkmen from Flash Gordon? Is that Zoltar? What are we looking at? Interesting choice, interesting decision. Original art used for the boxes of the 5200 and computer versions of Galaxian by artist Jim Kelly. I did notice one thing. Is in this one, they are robots. Okay? So in this version, they are actually robots. Not people. In this one, they're Hawkmen from Flash Gordon. Which player is about to score? Which player is about to score flying colors? Magazine advertisement for Atari's version of Galaxian presents two scenarios and challenges the reader to pick the high score strategy. I'm gonna say that the closer the enemy is to you, the higher the score is gonna be. So this one. Maybe. Let's have a look. Better learn fast. Here comes Galaxian from Atari. Pilot to co-pilot. Galaxian invaders are approaching your home. And they're only from Atari for use with the Atari 2600. Sears Video Arcade Systems and the Atari 5200 Super System. The Galaxians look, sound, and act so different. These Galaxians look, sound, and act so different than the Galaxians you've battled in the arcade. They swoop, dodge, and fire with equal cunning, so you have to know your stuff. Like the player on the left, he's about to hit a flying yellow flagship for 150 points, but his opponent on the right will score only 30 points for a hit, for hitting the stationary blue drone. Tough luck, rookie. If you want to know even more about which Galaxians to hit the scores for Galaxian. Okay, so the yellow one's a flagship, which is a higher points value creature, and these ones are stationary, so if they are swooping towards you, they're worth more as well. Okay, well, there we go. That's a good way of getting the information across. Asking people to try and figure out which one do you think is the better of the two. That's a pretty good way of doing it. The Atari 400 or 800 8-bit version. Let's have a look at this version. It is pretty much the same version again. Okay, we're not going to play that in that case. We're kind of going on quite long tonight, so let's speed this up a little bit. Xevious. Namco's arcade division continued to produce hits, perhaps none so influential as Xevious, which not only kicked off the vertically scrolling shooter, it actually... Did it? No, hold on. Hang on, that's not right, is it? No, this is wrong. This is actually wrong. Namco's arcade division continued to produce hits, perhaps none so influential as Xevious, which not only kicked off the vertically scrolling shooter genre, but won praise for its deeply fleshed out world and characters. Atari published the arcade version in the US the same month as its Japanese debut. This is incorrect, because the first vertical shooter was not Xevious. It was River Raid on Atari. It was by Activision. Oh, maybe that's the reason why. Oh, it was published by Activision. Maybe they're not mentioning it because it was... No, no. So River Raid was created by Carol Shaw. She's a game developer Hall of Famer. She made a lot of really amazing games, but she created the first ever vertical scrolling shooter. She created it while she was working at Activision, and it was called River Raid. It was originally inspired by another game called Scramble, but I don't believe Scramble was a vertical scroller. Let me just quickly... That was by Konami in 81. So if I just quickly YouTube... search... Scramble... Oh. Scramble... game... Konami... There we go. Yeah, so Scramble wasn't a vertical scroller. No, Scramble was a side scroller. It was more like... Scramble was like R-Type. Yeah, so... the first vertical scrolling shooter was not Xevious. It was River Raid. Let's have a look at Xevious, though. Xevious is a really good game. And Xevious would be a game that would also release on... the Nintendo Entertainment System. That is loud. Oh, I blew myself up immediately. Sorry, let me do the volume. There we go. Could you stop peeling off, please? How am I supposed to shoot you? They keep... I literally cannot shoot them. These beings are too smart. Look at the way they peel before I can even shoot at them. Oh, those ones are dumb. They just stand there and let me shoot them. Oh, watch out. Oh, this is... I forgot how difficult Xevious can get. Because you're watching all of the bullets. Missed. It is a really good classic, though. Like, when it comes to classic shooters, Xevious is just one of the, you know, the originals, one of the goats, as we would like to say, I think. I don't know if kids still say goat. Do kids still say goat? Oh, I blew up. Oh, it starts you at the beginning of the stage every time you blow up? Oh, I can't break those, apparently. Ooh, okay. Xevious, more like devious, am I right? I can't even shoot these things. Oh, okay, I'm dead. Game over. There we go. 8,000 points. I was terrible. So that's Xevious. Here is... again, the arcade cabinet. It looks gorgeous. I love that. Look how bright that is against the white background. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. I love these cabinets. They look so good. People of Earth are counting on you. Oh well. We had a good run. We had a good run as a species. Operators prepare for Xevious invasion. The Devious Xevious, the Atari game you can't play at home until now. We're gonna start playing it soon. Look at that. That's a nice. They've taken one of the graphics from the game, and they put the artwork of the ship on top of it. Look at that. Look at that detail. Look at that. Look at all them pipes and greeblies and everything. Good lord, that's a nice looking ship right there. Oh, yes. The wing's a little bit bonky though. If you look at it, if you look at the direction that this wing is facing, and then you look at this one, that it's almost completely square on, that's wrong. that is not how you perspective. Then we got this one. That's a nice one too. Oh, instead, look. Oh, I see what they've done. Look, so they've used the artwork of the ship, and they've used the in-game graphic of the base. And then on this one, it's the graphic of the base and the graphic of the ship, and it's the artwork of the base. That's really sick. Oh, look, and this one also came with a cocktail version. I love those. Oh man, I need to get. I really want one of those. What are the postcards that we get? We got the base and or Genesis. We got the Tarazi. We got Grobda. Okay, we're just gonna throw some words to throw some letters together. These are nice. I like those. Those are cool old postcards. Okay, Easter eggs. Want to see Xevious developer Masanobu Edo's Easter egg? As soon as you begin a game, move your Solvalu to the lower right corner of the screen and rapidly press the bomb button until the message pops up. Evizu is Edo's nickname. Okay, now I have to try that. Where do I have to go? Lower right-hand corner. Okay, as soon as it starts, we go to the lower right-hand corner. Nothing's happening. There it is. Programmed by Evizu. There we go. That was it. Can we... How do I reset? Hang on. There's got to be a reset button. Hang on. How do I reset? Reset. There we go. So just keep hitting the bottom with, there it is. Programmed by Evizu. Nice. I like Easter eggs. Easter eggs are something that I'm really fond of. Especially when developers get the opportunity to put their name into a game, which was, as we've talked about, pretty rare back then. The world of Xevious. There are 16 different levels in Xevious. Each shows one slice of a larger world map. The full map shown here is not ordinarily viewable in the game. Oh wow, look at that. So there's like Nazca lines. So we started down the bottom and then we went up. Do I assume then that you then cycle around and go up? Interesting. Okay. We definitely went past some of these. We went past the some gray bits in the water. I remember doing that. Interesting. Design documents from the development of the arcade version of Xevious. Oh, I like how they do they've drawn the sprites by, you know, by hand. That's really cool. Okay. Galaxian VCS. Atari had one more version of Galaxian up its sleeve. This one is for the Atari VCS. Since the arcade game was already 4 years old by this point, the box calls it an arcade classic. 4 years old! An early example of a retro game release. Shush. Shush you. Oh my goodness, that is actually surprisingly... Oh my goodness, this is actually surprisingly good. This is an Atari 2600 copy. Oh my goodness. So this is the version for Atari 2600. That is shocking. That is surprisingly good. Oh, damn it, I crashed into him. I thought he was already off screen. Oh, he's fast. Oh yeah, that one's really fast. Yeah, if you want to get that pink one... I got him. Yeah, you gotta be very... Oh, crap! He swings around quick, too! Oh, run out of bullets. Ooh. Yes, got him. Nice. Oh yeah, no, this is very playable. Oh, crashed. Oh my god, sorry, I'm getting really dragged into this one. This is really good. Oh my goodness, look at those colors. Wow. It just goes to show that by the time these games had released, the developers, the people who were making games for the Atari 2600, they figured out some tricks. They figured out some tricks. Look at the fact that there's no flicker. I wonder, I think I know how they did this. Because there's only flicker. There's only flicker when there's multiple of the enemies coming down. I wonder if they either figured out a way to get more than one character at a time. And the Galaxians, while they're in formation, are playfield objects. But as soon as they start moving, they start sliding down the screen, that's when they become a player. And that would explain that. Oh, I wonder if the ship is... Oh... Oh, that's cool. I wonder how they're doing, because I noticed that they stopped flickering as they were coming down as well. Even when there was like 3 of them, they stopped flickering. They only flicker in certain positions. I think that the actual player isn't a player. I think the player is a playfield object. This is so complex. This is intriguing. Like, after what we've just learned about the shortcomings and the difficulties of making Pac-Man, this is amazing. It's night and day. The making of Galaxian. Oh, here we go.
The job at General Computer was actually my first job. You know, they had just inked a deal with Warner, Atari's parent at the time, to do a whole bunch of games, and they didn't have enough people to do it. So, you know, they were happy to find more people. And they said, you know, can you program something with 128 bytes of RAM and
oh, sorry, I just realized the volume's low.
I thought they meant 128K, which was a reasonable amount at the time, only to find out later when I showed up that it was much smaller. And it was a great experience. One of the reasons that Warner came to General Computer was they thought that they would get a more professional atmosphere.
Hang on a second. Look at this. I don't know what that is, but I'm looking at it. It looks like circuitry. It looks like... Is this how you design? Is that... It's not grid paper, no. It's all being drawn with a slide rule. Well, a giant rule. It might be grid paper, but it's being drawn on it by pencils. Is this how they programmed things? Is this a schematic for the RAM chips that were necessary to make this game work? I am fascinated by this picture. I need to know more about this picture. I'm gonna have to go look that up. That is crazy.
To General Computer was they thought that they would get a more professional atmosphere and work product. But again, there was fun. We had a fire pole to get from the second floor to the first floor.
That's amazing.
We had an arcade. We played games on our coffee breaks. Everybody was really top notch. In '83, GCC hired.
Hang on, I recognize another face in this crowd. I recognize a couple of faces actually, but this gentleman here, I recognize him. Who is that? That is someone I know. Oh my goodness, who is that? Oh, I that's gonna haunt me now until I go to bed. I recognize him though. Oh, Oh, sorry, I didn't finish that.
And I thought General Computer, everybody was really top notch. In '83, GCC hired more MIT graduates than any other company besides IBM and Xerox.
Wow.
So everybody was really good. And I was one of the oldest people.
Really
I think I was
in
all of 27 or something. Glenn Parker was actually part of that team as well. For Galaxian, it was just Glenn and myself. Glenn was a great programmer, and he was doing the gameplay. I was doing the graphics part because I wanted to learn how to do that. We could ask each other questions or whatever, and he was sitting right in back of me, or I guess on the other side of me. And so we could bounce things off of each other on a constant basis. There was also Hattie Goodson, who did the music and some of the early graphics, because I can't draw and I can't do music. The music is actually really hard on the Atari 2600 because it's not a full octave. She had to kind of skip parts to make it sound right. So that was really great that she could do that. I don't know how long that would have taken us to do it. The other problem, though, was that the graphics on the Atari couldn't really handle the number of sprites that were available in the actual Galaxians. If you remember Space Invaders, it was really only 6 across because that was the standard thing.
Yeah.
I will give, again, I'll give myself a little credit here, but I managed to discover through, again, kind of random luck, a way to get 8 things on a line and be able to turn them off and on. And that was really just hacking the code and freaking out the chip so that it did things that weren't part of the spec.
Yeah, so this is
and that's
this is what I was talking about. This is where game development goes from being a science to being literally magic. Is that you figure out how a game device works, and from there, instead of being like, okay, I'm gonna make this game device, I'm gonna make it work the way it should, you go, okay, but how can we trick it into doing something else? How can we trick it into doing something that's outside of spec? And that's wild. Yeah, I love that stuff.
I think what really made the game. And then, of course, we went to the Consumer Electronics Show where it was shown for the first time. And it was, again, quite an ego stroke to kind of stand there and watch the programmers from other companies come
exactly.
and go, how did they do that?
Yeah, how do they do that?
So,
you will not going to tell
I was
you.
kind of standing off to the side so I could kind of watch. So, I think Patty did a really nice job with the music and the sound effects, and the visuals were at least looked real. And, the graphics weren't as chunky as they were on earlier games. I mean, Atari gave it to us at GCC because they thought it was an impossible cartridge. And so, to be able to come back and say, oh, by the way, we figured out how to make it work was really a big win.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that was one of the other developers that I always shout my praises for is a little known developer. I don't know if many people will actually recognize this when I mention them, but there's a developer called BD Dev, right? And they produced a number of games that should not have run on the consoles that they made them for. Like, they had a full 3D game of Driver on the Game Boy Advance. Game Boy Advance doesn't have a 3D engine, so they made one. Game Boy Advance doesn't have the capabilities of running a 3D engine, so they tricked it into thinking it was a 2D engine. And they created these amazing 3D games. Now, they obviously, when you look at them compared to like PlayStation and compared to games later, they don't look too special. But when you realize that these games, there was a rally game, there was Driver, there was like a Grand Theft Auto style game. I can't remember. Maybe that was Driver. That might have been Driver. And when you look at them and you go, hang on a second, this is on Game Boy Advance, and they're literally running 3D. Oh, that was really bright. I think the storm was coming back. Anyway, let's get on with this. We don't have much more to go, I don't think. I don't think so. Hang on. No, we don't have much more to go. Cool. Look out below. Galaxian. There we go. Ooh. Ooh, that rumbling. Dig Dug 8-bit. Atari releases its first home version of Dig Dug in early 1983 for its 8-bit computer line. Before we play that, we'll just look at the box art. I keep pressing that button. Someone please take the Y button off me. Where am I? There we go. There it is. By Gus Allen. It's still, despite the fact that it's by clearly a Western artist, they still managed to keep a very Japanese, a very anime look to the character. That looks really interesting. You see that? Respecting the source material. I'll leave that there. Dig Dug promotional art. Illustration of Dig Dug and Puka by artist Michael Anthony. Kinda looks like Speed Racer, doesn't he? The weird thing is, Dig Dug has got a blue face in the game. I don't know why everyone draws him like this. Oh, that's a nice illustration of the Puka. I like that. That's really cool. What's that? Illustration of Puka using the manual for Dig Dug on Atari 5200. I like that one. A preemptive deviant art fetish. It is, isn't it? The inflating. Oh, no. Oh, why did you have to do this to me? Press option to change difficulty. Press select for two-player game. Press start to play game. I'm going to start. I have not played Dig Dug in a very long time. I guess I collected that? I'm not really sure. Oh, look at that one. He's climbing. Got him. Oh, vegetables. Give me the vegetables. Oh, did I just squish I got myself squished. I did. Am I supposed to kill these guys? Oh, right. Yeah, of course I gotta hit them with the pump, haven't I? Right, I remember now. It's been such... That one escaped! How dare! He escaped. I couldn't use my pump. Why couldn't I use my pump? Get pumped. Get blown up. That is terrifying. You know? You know, it's genuinely haunting stuff. You know? You are inflating a monster and blowing them up. That's horrific. Like, that is legitimately horrific. Oh no. I'm gonna die. Yeah. Okay. I haven't played Dig Dug in many years. So, yeah. There we go. That was Dig Dug on the Atari 800. I know, I felt like that one wasn't as competent necessarily as Galaxian and Pac-Man. I feel like the graphics could have been better. They felt very primitive. But yeah, okay. So this is gonna be Dig Dug for the 5200. Which is the best way to score? Which is the best way to inflate your score? So they did another one of these ones. I'm assuming if you attack the monster from a strange angle, you get a better score than if you do it like directly. Let's have a look. What does it actually say? The player on the left. Sure, he'll score points for blowing up the fireguard in a vertical path, but blow up the fireguard in a horizontal path, like the player on the right, and score twice as many points. Oh, so sneaking up on them is not recommended. You wanna do it from, like, right in front of them. Okay, interesting. New cartridge report, Dig Dug. Available for the Atari 2600 and 5200. Imagine this scene. A top executive at a video game company is sitting peacefully at his desk. Suddenly, one of the company's best designers bursts in with this idea for a terrific new game. A new game. We have this little guy named Dig Dug who digs tunnels. The designer explains. He finds these enemies, Figar and Puka, underground. Figar and Puka? Yeah, Figar, a fire-breathing dragon. And Puka, well, he's sort of a giant tomato wearing yellow sunglasses. Sunglasses? Right! And the miner loses his life if they touch him, or if Figar hits him with his flames. Only the miner has a weapon, a pump. If he hits Figar or Puka with a pump hose, he can puff them up with air until they pop. Pop! Yeah! Or he can drop rocks on them. That's worth more points. And if he hits them more than one enemy with a single rock, he gets extra points. Oh, and Figar and Puka can turn into ghosts and travel right through the ground to attack. By the way, did I mention the bonus vegetables? At this point, what does this executive do? Throw the lunatic out of his office? I know I would. Of course not. These are video games we're talking about, damn it. And that's a young genius has just invented Dig Dug, one of the most popular video games ever. Now, all of his wild creativity has been adapted for the Atari home video game system. The home video game system? The video computer system. VCS, not the VGS. What? And as one... Oh, no, this would be later. This was, yeah, it was 2600. Yeah, it wasn't VCS anymore. Now, all of his wild creativity has been adapted for the Atari home video game system. And as one wit put it, Dig Dug is causing a minor sensation. What I tell you, this is how you sell shit. This is how you sell shit, okay? One of the best loved arcade hits of all time. Home at last. Dig Dug. 4 out of 10? Really? Aw. Let's have a look at the 2600 version. I just want to see what the see, look. They're definitely more primitive. Don't get me wrong. The graphics are definitely very limited. But I kind of feel like I think this kind of gets the feeling for oh, hello. I got some ghost. Oh my goodness, they're all ghosting on me. Okay, leaving. Oh, what? Wait. Oh, wait. Wrong button. There we go. Yeah. I know. Shh. A part of me thinks that this looks a bit more in line with, you know, the idea of Dig Dug, you know? Am I wrong in suggesting that? Ooh, he's coming. Oh Lord, he's coming. Nice. 4 out of 10 for a minor sensation. Yeah, fair enough. Understandable. Got him. Whoa! Chill! Chill, bro! He's trying to get out! He's trying to escape! Come here! Oh! I can't let them escape. If they get into the outer world, we lose. Oh, here comes another bloody dragon. Oh, is he gonna try to escape as well? Hold on. Is he gonna try to escape? He is. Look at him. Nah, you're not gonna get away from me. Not like that. No. Oh, heck. Oh, I got 2! Oh! Legendary. Oh, look, that dragon. Look, he's bolting straight for the edge. Cheetah. Disgraceful behavior. Oh, there was 2 of them in there. When I stopped one, the other one came for me. There we go. Can I get this guy, though? No! I missed. Oh, no, and I got done by the other one. Okay. Oh, heck. Here it comes. And the other one's making a run for it. Okay. That's okay. Okay, he can run. We'll let him go this time. Oh, there's 2 in there again, look. Yeah, damn. Okay, I really like this version of Dig Dug. I'm not saying that the 5200 version was bad. Sorry, 5800 version was bad. I just like this one. This, you know, it's the Top Gear meme, you know? It's like, this is brilliant, but I like this. You know? This is brilliant, but I like this. Actually, we've got another one to try. We've got the 7800 cartridge. What's this one going to look like? Ah, this is spot on. Look at that. Now, that is good. 7800 was a more powerful system. You get the 2600, the 5200, and then the 7800. And the 7800 was basically the top of the range at the time. Look at this. This is gorgeous. Yeah, this is the Dig Dug I recognize. Admittedly, oh, he's sneaking. He's sneaking. Wait, that guy's trying to run away. Oh, where's he going? He's going for the top. Quickly, get to him, get to him, get to him. Got him! Get popped. Get burst. Sorry, wait a second. There's something very, very wrong coming over me right now. Ooh, got you, got you, got you. Got you too. Oh my goodness, get popped. Finish him. I mean, yeah, do you know what? You saying finish him. You're right, though. This is a fatality. This is a Mortal Kombat style fatality right here. Inflating someone till they burst? What kind of chaos is this? Come on. Coming up, I dare you. Come on. Come on. Go on. Yes. Yes, get wrecked. This is Cruelty Simulator. I hope you're aware of that. This is like, if there are two ways that I do not want to die, right? One is being crushed. Oh, that puka sneaked up on me. One is being crushed. I don't want to be crushed. Also, don't want the opposite to happen. Don't want to be inflated. Being inflated sounds horrifying. Oh, heck, okay. Oh no, they're all coming at me. Ah! I got puka'd! Oh no, I'm being done! Oh. No you don't! Oh my goodness, there's a lot of them on stage. Oh no! There was just too many! They were coming at me from all sides! Oh! I also don't want to be inflated. No, it sounds terrifying, doesn't it? Like, of all the ways you could possibly die, actually being inflated to death sounds horrifying. Oh no, I couldn't get away. I couldn't get away from that one. He was just behind me the entire way. Oh no! Fire! Damn it. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Not a bad score though. Let me record what my score was, because I wasn't paying attention. There we go. Alright, well that was Dig Dug on the 7800. A vast improvement over the others, and probably the one that I would want to play. 7800 version of Galaga. Not Galaxian, Galaga. Namco's celebrated follow-up to Galaxian was not available on any home platform in America until late 1986 when this Atari 7800 version was released. What's in a name? According to the planner Shigeru Yokoyama, Galaga is a portmanteau of Galaxian and Ga, the Japanese word meaning moth. Appropriate for a game about space bugs. Well, there we go. There's the answer. That's what Galaga means. It's Galaxian moth. Galaga. Okay, I can see it. The box art looks great. Look at these. Look at that. You can even see the little guys driving the space bugs. That's really cool. That's clean. Look at that detail. I remember this is all like airbrush work being done in the 80s, but you know, actually by hand with airbrushes and pencils and paints. This wasn't something that was made on a computer. This was done by hand. That is so cool. We'll do a quick game of Galaga. This is the 7800 version. Looks alright so far. Looking good. Looking playable. Why won't it start? Oh, there we go. Wait, is this... Did he say this was a 7800 version or a 5200 version? Gotta stop them before they get into formation, otherwise they become stronger. I do like that I've got 2 shots now instead of just the 1. Yeah, that's the part you gotta watch out for, is they sideswipe you. Ah! Got me. Yeah, I like Galaga. I think I've always liked Galaga. I've played the arc. It's been a long time since I played it, though. I gotta be honest. I have Galaga socks. I remember at the when I bought the socks, it was the woman who was serving us was like, "Oh, did you used to play this game?" And I'm like, "Love, I play it now." I flew straight into the bullet. I did it again. I keep doing it. I just fly into the bloody bullet. Okay. Again, whoa, this has got a hit percentage. This is counting your hit percentage. 41% hit rate. Whoa. I forgot about that. Yeah, so this is the 7800 version. Interesting, because to me, this feels more like a 5800 version. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm overestimating the abilities of the 7800, but that feels more like a 5800 version. Xevious for the 7800, the final game released during this golden era of Atari Namco partnership, was the 7800 version of Xevious. There it is. Critically speaking, let's have a look what it says. Critically speaking, Atari 7800 compatible. Xevious is an adaptation of the Namco arcade game by Atari for the 7800 Pro systems. Oh, sorry, I misread that. Xevious is an adaptation of the Namco arcade game by Atari for the 7800 Pro system. The theme, a switch on the usual one, is that we are the aliens and the Xevians are the original inhabitants who now want Earth back. Without humans. Xevian forces are both airborne and on the ground, commanding a wider... This is like ancient alien stuff, isn't it? Secret underground bases that pop to the surface. Xevian forces are both airborne and on the ground, commanding a wide array of sometimes deceptively slow-moving vehicles. Yeah, they're deceptively slow-moving up until the point where they bloody well aren't. The game is playable at 4 skill levels, putting you in command of Solvalu. Oh my goodness, that name. Fighter, equipped with a zapper. Billions of dollars of military industrial complex spending, and the best you could come up with was zapper. Okay. For destroying airborne enemies, and a blaster for eliminated Zevian ground forces. A blaster. See, now, a blaster for shooting, sure. But what about a blaster and a bomber? Alright. The action scrolls vertically as your fighter moves up the screen, attacking forces in air weave and shoot. Attacking forces in the air, weave and shoot. Sorry, I was reading attacking as an action, as a verb, not as a adjective. Attacking forces in the air, weave and shoot, sometimes trying to pin you in a crossfire. Zevian ground forces also fire on your fighter. Enemy citadels are hidden underground, but your target site glows red when you fly over one. Oh. Raise a citadel with the blaster. Hit and then destroy it with additional shots. Points are also earned for raising flags hidden in the ground and waterways. Fly over raised flags to earn extra ships, survive the enemy forces, and you will face the Andor Genesis mothership. A shot to its central reactor disables it, but it will be followed by more Zevian attack forces and another mothership. Okay. Xevious features excellent detailed graphics with especially good representation of moving three-dimensional objects. Gameplay is highly challenging and will certainly appeal to fans of the arcade game. However, the game is marred by Atari skimping on instructions. Wow. Okay. They provide a list of 21 Zevian forces worth varying amounts of points, but no pictures. As a result, there's no way to plan your strategy for maximum points until you play the game many times and watch score increments to guess what you've hit. A Garu Derota Mega Station is worth 2,000 points, while a Logram Sphere Station is only good for 300. It would be nice to know which is which, especially when hitting the former would give you just as much points, would give you just enough points for a free ship. We don't object to Atari trying to save money by printing instructions in black and white instead of color, but omitting the pictures of 21 different enemy forces is inexcusable. Solo or two-player alternating and with a pause feature. Available for Atari 7800 only. Recommended retail price $12.50. Wow, that was scathing at the end. No pictures, how dare. These days, we'd be lucky if we get a manual. In fact, you pay extra for the manual. How Xevious almost came to VCS.
We were doing things that weren't possible. Xevious was not possible. I was the third engineer assigned Xevious. I was working on my Sword Quest Air World I Ching-based game, and they asked someone to do Xevious. He said, I can't do that. And they gave it to someone else for a couple of weeks. Again, I won't name names. He said, I can't do that. So they said, Todd. and I did something, but it was not possible. There was not a snowball's chance in hell of making Xevious work on the Atari 2600.
No,
so
that would be insane.
What we had to do was find the essence. Polaris Defender captures the essence of Defender.
Oh yeah. I like Defender on 2600.
Pac-Man captures the essence of Pac-Man. You can tell it's Pac-Man. It's got a lot of flicker. Xevious has
I love Todd Fry, man.
The
He's
scrolling
so cool.
background, which is totally doable, and it's got something like up to 20 moving objects on the screen without flicker. They're all in little horizontal slices. But it's not only
that
they're in
makes it
horizontal
easier.
slices, but they're actually in 2 horizontal slices scrolling over each other at different speeds.
Yeah, that makes it
And that
harder.
is awesome. It's like, it is an awesome piece of software that captured the essence. So what is it that's fun about that? It's like, so Xevious has a lot of stuff going on in the air. And there's a lot of different things that can be flying at you fast. And then it also has things going on the ground. So you have 2 planes, 2 time, you got these tanks on the ground that you can shoot with ground shooting bullets. You got these things in the sky that you can shoot with sky shooting bullets. You don't have to worry about running into the things on the ground, but they might shoot.
One of the things to worry, one of the other things that would be a problem for the Atari 2600 as well is the fact that it's only got 1 button. The Atari 2600 had a joystick, which was a stick and 1 red button. It's a beautiful red button, don't get me wrong. I love it to death. But, you couldn't do attacking the ground and attacking the air as 2 separate commands. Wasn't possible. Could not be done. It was, like he said, he made a lot of impossible games work. But this was impossible.
Shoot at you, and you do have to worry about dodging. It's fast. This is what made Xevious appealing at that time. People had learned enough about playing these games that they could effectively play 2 games at the same time.
Yeah, that's essentially what you're doing.
And dodge from and shoot the things in the sky, which maybe people would not have. Actually, it's funny to think about again. Weird. 10 years earlier?
No.
5 years earlier? 7 years earlier? When combat was the game?
Whoa, there it is.
People might not have been able to play Xevious. I invented a way to intertwine multiple display drivers on this 2600 screen.
Good Lord.
I did this for Rob Dibble's NFL football game, where we wanted the players in their little horizontal slices, right? But I wanted 2 horizontal slices. I wanted 1 horizontal slice for the blue team and 1 horizontal slice for the red team. I stayed until 1 o'clock that morning, and I left it on Rob's screen so that when he came in, there were 2 sets of objects vertically scrolling, X's and O's, red X's and blue O's, going like this because they're running on completely separate screens, they thought. The red screen was keeping track of its vertical positions and was completely separated from the blue screen.
That's insane.
But they were intertwined. So if you turn the blue screen off, the red screen would be going like this. You turn the red screen off and put the blue screen on, it'd be going like this. You put both on and they're going like that. And it's really cool. I mean, it was a eureka moment. But in Xevious, I needed something like 3 or 4 separate sets.
Let me tell you something about the Atari 2600. You can't do that. This is what I mean when I say it goes from being a science, because that's what it is. Ultimately, when you study these things in school and college, during the 80s and the 90s, like I did in the 90s and like I did in the early 2000s, do you know what the class was called? Computer science. This was a science. Programming is a science. It is a delicate ballet of code. Learning BASIC, and I mean the programming language, BASIC. Computer science, putting the chips together, computer science. You gotta have it right. It's engineering, it's electronics, it is understanding the code, understanding machine language, interpreting code into machine language. So when I say to you, on the Atari 2600, what he just described was not possible. It wasn't possible. What he made could not be done on the 2600. That's why it goes from science to magic. Because it couldn't be done. But he did it. He did it anyway. He's like a bloody orc. He just believes he can do it and it works. Todd Fry is a genius. An absolute genius.
Sets of objects. Or something like Xevious. Eureka moment. But in Xevious, I needed something like 3 or 4 separate sets of objects. There's stuff coming down and shooting at you. And you need my shots going up. And you need the ground moving down. And the things moving on the ground. Yeah, miscellaneous, nightmarish wizardry.
See,
I mean, I get a
wizardry.
really high moving, get a really high graphics complexity count up there on Xevious for the 2600. I use
insane.
everything for the moving objects, right? Gray tanks moving across the ground, all kinds of different stuff flying in the sky. Those were all in one sprite, and they were vertically separated. But if you separate them across enough, it kind of looks like a bunch of stuff. You can't quite tell that there's only one stream of them coming. If there's some over here and some over here, and they're moving like this, it looks plenty complex. But I was out of things.
That's
I have to keep track of where the
though.
player is. And what I decided to do was to use a 4-bit wide missile.
Like, knowing how it works, even
horizontally
this.
position it.
And this is the thing. Like, a lot of people will look at games like this and be like, yeah, no, it's trash. Look at it. It's ridiculous. It's a bunch of, like, gray blocks moving across a green splodgy background. What even is this? This isn't even a real game, you know? But when you know, when he's explained it to you, and okay, not everyone is going to have the benefit of knowledge and understanding what is actually happening here. But after he's explained it to you, after he's told you this isn't possible, but here it is in front of our very eyes, that's insane. That is genuinely mind-blowing. That is one of those things. I keep saying that's insane because I'm actually learning things in this which I didn't know. I actually didn't know that there was a 2600 version of Xevious. I have a I have a few copies of Xevious. I have the NES version. But I didn't know there was a 2600 version of Xevious. This is legitimately... It throws everything you think you know out the window and says, screw it, magic time.
Use a 4-bit wide missile and horizontally position it just a little bit to make it a little bit.
Oh my goodness,
of
even the
a
background changes
comma,
color.
Upside down comma shape, and then flip it the next screen. It flickered to be an upside. So I made kind of an upside down V ship out of the single bit of the missile. That's the ship. It's the missile. In the same way, that's funny. In the same way that I made the fruit out of a ball and a missile. I mean, this is how close you are to scraping the bottom of the barrel when you're doing impossible coin-op conversions on the Atari 2600. Oh, I'll make a piece of graphics that in the coin-op is a sweet-looking little cherry. I will make out of a blue block with a orange block inside of it. And that seemed like a good idea at the time, and it was. And I will take a single pixel of graphics and make it into a V-shaped ship. It's like that is like really reaching down to the very last drop.
Absolutely. That's... Man... See, I like to imagine that I would... I like to believe that, that I've got ideas for video games, you know? We talked a little bit about this earlier. I would love to make my own games. I've got a huge wish to make my own games one day, and I want to make retro games. I want to make old style games, sprite based games. This is I've told myself if I was alive in the 70s, I would love to have done computer science. I would have learned how to do BASIC. I would have learned how to code. I would have learned how to do all these sorts of things. I don't think I could have come up with stuff like this. some of these crazy out of the box ideas that they just smash together. You know, it's like, oh, we got this shape that looks like a missile. We got this thing that kind of looks like a comma, and we're gonna slap them together a couple of times, and it's gonna be our ship, just so that we don't have to use more of the data. I don't know if I could even imagine doing that. Not for the very first time. You know? After hearing this now, in the future, I might be inclined to think like that. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. We'll add these different things together until it makes sense. Okay, alright, fair enough. Uses up less data storage. Alright, I got that. I get you. I'm on board. I get what you mean. If I was the one that had to invent that, though, I don't think I would have. Honestly, I don't think I would have. There they are, look, all the obstacles. The toroid fleet. Toroidal means donut-shaped. The Torkan scout ship. The Zoshi death squad. The Zakato energy launcher. The Guido... Excuse me. The Guido Spario energy blaster. The Jara, a spinner. Cappy, a deflector. Tarazi, a destructor. The Brag Zako energy blaster. The Garu Zaku energy bombarder. The Shionite escort. The Bacula resistor shield. Oh, those are those big steel plates that came flying at you. The Garu Daro mega site. The Bara energy station. The Garu Bara energy base. The Logran Sphere Station, the Zolbak Detector Dome, the Darot Defense Site, the Demogram Rover, Grobda Tank, the Boza Losran Dome Network, and Sol Citadel. Hand-drawn with a fine-nibbed felt pen. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just drawn with a with one of those felt tip fine liners. It was an engineering pen. That's what they would use it for. They'd use it in engineering to draw up schematics, and so it was being used here as well to draw graphics. The Andor Genesis mothership. We don't have a picture of that one, but that's that big one that we were looking at earlier. The end of the beginning. Where Atari Japan failed, Namco thrived, becoming one of the most groundbreaking, influential game publishers in all of Japan. But that is another story. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the Pac-Man legendary, not the Pac-Man, the Namco legendary pack, aka Pac-Man and Beyond. That is a lot of learning. But the thing I want to say is, before we leave for tonight, before we call a close to this stream, we've been going on for a long time now. It's 7.5 hours. Nearly 8-hour stream. Bloody hell. I'm just prepping for the New Year's stream, you know, because I gotta get a little bit of warm-up in before we do a 12-hour stream at New Year's. But you know what, though? I've learned something today. I've learned a lot today. I have learned about the ingenuity of people who were given impossible tasks. They were told to make a game for a console that it would not work on, you know? And they did it anyway. I learned about sometimes even, you know, how close did we come for video games to be pushed back 5 years, 10 years? If it wasn't for Atari, a lot of what we have now, probably wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be the same, at very least. And I think in answer to that comment that I bring up, which I feel isn't a very good argument, in response to people who would say, oh, well, if Atari didn't do it, then someone else would have. Okay, that's true. I believe that. But Atari did it first. And if Atari hadn't done it first, then other companies wouldn't have figured it out yet. You know, a lot of these companies, a lot of the companies like Namco, Activision literally came out of Atari's ranks. Imagic came literally out of Atari's ranks. There was nearly a third wave of people leaving Atari to make their own company, but they all came out of Atari. Even Namco got into the industry because of Atari. Taito saw the explosion of games like Pong and were like, oh, we can make games like that. If Atari hadn't made their first consoles, we might not even have the companies that we have today. We might not even have Namco. Like, think about that for a second. That's something which I hadn't even considered. Like, a lot of people would say, like, oh, well, you know, if Atari hadn't done it, Nintendo would have done it soon enough. Sure, they would have. Absolutely would have. But between the point where Atari started creating their consoles and their arcade cabinets, what if, because, was it let me get his actual name up. Masaya, sorry, I was gonna say Masuda, it wasn't Masuda. Masaya Nakamura. What if Masaya Nakamura, he was creating his hand-cranked games, his hand-crank horses. He made a few electronic games like Periscope. He had these ideas for electronic amusements, as they used to be called. But if he hadn't come along and bought Atari Japan, how would his company have fared? Because electronic amusements were kind of starting to fall out of fashion. They were starting to narrow in scope from all of these various electronic amusements to things like pachinko machines, to pinball machines, like Bally. Bally used to do all kinds of electronic machines, but by the time they got to a certain point, they became a pinball machine. The company Williams was a pinball machine. A lot of these electronic amusements companies, the people that do like the shooting galleries, the people that did the ride on horses and the gambling games, you know, the horse racing. Have you ever seen the horse racing gambling games? Basically, you put like $1 in or whatever. I guess it would have been like a penny or a quarter at the time. You put it in, you select the horse that you think is going to win, and then there's like a randomized series of electronic events which runs the horses from one side of the run to the other side, and whichever horse gets to the end first, which is entirely randomized, you get a payout based on that. Based on your horse winning. Those are really interesting. Those are really cool. There's a lot of interesting engineering that goes into that. Some of the you should see some of the insides of early pinball machines. They are it looks like absolute chaos with all the cables running everywhere. It genuinely is a madhouse in there. You look at it for too long and you will feel like you're falling into it forever, you know? It's one of those kinds of things. And they were moving towards a lot of pinball. Rather than electronic games and electronic amusements, they were moving more towards the pinball side of things. And a lot of these companies didn't last. So it makes me question, if Atari didn't put out the first arcade machines when they did, who would be the next in line to do so? And when would they have figured it out? It could have been that Atari was just lucky, you know? And someone else had the exact same idea. And if it wasn't for them putting out Pong, then in a couple of months' time, someone else would have made Pong, you know? That maybe someone else was right on the verge of making a Pong into an arcade cabinet. You know, Ralph Baer, who invented the brown box and would then go on to basically sue Magnavox for stealing his idea. But Ralph Baer, he came up with the idea of Pong in the 60s. You know, way before Atari did. And even Atari was kind of basing their concept off of the Magnavox Odyssey. But the Magnavox Odyssey was very, to quote Nolan Bushnell, was not very good quality. It wasn't the best that it could be. And that's what spurred him to want to make a console, as well as arcade machines, but also a console, was the Magnavox Odyssey. But see, all of these concepts, all of these ideas for Pong in the arcade, when would the next person have been? Who would the next person have been? Maybe it would have been Atari. Maybe Ralph Baer would go into business creating arcade machines. He never tried to do that. I just want to point that out. Ralph Baer never tried to do that. No one actually tried to do that until Atari did. So even if we assume maybe 10 years later, maybe 5 years later, let's go simple. Let's say 5 years later. 5 years later, someone else comes up with the idea of Pong, and they make an arcade machine out of it, and it's a good arcade machine. It does wonders. It does money. Okay, 5 years later. Well, they may not have had the same idea to try to build a company in Japan. And or maybe they would, but they would actually read the guidelines on how to do that, you know? If Nolan Bushnell, for any moment, if Nolan Bushnell had sat down and actually read how to start a business in Japan, we wouldn't have Namco. If Nolan Bushnell, if someone came up to, like Gary Kitchen or something, walked up to Nolan Bushnell's office and was like, we would like royalties. And Nolan Bushnell was like, yeah, sure. We wouldn't have Activision. Maybe a good thing in retrospect. Besides the point, right? We wouldn't have Activision. And we certainly wouldn't have Imagic. Well, let's assume that we did get Activision. And Nolan Bushnell learned from his mistakes and he goes, okay, the next time we wouldn't get Imagic. And Imagic would go on to become, hang on a second, let me... it was liquidized in 1986, but... Oh, I thought they went on to become another company. Oh, they were bought out by Activision. So their popular franchises were bought out by Activision, and the company went into liquidation. All right, never mind. I thought they became a different company. My bad. That would explain why I can't remember who they became. But we wouldn't have Namco. Can you imagine? Without Pong, we wouldn't necessarily have Taito. We wouldn't have Space Invaders. We wouldn't have Bubble Bobble. All it takes is one little nudge. They call it the butterfly effect. Chaos theory. You know? One butterfly's wings flapping on one side of the globe can cause a typhoon on the other side of the globe, you know? We talk about it a lot in time travel thought experiments. You think about going back in time to like the dinosaurs, but then you get bitten by a mosquito and you squish the mosquito. Oh no. You've just changed history. You'll never know how much until you go back to the future. Till you return to your time. How much did you change from just squishing that mosquito? You accidentally step on a creature and you accidentally kill it. Oh no, I killed the thing. And it was a little rat-like thing. And it turns out that that little rat was the progenitor of the human race. You know? How much do things change over what are the consequences of a small change over millions of years? Well, what is the consequence of a small change over just a few years when you are a linchpin of an industry? Yeah. Without Atari, someone else would have come up with video games. But we wouldn't have Namco, we wouldn't have Bandai, we wouldn't have Taito, we wouldn't have Nintendo, we wouldn't have Sega. Sega kind of came into being because they were arcades. Where would they be without the arcade cabinets? Atari is the central spark that started a blaze. And that spark only existed for a time, like lightning. Lightning strikes a tree and the tree starts to smolder and slowly builds up a burn until it bursts into flames. But the lightning was instant. It was fast. It was quick. It was there and then it wasn't. Atari is kind of like that. Atari struck. And embers sparked up every here and there. And they all became the blaze that is the modern gaming industry. And sure, another lightning bolt may hit later on, but the blaze would be different. The fire would be different. It would burn differently. It would start in different places. Different parts of the tree would catch fire differently. There is no predetermined path. It is what we make of it. And it is what it is in this current timeline. And Atari was the start of that. Was the real... There were those that came before, and there were many that came after. But Atari was that initial spark. And that is why they are worthy of being remembered. That is why we remember them. That is why we look back and we learn from them. To take those opportunities when lightning strikes. But just like lightning, Atari were gone very, very quickly. They made mistakes. Of course they did. They were the first. Of course they were going to make mistakes. They made mistakes in Japan, they made mistakes in Asia, and then by 1982 and 1983, we got to see the biggest mistakes of all, and we saw the video game crash. And we saw the fallout of that, and we saw what was an entire generation turning away from, or I should say, specifically in America, an entire generation turning away from the idea of video games. People put their Ataris away. People thought the fad was over, the bubble had burst. But in the UK, in Europe, in Japan, even in a lot of places in America, that bubble was not burst. I'm kind of mixing metaphors right now. That flame wasn't dampened at all. And it just kept burning. From Japan, we got Sega, we got Nintendo. From the UK, we got the 8-bit micro revolution, we got Acorns, we got ABCs, we got BBCs, we got the ZX Spectrum, which was way ahead of its time. And in America, we got computers, we got the Atari computers when the Tramiels took over from Atari. You know, when Nolan Bushnell moved on from Atari and the Tramiels came in, Jack and Samuel, and they were like, we can do something with this, and they made computers, and they, you know, were a part of the 8-bit micro generation of America, you know, along with the Apple IIs and the IBMs that were coming out at that time. It was always there. And it always will be. Because even if we do play pretend, even if we do imagine those days where maybe Atari wasn't there, it is good to know that they were. This is the timeline we lived in. This is the timeline that we got, and thank goodness for that. Because I love these games. These games started me on the path to becoming the gamer that I am today. And you know what? 3 hours ago, actually technically an hour ago, I turned 40. I'm gonna hold on to my past as much as I can. I'm gonna take a big old clutch of that Atari. I'm gonna take a big old clutch of that Nintendo, and I'm gonna hold it close to my heart because because I'm like a dragon, you know? I like to collect things, and I tell you what, there are more years behind me than they are ahead of me, so I'm gonna hold on to the majority, okay? I'm gonna hold on to my past, because it's a past that I know that I love, and there's so much there that I want to still be a part of, and I'm just gonna hoard it like a dragon. That is mine. That is my past. That is my past 40 years, and when it comes to gaming, they have been incredible. I feel privileged to have been born at exactly the right time to experience Atari and the entirety of the Nintendo history up until now. And the Sega history. Admittedly, I didn't really experience it so much when I was a kid because of stupid console wars. And being convinced that I was supposed to hate people that liked Sonic. But going back now, I'm looking forward to experiencing more from Sega as I go forward in life. I want to learn more. I want to discover more. I want to play more Sega. I want to play more of the games I never got the opportunity to play. I think a time is coming, and I know this is going to sound almost fatalistic, you know? But there's a time coming where I'm going to stop caring about new released video games. I feel like that time is coming soon. I do. I would say even within the next 10 years, I will possibly not really care too much about new releases, but I will always want to look back and play those games that I missed in the past. And if that turns this channel into a retro gaming channel, I'm okay with that. And I hope that you are as well. So a big thank you to everyone who joined us tonight. We had a few people coming through tonight, and it was wonderful. It was great to see. I know we don't have many people here right now, this moment. And that's fine. This stream has gone on for a long time, so I'm not surprised in the slightest. We got a couple of lurkers there as well. I'm not surprised that we didn't keep everyone for the entirety of the 8-hour stream. But for everyone who has watched this, for everyone who's coming back and rewatching it as a VOD, a very big thank you to each and every one of you. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for the views. Thank you so much for the thumbs up. Please do thumbs up if you did like it. Give it a thumbs down if you didn't like it. It's an 8-hour stream. Wouldn't blame you, honestly. Leave a comment. Leave a comment. I love seeing your comments. It really does help out the channel. I always respond to everyone. I may not respond immediately, but I try to respond to everyone. And tell me, what was something surprising about tonight's episode? Let's just go back over what we've learned, what we've talked about, what we've discussed tonight. What was something that really surprised you about this? I think for me, it's just Todd Fry. The wizard that he is, you know? Just the absolute wizard that man is. The fact that he took a game which was impossible, and I mean that, like actually impossible. This will not run on the Atari 2600, and he got it running on the Atari 2600. That's I don't think there's anything else that can quite top that for me, you know? That's wizardry. That's actual magic right there. So let me know what you think. What do you think? What was that thing, that spark, that moment perhaps throughout this thing which was like, oh, okay, interesting. You know, something that sparked your attention. Let me know in the comments. Like I said, I'll get back to you. We can have a conversation about it, because comments are where we can continue the conversation when the stream is over. The same as the Discord. Link in the description if you want to join our Discord. We do talk about video games. We do try to play video games together when we can on the Discord as well as on stream. If you're new here, please consider subscribing. And maybe even share this. If there's something that you've learned today, if there's something that you have discovered, if there's someone out there that you think, hey, you know what, you'd really like this, please consider sharing the streams as well. It would mean a lot. Maybe even share this entire playlist. I gotta be honest, I think out of all of the streams that I've done on this channel, I think this playlist, the Atari 50 playlist, is probably my favorite. And out of all of the streams that I've done, the only playlist that I've ever gone back to rewatch is this playlist. So, who knows? Maybe share that around and see what we get. But yeah, that's all from me for this evening. I think we're gonna move on over to the schedule screen just a moment, and then we will get out of here. So tomorrow we're going to be playing Atari Classics Collection. It's going to be Haunted House, it's going to be Adventure, and it's going to be Yar's Revenge. And we're going to be playing Yar's Revenge. We're going to be talking about Atari DNA. We're going to be talking about gaming DNA and those strands, those threads that bind all of these games together. We're going to be playing, like I said, Adventure, which is a precursor to games like Legend of Zelda. We're going to be playing Haunted House, which I believe is an Atari 2600 version of Resident Evil. And we're going to be playing Yars because on Friday, we're going to be playing Yars Recharged. And once again, we are aiming for the top slot. I don't recall what number I'm at right now. I think I'm in the 30s. But I'm still aiming for the top spot. At very least, I'm aiming to be in the 20s by the end of tomorrow's stream. And, who knows? Maybe higher. Maybe we can get into the 10s. If I can get top 10... If I can get top 10, I'd be happy. I wouldn't be content. I still want the top spot. But I would be happy to get into the top 10. I would consider myself... success. You know, consider that a success story if I made it into the top 10. But that is all for today, and that will be the end of Atari Week 2 on Friday. So I hope you have enjoyed it. Like I said, leave a thumbs up, leave a comment, subscribe if you're new. If this is the first time you're seeing some Atari stuff, let me know in the comments what you've learned today. And let's have a conversation about that. So, to everyone, from me, to you, to everyone out there, be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more video games, and until I see you... I'm tired. Until next I see you, I wish you all peace and high scores. Good night, everyone.